not a very persuasive argument that physicists have given for like why they find it surprising that the constants of the standard model have the values that they do, and that like it's possible that like they could have been otherwise. And so you could see that at least in an epistemic sense they could have been otherwise, right? But I think if there is something to explain there, there's much simpler explanations based on things like, I don't know, like, I think the most likely explanation is like selection effects, right? That these values that are fixed for the universe that we observe actually vary across like some sort of metaphysical spaces of universes or like bubble universes, and there's no, if you like ignore that possibility, then I would say that, look, I think all these sort of stalking horse kind of objections do actually work to block an inference to a god. Like there might be some reason to think there's some sort of teleological explanation, right? That the universe has some mysterious, there must be some principle explaining why the universe tends towards complexity, right? Over and above just the laws of physics. But that's a long short of like being a god hypothesis. So,
what's the stalking horse objections? What does that mean?
Well, the stalking horse objection is just the idea that, look, if you think like there is a god that whose intention was to create like a complex or a life-sustaining universe, right? I could just replace the god with an equivalent sort of dispositional explanation, right? Meaning, like, there's the laws of physics, and then there's this additional sort of metaphysical principle saying something like, the universe just has a tendency or a disposition to have like complex states, right? Or let's say life-sustaining states.
That doesn't explain what God is, though, right? God is the fundamental principle. Hold on. God is the fundamental principle. 1 second. Let me cut you off.
Yeah, but you're responding to, you're not understanding the point I'm making. I'm not trying to explain what
stalking horse objection is. Stalking horse objection is just like there's going to be a stock horse hypothesis that's naturalistic that can.
Yes, I understand the
take
point.
it to its prior. Sam was asking what it meant.
But Deepak, what do you think about these two arguments? I'm just curious. So, first argument is that the universe looking fine-tuned is actually evidence of naturalism, not theism, because God can make life and humans in any universe is omnipotent. So the fact that we only find ourselves in the tiny sliver of universes to each other, and like what would actually happen if they changed. So that would be my trial.
okay, let me answer the second one first. Like, I think the idea is that we have we're thinking about we're sort of reasoning about the possible values the constants can have epistemically, right? Like, even if the constants are like brute facts, they can't be changed in any metaphysical sense, right? Those brute facts could have been otherwise, right? And so then you like search around for an explanation for why they have exactly those values, right? And then you should prefer explanations, right, that have like sort of simpler hypotheses, right? Like that God intended it to be that way, or like there's like some simpler metaphysical principle from which like you can actually derive the value of those constants. You don't need to necessarily like tinker with the constants to know whether they can be changed or not.
And then what about the other point about the actually fine-tuned, it would be evidence of naturalism?
Yeah, I've heard like this is like there's this divine fine-tuning or like electrons and love argument. I think that it does do something, right, to defeat the likelihood of theism being the best explanation, right? Because you can't say that, why this universe? Why not like idealism? Seems like.
Well, no. That's not the point of that. The point is like, okay, well. Suppose God does make a physical universe, like make any physical universe, and he could instantiate life in any universe regardless of its constants and parameters, right? So the idea is like, of the sorts of universes you might find yourself in on theism, right? It's actually pretty unlikely that you're going to end up in the one that looks just like naturalism could be true, right? Whereas like on naturalism, yeah, that is the one we strongly expect yourself to be in if you exist.
Right. That's kind of, I was trying to, I thought I was addressing, right? But like, I think, I don't know, that seems to prove too much. If you're saying actually literally that actually strongly, I just think then you're restating the case for naturalism, right? Which is that it's the best explanation for the data is the one that like just explains
The
everything.
point is that it seems kind of implausible that God would put us in a universe where it's like, what just happens to look like naturalism might still be the case. Right? Given there's all these other universes he could have put us in, where we would almost like immediately know that like our existence is a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, there's like one thing. I think I mostly agree with that, but I will say that there is like this epistemic distance objection, right? That I think actually sort of makes sense. So the idea is that like God's intentions are to like create life and so on, but He doesn't necessarily want life to like want living things
to be obvious. No, I've heard this too, and it's like I go through like all this stuff in that blog post. Although I'm not strictly making this argument in that blog post, but like I go through that where it's like, okay, well maybe there's like this epistemic value or aesthetic value or whatever. The point is that like even though we would have evidence for a miracle if we were in a quote unquote non-life permitting universe, it wouldn't like entail theism. It could be some other kind of supernatural metaphysics that explains that, right? So it's like, even if God wants there to be like some epistemic distance or something, you can still have that. It's still going to be strange that he achieves epistemic distance by making the world look like naturalism specifically might be true. You see what I'm saying? So it's like naturalism isn't the only other option from theism.
I think it depends on what other options are and whether like obviously you can have different laws of physics, right? You can even have things like a dualist substance that obeys some sort of regularities, and we can sort of empirically investigate and okay, so dualism ends up being true, but like that's just in that world that's just what we would end up calling quote unquote naturalism, right? But
I'm not quite sure what that's doing.
I think what it's doing, I think
the point is what I'm saying is like we could get like what you're saying is, hey, if we were in a non-life permitting universe, that would like be really, really good evidence against naturalism. Right? And what I'm saying is that like, yeah, it would, but if God is just trying to maintain epistemic distance so that like theism isn't obvious, right? Naturalism isn't the only alternative, right? You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's still kind of odd that he would make it look like naturalism might be true, right? See, like he could make it obvious that naturalism is false without making it obvious that God exists.
Well, yeah, but like I'm saying, there's no real difference between a world where like naturalism is false in the sense of like okay, there's like some dualism about the mind. Like the only kind of like symmetry breakers are between worlds where like there are phenomena where the only possible explanation is like intentional like some intentional agent like intervening, right? If like there are things happening, if
that's still not enough for theism. Even if that were true, it's not enough for theism, but it just has to be like if we were in a non-life permitting universe, then we would know naturalism was false, or at least we would strongly just confirm naturalism, right? But that doesn't mean that theism or classical theism is therefore obvious.
But at least there is but at least in those worlds, there is like a stronger inference to God, right? Than in the comic book.
Yeah, exactly. And that is exactly why finding ourselves in a life permitting universe is not evidence for God.
Well, no, but like, so I'm trying to get to the thread of this. So like, yes, I think I agree with you, like your general principle. I'm just saying like that's only with respect to like worlds where there are like clear inferences to intention explanation. They're not to like worlds that are different in the sense of just other laws of physics or like metaphysical laws that have regularities that don't like seem to, warrant intentional intervention. I think I have to go over.
Yeah, but with fine tuning, we're just talking about like permitting constants and parameters, given the form of the laws and stuff. Like that's what we're considering. We're like, does theism make that more likely? Or never know.
Hello, I've come to contribute to this cancerous storm of repetition and redundancy. People repeating their assumptions for years. It's like Sully says the same shit every room over and over and over again. So I've come to help make it even more toxic, more cancerous, more revolting by simply saying the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're gonna get. Hello?
That's someone else. It's John Kitover. Reaching John Kitover to people.
Would you like to propose a new topic, Universe?
Talk about more to come at Universe.
I'm just saying, if you've never jerked off and taken a nap or eaten a cheese pizza or had a beer or smoked a joint, well, you haven't lived yet till you read a book. And then you come on Clubhouse and you waste all your time talking and repeating your assumptions over and over again. It's the same show every time. Don't you guys see it? I don't think you see it because I record it all. And well,
Hello. How are you? Oh, that was a bit much. Anyone got a non-schizophrenic point to make?
Well, for the record, he was kind of telling the truth, man. Like, it is kind of boring to hear people talk about the same stuff over and over again.
Okay. I read my question. Wow.
got them good. Got them real good. Got them real good.
All of our discussions here might, in some way, prove what's going on in the world today. I don't think they do.
Of course you don't, Frenchie, because you're a dumb twat. And everybody actually hates you. The fact that you're a fucking mod is impossible. But it's not, because it's indicative of the world that we live in today. Retards run the world. Cowards run the world. Hello? Hello?
Oh, he got out, man.
Just taking one of his, 3-day naps. He naps every 3 days and comes back.
Hey, Sully, what gamer tag? What's your gamer tag? Like Xbox?
Quantum 9. Same as my Discord.
You get on Discord? See, I got a Discord. So I'm gonna hop on Call of Duty Warzone. And I'm gonna play Warzone. You want to join? We're going to Nuketown.
Well, we have to talk about you guys that follow Jacob Frank followers and shit.
Jacob Frank?
Yeah, that's really that's really our orders. Jacob Frank and that little Zebby guy.
I don't know who those people are, sorry.
See, you don't know the whole Jewish history. Jacob Frank.
I don't know every Jew that ever lived.
No, these are the people that consider themselves the Jewish messiahs back in the 1600s, and then you have and then first it was that Zemi guy, and then the Turkish people arrested his ass and made him convert to Islam. They asked him, either we kill you or you convert to Islam. He converted to Islam. He was like a Jewish messiah, and all the people believed him, and he had the most taboo beliefs and satanic bullshit, and all these people followed him. That's what they made him. They made him convert to Islam. It was 1666, 1666, and then they made him convert to Islam. Then a century later, Jacob Frank comes along and say, "I'm the reincarnation of that nigga."
Yeah.
And basically, these are Jewish people, and then
The religious authorities, the Jewish community excommunicated Frank and his followers due to his heretical doctrines. There audio.
Now, see, so they had to do that because he had followers, and that's when you get why we say this shit. Because these followers, they didn't just stop believing him. They just kept on doing shit in secret. You think people just stop believing their fucking leader because their leader gets killed?
So the thing is,
So Jacob,
he said that he was excommunicated by
let me play this though.
Why are we doing this? I thought we were talking about
Listen.
I thought this was not an interesting topic to move on from.
And I'll be saying. We're not listening to you, just playing recording, sorry.
Hey Sully, so what you said, what was your Discord again? Mine is yeah, it's Mystery Evaluator 2626. Yeah, we actually talk about verse battles. Yeah, just to have the time go by.
Hold on, why did I get kicked? Because I'm documenting all the.
Because we don't hear you play recordings. That's
Also,
why.
y'all don't
bring him even up. Oh my god, you have people have just no desire to talk to intelligent people. Because you have no one.
No one.
Why would you not want to talk to smarter people?
Please don't have silence.
I would kick half the people off this.
Can I have a same mod? That has integrity? Yo, Sully, can I talk to you real quick? Let me ask you a question, Sully. And I'll leave the room after this. So, if I make a claim,
just move on immediately.
Sully, if I make a claim,
You're a fucking retard, bro.
I just grab the sources to prove this claim.
Alright, I'm just gonna ask you random questions.
Why is it that I get kicked?
I just want to see if you're dumb or not. When did William the Conqueror invade England? What year did that happen?
Scared of the truth.
When did William the Conqueror invade England?
Well, how about you just talk about it instead of playing clips or whatever?
Why would you want to hear this, Sully?
So Jacob Frank, he was like a Jewish messiah back in the day, and all his teachings were basically the reverse of what the true teachings of Judaism is and all of that, right? So he was telling people to have sex, eat a lot, all types of shit, man. And pedophilia shit, that's the origins of this shit, right? And look at this, right? And if you want to ask for proof, well, I was saying that and I got kicked. But I'm just going to tell it how it is. So this is the origins of all of the taboo shit. Now, what did they do? They just climbed up the rankings and they got kicked out of a lot of places, right? Because nobody was fucking with that evil shit. Nobody was fucking with that shit. So that's why we tell y'all, some of these Jewish people.
Yeah, okay, I'm actually tired of this.
It's as simple as Mein Kampf.
Yeah. You know, Jews bad is not very.
Oh, now you're tired of it. Oh, I'm glad. Oh my god. Come on, let's hear it out.
I'm sorry, I'm so fucking.
Not really going. You thought you'd find
Stop doing
excellent child act. It's
fucking playing the refs. It's really
yeah, I'm a father. I also get bored, man. You're excellent child act. You think we should hear from anti-Semites? Okay, so you'd rather which is more annoying, a Nazi spreading libel or my petulant child? You want to go like pick the Nazi or pick the petulant child? Which one? I pick the petulant child over the Nazi. Say both of you. That's not an answer to my question. You're still a petulant child. Okay, so then that's why I was trying to stop the Nazi by being the petulant child. Yes, I am. But that means I'm trying to stop the annoying than the Nazi. So you should support it because it's a lesser evil. So shut the fuck up, except.
Hello, moderators. I just want to say that anti-Semite you Sully, they meant to move me down. But Sully, all I'm doing is sharing
You've been given, like, we all know what is said, which is just bad.
No, it's deep. Here's the thing.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
You're cutting me
That's
off.
not deeper than that. You're actually quite a shallow person. I actually think you have the right idea. And I just don't know a lot of people want to hear that. If anyone does, please say something.
It's just an opinion.
That's just opinion. Your opinion sucks.
You have.
You can't just shut the fuck up, you worthless retard. Goes away. Go away.
Look at the Jewish man.
Look
Look at the.
who stutters.
Yeah, there's all kinds of bad people all around the world. You know, they say about the Christians' crusade, they're killing a lot of people. So, in the name of Christianity, you know, I used to hear that a lot from the Black Hebrew Israelites. So they say, if you are a Christian, you are a bad person because that happened. So, I mean, people do.
Does anybody know what the debate is tonight between Gavin, John, Parliament, and Piper?
No way.
The one debate I refer Piper in.
That's tonight? Or it could be tonight?
I think so. It's supposed to be Thursday, 8 p.m. Central Time.
Okay.
Sorry. It's
Gavin?
tomorrow. I'm kind of.
Okay, isn't it Wednesday?
I don't know why Piper's debating someone with brain damage. But
No,
what?
It is Thursday.
Why the hell would she debate Gavin?
It is
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, they're debating Gavin? That's funny.
Yeah.
It's like your fourth time. Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
That's just funny.
This is not even real.
Gavin's hilarious. I love Gavin.
Just to give you guys
I wonder how Frenchie feels about it.
just to give you guys heads up, the Piper is about to be decimated.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin's never lost. Gavin is legally under oath said that he has brain damage, so this was legally. Yeah, just think how embarrassing it is. Yeah, Piper loses to that. This is a win-win.
That would be embarrassing.
You know how embarrassing it would be for Piper.
What's the topic? I don't know what's the topic.
Because it was untrue.
This guy Piper knows a lot more than Gavin about physical. Holographic universe or something.
You don't even know what the holographic principle is, so that shows how much you know.
Well, that doesn't change the fact that that's Gavin's, the thing Gavin talks about all the time, which is my claim.
Holographic principle just says we're wrong that there's a physical universe which exists, right? Physicalism can't be true if the holographic principle is correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
The problem is that Gavin just reads like a 10-page rather than explain it in his own words. Which I don't.
my God.
Well, what about the rebuttal? Do they have like a back and forth?
I think it's going to be a 15-minute opening statement, 20 minutes of cross-exam, and then opening dialogue for like half an hour, and then 5-minute closing statements.
Mark, did you hear? Formal debate between Gavin and Piper tonight.
It will be live.
It might also just be really boring.
Yeah, probably.
Piper's demise will vibes.
You know, they're remaking another Street Fighter.
That sounds interesting.
And looks a lot better.
Are you good?
Yeah, like I was confused. Like back in the 90s, I thought Ryu was a American guy. I didn't know he was Japanese. Yeah,
Because the trailer came out. Oh my god.
yes, man, and they got some.
That's good. They're competing with Mortal Kombat. It's Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter. The 90s all over again.
Oh, yeah, Freaking, I don't know what happened, but freaking.
Well, like the finish and get over here, all that stuff is like, what's that famous thing from
Hadouken? They didn't necessarily have the best sound card. Because, like, they had iconic Hadouken. And they got Hadouken. Everyone knows Hadouken. 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 Yeah, and Chun-Li with the crazy thing. Like, they have good visuals. They have John Davis.
Popular.
And Blanca, did you see in the trailer that they had a freaking Blanca? You gotta see how they pull off a Blanca. That's ridiculous.
Wait, Blanca was a Street Fighter? She was a
he was Street Fighter, right? He was the one monster guy they had.
Music. Something about the dude with the orange hairs.
Yeah, green skin. Like Hulk, basically.
Is that
was it Street Fighter or was
That's
it
another one.
They had the Indian guy with the long arms?
Yeah, that was Street Fighter too. Street Fighter had kind of characters. I can take that. Yeah, with the blades and the mask.
That's Zangief or whatever. Or is it?
Zangief, yeah. Crazy Russian
Chess, yeah. But you know, I saw the effects inside the didn't look. I know what they were trying to do, but like,
they were trying to match the video game aesthetics with a lot of iconic shots. And like, what cinema's for? Yeah, let's see how they do.
Yeah, it looked pretty cool, but I mean, it's like they're just doing it too much. Like, you know, you don't gotta jump all the way up in the air to do the Hadouken.
Listen, if it looks good, then all is good.
I'm counting on it to be better than the last Street Fighter. You know, the last.
Right, that one's kind of an embarrassment. It's got campy charm to it.
You know, I can't believe they put Robin Shaw in there, man. I'm like, why would they do? Oh my goodness, man. They're making this one look more, you know. See, that's the thing about the video game adaptation films. Like, you know, a lot of these games back in the 90s didn't have, of course, they didn't have no story to them. So, you know,
right.
That's why it's so hard.
They're different art forms. That's why there's like a bit of a stereotype of cinema failing to adapt video games. They're good with books or novels or articles or history or old plays. They're good with plays, but like video games, it doesn't translate well yet. And most times they try.
Yeah, because I know the the first Mortal Kombat movie they did was like, I think it was like in the early 1992. Yeah, around 1992 or 98. I might be wrong. Nope, it was 1999. Yeah, it was the late.
Oh, 99. I didn't realize it was that late. So it came out the same year as The Matrix? Really? Are you sure?
No, because The Matrix
was wrong.
Yeah, The Matrix came out in like 2000.
The Matrix 1 came out in 99.
Was it?
That one I know came out in 99.
No, The Matrix came out in 2000. No, The Matrix came out in 2000.
Oh, it's 99. It's cool to see it. I remember it vividly.
The thing is, you probably remember the 2000 because it wasn't really popular. It didn't take off for a while.
99.
No, because they didn't have HD in the 90s.
Came out 99. I would definitely.
In 99, they didn't have high definition. They got high definition like in what, 2000, yeah.
We're all super computers that have the answers to all of our questions.
Oh yeah, that's time. You can just look it up. I'm looking at it.
Vita, do you think it's terrible that Muslims will kick you out of the room for saying that a woman's deficient in mind, even though it's in their scripture? Yeah, it's crazy. Some ladies came off, was a mod, started screaming at me. And I said, I understand that you can't track the conversation because you're deficient in mind. And she kicked me out. I'm like, literally quote your shit to you.
It's not in the scripture.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the hadith. Yeah, it is hadith. And hadith, the word said, by Muhammad, that you have to accept the words of the Sahabas. And if it's Sahih rated strong chain of narration, then you have to accept it. So yes, it is equivalent to scripture.
Said it was in the scripture, and it's not in the scripture.
It is scripture. It's scripture when it's equivalent to scripture. When Muhammad says, "You accept the words of Sahaba."
I agree with you.
Yes, I know.
As a woman,
Yes, the women are different chain of minds.
it's
Could have just said women are like the bell curve says otherwise. I mean, there's more at the outliers on the left and right for men, but like you can say women are more emotional. And that's my difference.
no, if you
Consider
include
the wrong.
anger as an
You can say when a woman's on her rags and she's bleeding out of her vag, they're more
you
emotional.
might not.
They're rational, neurotic.
Yeah, men are
What else can I say about women?
angrier than women, therefore they're more emotional. Because
Have you heard
anger is
anger?
an emotion.
Hey, I'm only talking about biological women who can have their periods.
Yeah, and I'm
Don't
talking
you
about. Do you
trans
think
women,
anger
that's
is
not
an
real women.
emotion? Do you think anger is an emotion?
Like Sasha and Piper are not real women.
Josh, do you think anger is an
That is
emotion?
mean, you bitch.
What'd you say?
So mean, bro.
No, how do you mean? No, I guess it's accurate. I can't wait till like Sasha and fucking Piper die, and then they excavate their bones, and they're like, "Oh, this is a biological."
Do you think they think that? Oh, it's gone. My turn.
Thank you, thank you. She's a lunatic.
There's a lot. We've had a lot of lunatics today.
I know, what did I get up to? Who's
I
rude?
think it was a full moon.
You guys let Agamemnon get away with saying some bullshit about the holographic crystal.
Alright. Boy, what is he saying?
Full moon's not for another 9 days.
I know. So why are all the crazies out now, Rabbi?
That it's
How the hell do I know?
physicalism.
It's pretty.
Well, I don't know. At least there's some order in this room. Like when it was really bad when I got in here.
Did you figure out what objective means, Sam?
Independent of minds.
Yeah, I think that's a stupid answer. I think that's a dumb answer.
Whatever. Okay, whatever.
Because humans made that definition, it's not objective.
No, I would say the following.
It's our subjective definition of objectivity, no?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We decide what's objective. Right?
We don't decide what's objective. We make a definition and then see
Who decides what's objective then? Who's the judge?
My God. Caleb, you know
Here's what I think actually, Sam. Right? I think it's like this. When I'm talking about, look, a mountain exists whether or not anyone sees it, right? That we might say is objective.
Right, and those are subjective or stance-dependent propositions. Right, and that's it's kind of this like stance-dependence, mind independence, whatever. Those definitions are confusing.
Try this sentence. Let's see if you agree with this. Even if objective truths are stance independent in themselves, we might say like metaphysically, our ability to identify, describe, and understand them is always stance dependent. You might call that epistemically.
No, I wouldn't say it that way.
Okay.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's just kind of, I think it's a confusing concept.
it's on how he's using it. You know, Caleb, who else had a huge problem with objectivity and subjectivity? Eleanor Hall. Because he was arguing for beauty is objective. It took a few hours, but he kept to himself.
No, I mean, again, like if you want to say that there are some kind of standards of beauty, those would be decided upon.
No, and to not you. You can't be doing this, Caleb. This has to be a Jewish thing.
Duh.
Wouldn't you say that, like, Citizen Kane is objectively more beautiful than Dude, Where's My Car?
Dude, Where's My movie I ever walked out of?
I prefer the novel. It's a lot better.
It's very sad. Yeah, this is starting to sound like, you talk about trans or gay people so much, you must be secretly gay or trans loving. But that's not a your generation. That's what this is starting to sound like. No. It's starting to sound like that from I would say.
Did you guys talk about how
Flag verse on the highway. Thank you.
were being
No,
racist?
no. Wait, I have something to add. What's worse? Your man's robbing the trannies or meeting up with them to sleep with them?
I think it's worse that you believe that he was going to rob them. Because somebody said, yeah, and so what somebody said earlier, I definitely, I definitely think you have a point. There's this two types of people, right? There's the ones that are going out and trying to look like these images of men that men are pushing forward like that. And then there's the women that see this and are like, fuck you. Like at the end of the day, it's the reality that the woman body, and that, I think this is all of it, the woman's body naturally as it is the 80s women, the women with the right, the proper curves, not the ridiculously comedic curves. Like, it's to promote that is, oh my god, the ant bodies is the real woman's body. We got guys out here that are saying they don't literally, when you say, how do we know? Because, like, they say it. At this point, women, we have such power. We can just sit on our ass, sit back, and listen. Why? Because they're going to tell you. They're telling you they don't like women.
Yeah.
They're telling you.
What you were doing.
Hold on.
We can't say it like that because he knows he's prescribed to not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What are you making, an omelet this morning?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to someone on Clownhouse?
No, I just had to turn the volume down on the other phone.
Oh, I was covering some more stories and some Florida fights and Alicia Forrest and all that kind of stuff. The reason I'm calling you is you actually think arrest elections are real?
What was that?
You actually believe that elections are real?
No, I think that the database somehow is using the registration roll. Like you said, it's like programmatic. It's like they're using software. Yeah.
I think it's a centralized program, and then just like because it's the art of fraud. Because you have to kind of make it look cool, and it doesn't look natural if you get 0 votes, right? Because you would have voted for yourself. And so I think it's just a total computer election program.
I don't know. My numbers seem real to me though, and Joe's at 900. Because, well, actually, if you
I think
look.
it's going to be more or less, and that's just a guess. I think it's like my 100. No one. I only told 5 people I was right. How the fuck did I get 126 votes? I didn't tell I was right. I tweeted about it after the election.
Yeah, you got thousands of followers though. That's
what?
You got thousands of followers in Cook County.
9% vote.
But the
Almost
one,
50% of those are Democrat Party, you know.
the Max Solomon one is like the giveaway, though. There's no
That's what
way.
I'm saying.
No way. No way.
Freaking way. No, it's but I just know from like because I used to cook numbers like when I was a Democrat operative in 2007 and statute of limitations. I could talk about it, but that's kind of the art. Is like we were faking polls, and you gotta like you can't if we're faking a poll for Dan Seals in this case, and I want to show that he was running in a primary against blanking on the girl's name, Julie Amos. He wants to show that he's up by like 6%. You know, if I said the polling says he's up 90 to 10. That doesn't look believable. Everyone's like, what the heck? It's like it's reverse. And so you intentionally try to get it close. And if you show that like in the Max Solomon case that 20,000 people were smart enough to write in a Max, but none of them chose me, that just looks bad. So I think they threw me 126 to just artistically it makes more sense. And same with you and Jolly. I think that's stunning. Your write-ins is to prove that Jolly are legit. And we might have gotten somewhere, like the way I think the program works is they say, here's the number, because you can do this electronically. And you say, here's what we want the results to be. If the result, because you're feeding the shit into the machine, like if the results are too far out of bounds, then start doing voter switch. That's a very easy thing to program. Say, hey, we need the outcome to be 55-45, margin of error 3%. If your tabulations are too far out of bounds, start doing switches. And I think that shit happens out of sight. There's like to like actually hack on election day, you have to have someone like at these schoolhouses with a laptop and internet connection and white vans. I don't think that's happening. I do think there is some manual voter fraud. Because when I voted, and when you were an election judge, this time I fucked up when I was doing the write-in. I forgot to write in Joe or something. I forgot. So I asked for another ballot. And they're like, sure. And they're all just like, kids, lazy, don't care. And I could have grabbed a whole stack. And I could have had someone like you, or me, be an election judge. And just every time someone's not looking, just like laundering the ballots. No one would know. But, yeah. But there's an Aaron Delmar blackmail scheme. I'm not sure if we talked about that. That's my next article.
So there's supposedly 600,000 plus voters in the 16 districts. 600,000 plus. Only supposedly 90,000 people voted. So that's like an 18% turnout.
Yes, that makes sense.
I mean, I think my number at 110 less the districts that didn't accept me as a
Okay, that's real. That's a very impressive number. That many people went out of their fucking way. Because like most people don't vote for that election. There's 30 different elections going on. So for those 100 whatever people to go out of their way to write in John Kitover is very impressive. Yeah. But I think it's a computer number. You could have gotten more or less. You could have gotten 200. You could have gotten 50. You could have gotten. We know you didn't vote for you.
So what they do is if it's a write-in candidate, it doesn't get scanned in. That means they have to manually look at the ballot, whether it's a printout from the digital or it's a hand paper, and then they have to tabulate and literally hand count 110 across all the counties, collate that, transmit that to the Illinois state. So it's like there's just no credibility. There's no transparency.
There's no How do we know that? Like, I'm really pissed off. I can't prove that one, I voted for me. Because I think it says I got 0 votes for U.S. Senate. I voted for me. How is that possible?
We need a ledger. We need like an unbreakable. We need an unbreakable ledger. Like this is just
every ballot needs like a receipt. Every fucking thing needs to say I can go back.
Yeah, we need a double accounting entry system.
It's not a Fourth Amendment issue. I want to see my ballot. Be my ballot to make sure that my vote is counted correctly. That's not a Fourth Amendment issue. Take it suck my dick. But regardless,
I love how Christine Maxwell and everybody's like the hottest new thing in politics is Max Solomon, a schizophrenic, homeless person.
Just totally bugging out. Were you there when he said he wanted to subpoena me? That was hysterical.
Oh my god.
I was being nice to him, and he's like, why don't you drop your 2 cases on you? Like, you know, he's like, oh. I'm like, I'm not even doing it. I just put my name on it. You know, someone else is paying for this.
And he's like, I'm going to subpoena you. I can't talk to you. I'm going to subpoena you. And I'm like, you are such a fucking clown. Did you hear about his story that he did before Ashley Ramos?
Mm-mm.
So he claims he had enough signatures for governor. And Ashley Ramos told me, she believes this, that he was carrying her signatures because he was her lawyer, you know, and he was going to submit them to Springfield, say we're a trip. And he claims that his car hit a deer. And all the, like, a bunch of his signatures and her signatures burned up somehow. Isn't that wild? And so Ashley Ramos got kicked off the ballot. And she believes that shit. That he hit a deer and his car blew up.
I'm here. So what was your Aaron Del Mar blackmail scandal?
So Dave Pritchard is the guy that ran for Palestine GOP, and has been a long-time Aaron Del Mar hater. Has been a big-time Del Mar review record leaker. And he was one of the very few success stories. He beat Aaron Del Mar's guy 2-1, like 70-30. And so like he beat Aaron Del Mar's guy. Dave Pritchard's running for the 5th District State Central Committee. And he said he wanted to remove Aaron Del Mar as a stain that must be removed from the Illinois Republican Party, is his quote.
Wow.
And so he's running against Del Mar. It's him, Ken Jokum, a Wheeling guy, and Del Mar running. And so I talked to Ken. Him and Ken made a deal. Say, hey, we'll just vote for one of us will drop out. Del Mar will be gone. We have enough votes. Pritchard had 18% of the vote. Ken Jokum had 15. Like, they had enough votes. And everyone thought it's all over. Aaron Del Mar's going to lose. Then day of, Dave Pritchard decides to vote present, and Del Mar wins. And everyone was wondering why. What happened, Dave? What had happened was, after the primary, Dave Pritchard goes to the Palatine office. Aaron might have been blackmailing or had some deal with the Palatine GOP office, because the rank was going to go from 1,000 to 2,800. And he lost the election, so he's like, fuck off, Dave. Pack your shit. And so Dave is going to the office late at night to get his retrieve his stuff. And then the guy, Aaron's puppet, the guy he ran against, this guy named George, who's like he's like in his 50s, 60s, but is very strong. And Dave is like a retired, like a very like tubby, out of shape. You're the one that said he had a deviated septum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you saw the video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the next day so then out of nowhere, the guy that got arrested decided to vote present, and then the allegation is that Aaron called him up and said, "Hey, we'll drop the charges if you let me win." Yeah, and then the other one that I'm talking to Shia Kapos later today, because you look at her playbook article she wrote on Aaron. It's the biggest fucking joke. She wrote like she releases a 5 days a week newsletter, Politico, just about everything going on politically. And the title of today's article is like Aaron Del Mar, the fighter. And it's just like the biggest puff piece about how great a person he is, and so I'm trying to see if there's something there too. So I'm gonna talk to that journalist. She's gonna call me.
Did you look at the Darren Bailey numbers versus like Ted Dabrowski and?
Yeah, it was really funny.
So like, based on those numbers, you could statistically forecast Pritzker's victory. Like they don't stand a numerical chance.
No, of course not. They have to win like every independent and then clone them a couple times. and then so the independent clones show the vote.
Bro, that video of Aaron Del Mar acting as Darren Bailey's
barbecue chicken sandwich, everything on it. Thank you. Which one are we talking about with the slapping the ketchup?
Yeah, dude. Like, could you be any gayer and weirder and like?
Shia Kapos says he's a fighter. He's a fighter.
Like, how the fuck Darren must be being black?
Have you ever done cocaine? I've never done cocaine, so I have no frame of reference.
I don't like cocaine, and I don't like the way it's
So you have a frame of reference, though.
I have a frame of reference to association with that chemical.
I've seen it. I think I was diagnosed to, but I heard it's very similar, Adderall and Coke, but Coke's more intense. Is that correct?
No, actually, I would say that Adderall is far more of a powerful stimulant.
No, quit though. I heard like Coke is like an hour and like Adderall is like an hour.
No. It's pretty instantaneous, but there's different types of Adderall. There's the instant release.
No, I'm talking about the lasting effects, like once it hits your system. Am I wrong? I heard Coke is like
too fast, it's out fast. And that's why they're always doing it all the time. I could be wrong. You know, it's no doubt. It doesn't matter. No point. So point being is that it's a lot of. I think a lot of it is just from my dealing with people that were cocaine or whatever got better. And it seems like when you're cocaine, you're delusional, and it's everything is success, and I want more, and I'm a brilliant. And next, I have the funniest joke ever. I have the greatest idea. We're gonna take over the world, like that kind of shit.
Yeah, for sure. It creates euphoria.
But delusion, right?
Yeah,
like you temporarily think it's like a good idea to get in a fight right now, or do more coke.
Yeah, it's definitely like you become like a rabbit bouncing around, you know, uncontrollable. It's because the brain, it's all just chemical enhancement. The brain just starts over acting. Yeah.
But that's how Aaron to me seems. Like he's just like coked out, and like thinking like in his mind, he thinks what he's doing is like brilliant.
I agree. And
that's why he's like, and Shy's a piece of shit. He's like lying about, you know, he said Christian Mitchell's gay. And then did you see that fake quote he gave about Brandon Johnson? Brandon, he posted a quote of Brandon Johnson being like, I hate white people, like that kind of thing. He never said it. He just made up a race baiting quote. But to me, that's like some cokey shit where he just saw that and he's like, and then he doesn't have a team, so he just goes straight to the Facebook or Twitter. But
yeah. Anyways, they're losers. He's a loser, and it's just so funny how like one loser, you know, can control the whole thing because there's just like no stop somebody's malicious like personal activity. Yeah, it's like how does one guy just keep managing to control everything? And it's really just because of his environment. It's the people around him.
No, it's alpha. I think if I
he's like showing Darren and his wife around. They're the real losers because they don't know they're getting played by this loser who's using them.
He's blackmail them. I don't believe it. They don't know.
Could you imagine?
Most of my negative articles about Darren came from the Darren Bailey shit you were talking about last campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Darren Bailey was the first one to criticize him publicly for the blackjack and hooker stuff, showgirl. Because Aaron Del Mar was the lieutenant governor candidate against his opponent, Jerry Rabine.
Mm.
So Darren knows, but I think so I wrote a whole article, and it basically was a huge fight because basically Darren Bailey's team was throwing a party with Aaron's team, and there was like teenagers there, and they were drinking, and DeVore's ex-girlfriend got in a fight with her, and the cops were called, yada yada yada. Anyways, there's a lot of like instances of like drinking and teens. Bailey had two gay young men who are like flamers now, like possibly three. Not even including the Greg Horton guy who like there's rumors on it, not confirmed. But the other two are like just very flamers, and they were Bailey employees. And then there were some party guys.
So that's where the blackmail's coming in, because
he's just saw one
So
time.
Bailey, you think Bailey's a bisexual and a swinger?
Well, he seems so gay, but like even if he's not gay, it's just reasonable to say that like Aaron could have snapped one picture, get one comment of him saying something off color. You know, I think Darren's gay. Do you think so?
He seems like Liberace gay.
He seems so gay. Like I don't think he's bi.
Oh well, he's got fucking kids. I mean, a lot of gay men get married and have families. You know.
That doesn't. I mean. Just sticking it in.
I'm just saying, like when it comes to Aaron Del Mar even getting the position. Yeah, I mean, but anyways, this is the funniest thing is it's like they know.
I could do the same thing because like you or I, if we were bad people, I could just call Bailey, like, hey Bailey, I'm looking to know you're a fag. I want you to give me $5,000.
It's not.
Support my Congress campaign.
See, if you're blackmailing somebody, you're basically like on good terms with that person because they've agreed to essentially join your evil conspiracy. Like they're like, fuck it.
It's mostly mutually assured destruction. It's usually not blackmail. It's usually like a wink.
Yeah, I would say the mad theory is more accurate. You know.
That's what I mean. That's the same. It's just kind of when I say demonic, I mean evil. You know. When I say, hey, I have a lot of phrases I use are catch-alls, but yeah, what I mean is something more like implied blackmail. Like imagine if we would have like really did some shit that imagine we like really partied hard, you know, and like we stole something.
All right, I gotta get going, but enjoy your sandwich. I'll call you later tonight.
All right, sounds good. Bye.
Okay, bye. Hello?
I love that you said no, it's not. I just take you to cat to the neighborhood. I don't have it in my house. I'm just the neighborhood cat colonel, okay? Unofficial neighborhood cat colonel.
That's wonderful, Nye. That's amazing.
Listen. Dr. Adams has a fair point, which is that we really should limit every 4 legs of animal that you bring to your house. It should be every 1,000 square feet.
Oh.
Keegan, I happen to agree with Keegan. Probably 3.5 years. That is just amazing. Ain't God good?
What a great idea. I never even thought about it that way.
It's 12:03. There'd be a huge.
So like if you're living in a studio, if you're living in a studio that's like 450, you can have a bird, right? You can have a fish. You can have 40 fish. I don't care. But once you start putting these cats and dogs, you better have 1,000 square feet for each cat and dog you got.
Mara, what's going on with the water from above? Any fix on that?
Oh, it's done. They fixed it. Doesn't happen anymore. They completely fixed it. Fucking finally. I'm very happy to hear about it too.
Good.
I'm gonna send him a gift basket or something.
Because it's not even just a problem in apartments, right? It's a problem in even my community where there'll be a house with 2,000 square feet and they got 14 dogs and 10 cats. And they just live outside. And I got a problem with that. I don't want to kill them.
Yeah, because it's the water runoff from it. Runoff from it is toxic. No, I completely agree with Keegan on that. There's a lot of people that have hoarding problems in general, but once they start fools in there, it can turn it.
You do realize when Keegan says he wants to kill innocent animals, that's a Ted Bundy type of statement. That's a sociopathic, psychopathic intention. Congratulations, Keegan. You win Psycho Clubhouse Award of the Day.
Keegan, please don't kill the animals. I hope you don't have a.
Listen, I'm not actually going to kill them, but I want to. I want to, but I'm not going to. There's a difference on acting on it or thinking about it, right? These are intrusive thoughts that I'm saying out loud. So.
Okay, let him vent. I will let these therapy guys, I will let him vent, then act.
Right. You got it. Let it out, sir. Just let it out. Get off my chest, man.
How about rabid cat that you keep?
Don't forget your power, white boy.
Rabbit.
Listen, about 2 years ago, I was mowing my lawn, and a little chihuahua ran up on me and started barking at me. Now, was I scared? No. Was I fearful for my life? Did I hurt it? No. But was I annoyed? And did I have to grab it and have it bark at me while I carried it back to the house that it came from? Right? I never
thought about raising the 2 wheels of that lawnmower.
I thought about it. I truly did. I really thought that this would just be an easy little solution, but I didn't do it.
He was probably running for his freedom. Shit.
You're probably right. I probably returned to a bad spot.
Next time, let him free like I'm a star. Give us free.
That was the right thing to do, Keegan. Just pick off the return home. That was smart.
I picked it up by the fat of
Because he didn't get violent.
little. Their defense is to just make a lot of noise. Kind of like short guys, right?
The Los Angeles Fleet Week is happening May 22nd through 25th, if anyone's close and cares.
Now, here's a hot take about animals. If you have a cat, now if your cat's already been declawed and you're just like it's a rescue or whatever, I don't care. But if you have a cat and you declawed your cat, you are inhumane and you don't deserve to live, in my opinion.
Of course. That's awful. Don't deserve to live. It's gonna be awful.
Yes. Don't deserve to live. We should declaw you.
I mean, maybe that's fair. They should lose the tips of their fingers, but yeah, they got little caps now. There's no excuse. I did.
Are you fucking ladies retarded? We kill 2,000 babies in this country a day. Maybe you got your priorities upside down. Cat paws versus baby heads? Hello?
Talking about earlier, well, we're obligated to have activations and be protesting against every little bitty thing that we can't even protest about multiple things at this point.
John, you know what moving the goalpost is? That's what you just did. You moved the goalpost. We weren't talking about babies. You brought up babies.
We were talking about babies earlier, actually, like kids and shit, little girls, so.
You know, I love it when people say, like, you have to be connective or sequential in communication, meaning that, like, if I move the goalpost, to call me out on moving the goalpost when there's no, you know, prior conditions that you can't move goalposts. It's like, that's still a nothing burger to say, oh, you're moving the goalpost.
Okay, theory, so y'all did nothing. Great. Thanks for times.
You care about the babies, John, but why don't you care about the children in Palestine, John? What the hell's wrong with you?
First of all, there's no such place as Palestine. There's this place called Israel. And secondly, I am concerned about all murder, not just baby murder. Hello?
Damn, we're moving the goalposts. Just, I can't even keep up.
And not anything else. Like, it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
But all I know is they keep cutting down trees in Brazil. Amazonian trees that have been around forever, cutting them down daily en masse.
Do you know underneath the Amazon rainforest is the oldest living creature on planet Earth? Do you know, and they're immortal, do you know what that creature is?
No, what is that?
Or maybe snake or what?
Termites, actually.
Oh, termite queens are so scary. They lay like one egg every, I think, what is it, like one egg every like 3 seconds or something? Just for their entire lives. Oh, that's too much. I don't know. This was a few weeks ago. I said that I was at the gas station, you know, those little ads, and there was like a little factoid. It was like the oldest living land animal, some turtle, 192-year-old turtle, and I forget its name. A week later, I saw that he died. That's crazy. So he's dead. Yeah, I think the oldest animal in general that we've ever found was some kind of clam that ended up being like 500 years old or something. Wow.
Yeah, not for cutting the trees down in Brazil.
God, could you imagine what that clam tastes like in some butter with some garlic and a little bit of lemon?
Probably pretty crusty.
Yeah, like I can only imagine. Yeah, because you know they oh God, I can only imagine.
I just learned the other day how large Brazil is. Like Brazil is almost as big as the United States. I didn't realize that. Do they have like states in Brazil? Like
Yeah. Yeah, they have all those things, counties and states and large cities and rural areas. And even, you know that Brazil, Rio de Janeiro has more diverse restaurants than New York City.
Interesting.
Pretty interesting. Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about going to Paraguay. I was just thinking about it. Nothing more.
You know, I figured out how to use some of these Waymos to my advantage. If I'm trying to make like a right turn and traffic is just coming in, I just see a Waymo and then just inch out and then it stops.
Stops, yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, I love these things.
I miss being in India. I haven't visited since 2013.
You say India?
Yeah.
Where in India do you go though?
Usually on the west side. Some rural places here and there, but also on the west side.
What kind of shit do you like to do there?
Well, usually it's residents in LA.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I see it then.
Yeah. But there's a lot to do there.
Isn't that where that big ring is? You know what I'm talking about, the cars?
They're around car ring? What are you talking about?
It's like this big old car cylinder or cylindrical fucking infrastructure that cars will go, they drive sideways, right?
I don't know sideways, but there's a highway, like sort of like a ring.
No. Okay, let me show you. Hold on, let me show you.
If you come close to the wall, touch your heels with your hands and stretch your body like this, then your hip flexors.
Italian food in India is so cute. I like that.
We'll see this.
No, seriously, like I personally don't like Indian food at all. So like if I ever went to India, because I would like to see Taj Mahal. If I ever went to India, I would just like to know if I can get Italian food.
Most likely, probably the best of this you can get it.
Oh yeah, they have like Olive Garden, right? Or something.
Most likely,
Yeah, they have Olive Garden and Bahrain too. Abu Dhabi,
They have
Bahrain.
McDonald's, then they have
McDonald's, yeah.
See, I don't have a problem with that. Like, I really don't have a problem with, like, you know, yeah.
What do they do? Curry pasta?
I haven't been to an Italian restaurant in
Oh, so you can still get, like, normal, like, American food.
Yeah. We usually don't mix pasta with Italian food.
You should have like hamburgers and stuff, you know.
Hamburgers are tough.
Yeah.
You should go to
It's a hit or miss in some other countries.
That's true.
Most states in India don't allow consumption of chicken.
Oh yeah, you can't eat cows, or in some places, right? They don't eat cows.
There's only one place. I know there's one state. There's like Kerala if you go to the southwest.
So then that's why I mentioned Italian food, because that's one of those things where it doesn't really offend too many cultural delicacies.
I know we have Chinese food. We have Indo-Chinese fusion. So the food is good in India, that's for sure. Almost hard to find. What do you guys think's gonna happen? Do you think you guys are gonna become like Russia, like censored and everything?
think in 2 years, we're going to get a new president, and some things are going to change, and the world's going to sensationalize it, and we're just going to live amongst it and hope for the best.
You do realize that if Kamala Harris would have won, it would have become a closed society. We were living under censorship, and if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz became president, everyone would have been issued a vaccine ID tracker. It would have gone digital, not paper, so there could be a full accounting that everyone is mass vaccinated with an experimental mRNA spike protein gene modifier. You do realize Kamala Harris would have ushered in the end of America. Donald Trump is liberating America. Kamala Harris is a domestic terrorist. She should be arrested along with hundreds of other corrupt politicians. Hello?
Trump, that's for sure. I understand the job definitely is a lot of demands, but I have a favorable view of Trump now.
Yeah, well, you know what I can do? I can still go on the internet and speak freely now. X has been bought by Elon. Meta has de-restricted. Zuckerberg is no longer a protean fascist vaccinologist hosting Dr. Fauci. Maybe he learned he was scammed by Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Operation Warp Speed. Yes, Donald Trump may have delivered it to us, but he didn't create it. That was created at the Pentagon in conjunction with Pfizer and other military industrial war research. But Kamala Harris and what was happening with censorship, it would have been total communication lockdown control, full vaccination. It would have been a horrible nightmare.
Yeah, what should have, what it didn't.
Yeah, I agree with you. And here's the thing. Like, California has its culture and its, things with technology, but that doesn't mean the entire U.S. needs to, bow down to, what I mean? So I agree with you. And that was actually my concern, too. After post 9/11, I was like, shoot, I have all these tech giants in California. What's going to happen? So here I'm in Michigan, on the auto industry. And they're using embedded systems and not, like, operating systems. So something's going on.
I'm back once again.
Welcome back.
Hey, girl.
Thank you.
Everyone have a nice drink of water.
Yes, drink your water. I'm actually going to walk. I'm going to go move my derriere.
That's a great idea.
I'm going to start going to the pool at lunch, y'all.
That's a great idea.
Right?
Yeah. It's great for you. All my calculation.
Yes.
We're going to get to the swimming pool.
I think the swimming pool is exactly what I need every day for lunch.
Have you heard of a sliver pool?
A sliver pool?
It's mainly for people who are swimmers, like Olympic swimmers, but it's a sliver of pool. It doesn't take that much space, and you can pull.
Like swim laps?
Yeah, well, not laps. It pushes water at you. So it's like a constant. Swimming against the pressure, but you're not really moving. Like that. It's called a sliver pool, but it probably has a second term.
That's like a swimming trainer, type of Olympic trainer something.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Made of wood.
Is it really?
Yeah, a little bit from the Yeah, that's where you get your slivers from.
I'm going to start walking to the pool every day for lunch. I think it's a great way to break up the workday.
I wish I was swimming right now.
Why don't you try doing some basic yoga moves like a hip stretch, rotation, hamstring pull? You got to move that body. Take some deep breaths. Don't just go to the pool and drink a cocktail. Can't drink on the job,
I want to get sunshine. I want to get vitamin C and vitamin K
And breath work, girl.
Yes, I want to do some breath work.
Love that.
It's a great lunch, and I work from home, so I don't have to worry about coming home and jumping in the shower real quick.
That's good. That's a new breath. And you keeping fit is good. Do it more. We should all
We should all be a little more fit. Yeah, exactly. We should all be a little more fit.
instead of doing it. That is how I'm gonna spend my summer, y'all.
Yeah, I walked a little bit yesterday. That's all I got right now, but I'm gonna walk more today.
I'm gonna start Monday. I want to get cool just a few more days to warm up with these warm days.
I'm going full hot bath with my aquatic system at my house. It's gonna be freaking nice.
What do you got? What are you doing?
Well, it's something that won't physically be
Is it like landscaped or something? Or is it like
a gas chamber? What is it?
Stop!
Baptism was anti-Semitic. That was a joke.
You're just derailing. Anyways,
I think I'm gonna stop being a chronic sufferer of idiot fatigue. I think I'm gonna stop.
I went to Claremont College. It's the university of my friend. She's a librarian at, and she does like archival shit. It's a very beautiful university or college or whatever. It's a bunch of, it's like multiple colleges. Like there's a men's college, a women's college, and then some others. And anyways, the campus itself had so many fountains and water features and just these botanical areas that enclose in like the Spanish style of the facade and all that jazz. But rose bush, it was just so gorgeous. I was taking so many pointers for when I get my forever home. I'm gonna have like a promenade and flowers and roses and vines.
I love this.
Cherry trees and grapevines. Oh, I can't wait.
It's the vines for me. Like that. Oh, me too. I love the vines. Okay, so my brain is, I'm sorry, not to digress. I'm trying to worry about my hair turning green. Is it something I can put on my hair to keep it from turning green?
Yeah, you wash with purple shampoo. Actually, you get purple shampoo, you put it a little bit in your conditioner, so you have like a soft. I also wear a hair cap. I actually wear hair caps all the fucking time.
I don't like to wash my hair every day. That's the only other big pain in the ass. Dealing with stuff every day. It takes me less than 5 minutes to walk. So that's 10 minutes of my lunch hour. How long do you think I gotta swim for it to be physically beneficial? At least a half hour, right?
No, like 10 minutes, especially if you're just starting out. If you're not like a strong swimmer and you're just.
I am a strong swimmer.
Okay,
I am a strong swimmer.
Okay, then maybe I guess like 15 minutes. You just gotta get your body.
Honestly, half an hour is good. You just got the last maybe like do like a certain amount of
It's only weekend prep to join with Christians across the country.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, girl, touch your body. See what works for you.
You could probably do like the pool and sauna after or something. Like kind of mix it up.
So that's one side of it. It's very funky shaped. It's kind of like
Oh yeah. Oh, so you can go from here to there to there to here.
yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful poem.
Yeah, it's plenty to get a good enough workout in and be like all freaking over it. And then just 20 minutes. 20 minutes to shower and clean up. So okay.
Doggy paddle, keep your hair
right.
dry.
Right.
Yeah. That's nice. That's nice. Cool.
I think it's really good that you're doing that. I actually want to start martial arts. I didn't know. Well, maybe jiu-jitsu. But I think I want to start with maybe like something else.
Thank you, Kitover.
I'll do my Wing Chun or I'll entertain Taekwondo. I don't know. But then later on, I'll go to jiu-jitsu.
I just want y'all to be the best version of yourselves.
Me too.
And speaking of working out, Liberty, you started bouldering, huh? You did a boulder sesh. Tell me what you thought.
Yeah, I've been bouldering for like a couple weeks now. It's
Oh my god!
It's like the most fun exercise I've ever done.
Oh my god! I'm so happy for you. That's fabulous.
Yeah, my second favorite way to exercise is racquetball. But racquetball is like so cardio intense where like
you feel like you're gonna throw up, you know, when you haven't been in it for a while. So the nice thing about bouldering is it's like you can kind of go at your own pace.
Right, you can take nice constant breaks.
What's up, guys?
It's really nice. I'm happy.
What's up? I'm loud.
I'm always surprised though, like how long
What's up, Rafi?
just sitting in the bowling gym.
Yeah, just sitting there, just trying to get your life back together, right?
I didn't notice I was mic'd.
Because I don't do that. Like when I go, maybe it's because I'm a newbie, but I'm just like, I'm here to climb, I'm gonna climb. I'm just like, I climb one, and then I climb another one, and I climb another one. Like these other people, I'm like, they just sit there for like 20 minutes talking to their or whatever.
Are they like you though? They're like slender, and they probably maybe have like, you know, some weight on them. It's difficult for me because, you know, I have a little body on me and all that jazz, and I have like little arms and stuff. So when I try to boulder, I do need to take a little bit of break here because oh my god, my hands are so red, and my arms.
Yeah, I'm like built for bouldering, you know, where it's like
this is you, girl.
It's like really long arms, long legs, like no 0% body fat, you know.
Yeah, this is your sport.
Joe.
Have you tried the jump climbing and all that jazz where you have to leap from one handle to another handle? Have you tried doing things like that? Yeah.
Other than the extent when I went to Sky Zone once. No,
Sky Zone.
But I would. The one thing I wish I had near me is like an American Ninja Warrior gym. I would love that, to be able to like swing around and climb on things and do the warp wall and all that.
Try a bungee room too. They have those. The one they have here in New Jersey, you can like suspend and then jump into like trampolines and shit. It's fun.
What they have, I mean, I don't know if it's near you, but they have like LA Fitness and what else? Lifetime. Both of those have those like walls you can climb.
Equinox too. Yeah, we had one on ours. But when you go to a rock climbing gym, you know what I'm saying? When there's just so many different styles of climbing, it's really fun. But it is a lot of chilling. So go there and expect to chill, you know?
I don't have shit for lunch. I guess I'm having ramen noodles and some fried eggs.
Not the ramen noodles.
Yeah. Are you guys doing like saving for a rainy day type of thing? Like, you know, for like 3 or 6 months of food and stuff?
Like, no, I don't have the space for that.
Yeah, no, me either. Not food.
Yeah, I don't have the space for that. It would be nice, but, you know, it's just not reality for a lot of people.
I think I have
We'll go to the press and issue receipts for auditing and authentication.
Don't forget ammo.
And
Now we have the ultimate shield. The Cook Island.
I figure I can use them tomorrow too.
Yeah, I want to play it too.
Lover boy.
In my experience, seeds don't last very long. Like depending on the seed, you know, like spinach, for example. Like if my spinach seed packet is 2 years old, I'm throwing that thing away. Like there's no way any of those are good, you know.
Oh, see, I read up on that, Liberty, and it says to keep them in the refrigerator.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that helps, but I'm also just like, I don't know, I think when I actually put myself in the perspective of like,
Says that 79-year-old John Avonshire was found dead last night in the Durham Nature Preserve Lake Forest.
last week, he was charged with possessing child pornography. She owned that home alone, that home alone house rather during the movie's filming in the 1990s. An autopsy is scheduled for today.
For the most, I would say, for most of the first like 3 to 6 months of that world, you would survive primarily off of raiding old grocery stores, raiding warehouses, like. Yes.
Do you know what Texas, Florida?
If I was gonna stockpile anything, I would.
After in live entertainment, venue is a winning team. That's why I invested.
Benefit of both of them, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I know he's not an immediate fix, but I feel like it would be a long-term.
I would steal Z-Packs. I would go straight to the clinic and steal Z-Packs crazy. Like, oh,
you're right.
Antibiotics.
Yes.
You can find me. I will.
I feel like in that situation, like.
China just built an army full of agents. The Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on Capitol Hill Wednesday, where he was.
You have a huge garden plot. You already have like meat rabbits. You already have a population of chickens with a rooster. Like in that situation, you're gonna be okay. You know, like because you already are kind of in a cycle where you probably already have food canned. You already have rabbits that are ready to give birth. You know, like I just I feel like if you're it's true that they don't take up much space and there's really nothing wrong with saving heirloom seeds. But I would say if it would probably, I don't know if you do a lot of gardening, but I feel like it would be beneficial to at least practice, gardening them to make sure that you know how to do it.
I want to grow my own herbs this year, like in little flower boxes.
Because I was shook by how hard.
You better get those seeds in the ground. You ain't gonna have enough time.
Wow. Yeah, gardening is very difficult, actually. I do it, and then it's like a constant watch. I have a celery that's
why is NPR Flag Funded disparaging
that just split. My avocado just split, y'all. You know what's coming up next, baby. A little sprout, a little boop. We're going to buy myself a little avocado tree. It's happening now. New York City, too. Because growing changes by climate, by soil. There's a lot of different things that go into it.
That little sprout on top of the avocado.
I'm so excited. It just split, so I came back from LA.
I know I'll be attacked by the left, call me white supremacist, but I have one ask for them. It's just when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
I'm trying to probably get a funnel. My cilantro is doing really good right now. I have an onion. I have 2 green onions. My basil is fucking killing it. Killing it so much it's taking over my other plants because it's so invasive.
This is great. I know I'll be attacked by the
Roots are so space. You know what I can't grow is still.
Yeah, I can't grow down.
At the end of the day, I have 3.
But yeah, I liked growing mint. I had a chocolate mint.
This is great.
That was fun.
Something that I saw today, which I think is taking a lot of people by surprise, is Tucker Carlson. He's apologizing to his.
Chocolate mints. I never heard of that.
Yeah, and so I would, when you have your mint, and you have to slap it.
Something that I saw.
Or spank it, so that it releases the oils really well, and you can put it in your drink or whatever. So that's what I would do for cocktails and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that idea. I think I want to grow mint. That's nice.
It grows really fast, and it grows a lot everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Time to
Like if
build.
you were to do biological warfare, sprinkle some mint in your yard and let it.
Honestly, instead of having grass, I'd be down with
In Miami, with the owner of 11, Mark Roberts, too popular to matter of background. How are you doing, Mark?
Doing amazing. It's nice to have you here in the greatest city in the world, Miami.
We've helped develop that. Now, how much real estate we've developed out here?
Oh, gosh. Say 40 acres.
40 acres? How many thousand
Why do you
units?
think you're having a hard time with dill? Is it because you're trying to grow it in
15,000 apartments built here.
It's a pretty shady spot,
There's a place in Monterey, California called Lovers Point. The original name was Lovers of Christ Point, but now it's become, they took out the Christ, it's Lovers Point, and it's really, Monterey is a very dark place now.
Yeah.
A lot of witchcraft and the there's a place,
One that I had a hard time with was peas. I just felt like I got all my peas all at once, you know, and then it was just like, okay, like what am I supposed to do with all these peas? And I guess I gotta like blanch them and freeze them, but then it was like, I don't know, and I felt like it was so much work, you know, to like deshell them and whatever, and you get like one bowl's worth of peas, and they were amazing, you know, like they're definitely better than like the store-bought ones. But it's just like, well, this is not worth it.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, actually.
What's up, Kelly?
Oh, I'm tending to personal affairs today, and it's so good to see you all and be in this room with you while I'm doing that.
We're talking herbs.
Hello, herbs. Can you grow herbs in a window? And
Yes.
I'm probably going to research this because I came into the conversation at the end, but I want to grow something, but I need to research it for my two cats. So.
Yes, you should do things like parsley and oregano and rosemary is really big. Basil, yes, that's another really good one.
Cilantro
Or cilantro, yes. Yes, coriander.
I think I'm gonna start growing some lavender and then drying it and hanging it in my house.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
It's nice.
Does it attract
Lavender's good for keeping other stuff away too, I think. It's that, and there's another one. Why can't I remember? Marigold. Maybe it's marigolds.
Yeah, I think marigolds are good for like rabbits and deer, I think.
Yeah.
That's right.
My problem is woodchucks. That is my enemy number one in my gardens.
You don't like woodchucks?
Wait, let me preempt King Nuff. Sorry to hear that.
I have a live trap this year. I'm gonna try and catch him and release him somewhere. But yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that.
he eats my kale all the way down to the base.
I'm sorry to hear that.
How many woodchucks? Good woodchuck. Chuck. What?
And traps at one end, and then you flood them with water at the other end, and they float up into the little trappy trap.
You can, but in this case, I don't know for sure where he lives. He just like comes into my yard, so I'm just gonna like set up a trap with something he'll want to eat, and then
Like a squirrel trap, yeah.
The hard part is I gotta not catch my own cats.
Everyone give a heart to King Nav.
The Bolsheviks should be held accountable for what they did to the Russian Empire.
Why is everyone giving a heart to King now?
Because he did his one joke per day, and now the clock starts 24 hours until his next attempt.
Oh, is that how that works?
Where did this one joke a day?
On two. On three.
Yeah, I'm not buying into it.
Yeah, sounds like a joke to me.
Prediction markets like calcium.
A full-on investigation that the scene on the Bolsheviks for what they did.
No, that's like it. Oh, wow.
Has anyone heard of Leonardo Joni?
And last thing.
No. She's a comedian. She's been banned from a number of clubs. She's being, I watched an interview with, or part of it, with her and Jesse Lee Peterson.
What'd you think?
Well, I like her comedy's funny, but she's also quite knowledgeable as to most of her jokes would be considered anti-woke. So she's actually pretty knowledgeable about what's been going on, etc., battle between the left and the right. Pick a word to describe all of that.
I stopped going to comedy.
And the last thing, did you hear there's also a grind at her? I'm going to say the singer.
Got boring.
And last,
Anna Gadsby. Yeah, she was awful. And I think we know the kind of comedy you're talking about. It's not funny at all. It's like, oh, isn't it funny? I mean, what comes from the left, like Hannah Gadsby, is like, oh, isn't it funny that men are stupid? Ha ha ha. Oh, isn't it funny that Christians are stupid? Ha ha ha. There's no actual joke there.
That's what it's becoming. And
yeah.
I have a hot take about like old head kind of comedy too, like Dave Chappelle even Dave Chappelle by name. I went to go see Dave Chappelle live for comedy maybe a couple of years back. And I think that the first maybe couple times it was jokes, a couple, sentences, a couple, whatever, anecdotes he was giving was jokes. But then eventually it just turned into lecture and like how the industry treated him. And it just continues to be kind of that. Now we watch a stand-up and it's still that. I don't know. He's just jaded, maybe. I've noticed something that old head, like Marvel, whatever her name is.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't. I mean, he will still make me laugh, but that's exactly it. I forget Chris Rock. It's funny. 20 years ago, Chris Rock in his specials was talking about stuff, and it's funny how what he's talked about never, like, it hasn't gotten any better. But I haven't seen his special. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, they gotta move on. And even Bill Burr. I think Bill Burr, some of his comments on his podcast lately or in the last year have gotten, people are like, where the hell did this come from? But he's still finding the jokes. Like he might say something political, but he still makes a joke out of it. So it's not like the Dave Chappelle, oh, I'm just going to sit here and lecture people.
Well, Alan, what did you think about George Carlin toward the end of his career?
I hated George Carlin. I really never.
He's the same way.
Oh, I love him.
I do too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it.
Footballs.
I get it. But he became more of a social commentator. Some of his stuff.
Hey, gold is down, and I'm here to buy something back I sold to you a while back.
He's still happy because a lot of stuff he's not down.
Do you have the makeup box? Still?
What do you mean? The makeup box?
The makeup.
How we use language and, change the it wasn't necessary. we can have inspirational data and other evidence. To know what it's going to be. Something like that. That is a good example, but something along those lines. The point is, like, she just made the point. The problem, like, women comedians often get criticized for not being funny, and her comment is, and she said it's actually easier for women comedians because if you're just a little bit funny, people will laugh. The problem is most women comedians aren't funny.
You get him, Alan.
Yeah, that's right.
Women are funny.
So separate question. Has anyone seen the Michael movie?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
Michael Jackson. I don't know. I'm seeing all these reviews on it. No spoilers, but obviously it's his life story, so we already know the story. But people are saying Jafar Jackson did awesome.
Don't fall for it.
George Carlin, I thought was like a brilliant comic, and I don't use that term lightly. And toward the end of his career, he certainly like changed his style and became, more of a commentator who used a little bit of comedy thrown in. Unlike Bill Maher, who's always been a comedian first, and he has actually become more famous as a political commentator, but he always kept the core of it. With comedy as the baseline. But George Carlin, if you watch some of his older sets, not like the sets toward the very end of his life, but maybe 10 years before, I liken him to like the Eminem of the comedy world, in the sense that like the words he uses in the comedy are so like tactile and calculated and exacting, and like every syllable and breath is planned out in the way it's delivered. It's truly like taking that art form into like its extreme end.
I would agree with that. I can appreciate what he did and the way in which he did it, and everything you're saying is true. It was just, again, to date myself, but I remember seeing him as a kid, early on, and then at a certain point it's like, yeah, but you're changing, and at first it was fine, but then ultimately for me, like, I go to a comic. If I'm listening to a comic, I want to laugh. And if I'm not laughing, well, then you're not a comic.
I have another one for you. What about Jackie Mason?
Wait a second. The Jewish comic?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing him a lot. I know who you mean.
Mm-hmm.
He certainly had a shtick going. And
Beverly Hills. The only place in the world I'm embarrassed to have a Cadillac. My sister came over, she pulled that thing in the driveway and said, "Get that thing out of here."
Yeah, see, if you really want Jewish humor, you've got to go to, look up an album, When You're in Love, The Whole World is Jewish. And it's an album of entirely Jewish shticks. And then Jason Alexander, I'm going to guess 5-6 years ago, recreated it in Hollywood. And I actually went to it and ended up sitting next to him. He was in the back watching it. He produced it. And so I had a conversation with him about, because I said, yeah, I remember, like my parents bought the album in the 60s and, talked to him about it and talked about some of the skits that I remembered. And, parts of the album are funny, but yeah, Jackie Mason was funny, as I remember. A lot of the comedians in those days came from New York, and they all did the Catskill Mountain circuit. Did you watch, by the way, The Wonderful Mrs. Maisel?
I watched part of it and I liked it, and then for some reason I didn't continue it, but I did like it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was. This is. No, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I mean, it was really well done. Really well done. I mean, the costumes, the music, everything, the amount that went into it. I kind of didn't like the end, but that was.
Hi, do you guys do a walk clinic, or do I need to make an appointment to try to see a psychiatrist? Yeah. No, I don't. That's why I'm calling. Okay, so. So I have to come back. I mean, it's not like I can't get a prescription. I can't get my prescription filled the same day. It's like. Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
The Wonderful Mrs. Maisel. It's not a Game of Thrones ending episode. Let's put it that way. Not that I ever watched Game of Thrones, but the fact that everybody hated it. And it's certainly not a Seinfeld last show either. So.
What happened with Seinfeld? I never watched it. What was the?
The final episode was, the premise was some guy was getting robbed, and the four of them did nothing while he was getting robbed. So they get arrested, and they have the trial, because they're actually, there is some New York law or something that you're supposed to help people who are in trouble.
They weren't in New York, Alan. They were in another state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a two-part ending. It was a two-episode ending.
Yeah, and so the whole final episodes was them being in court, and of course Jackie, whoever it was, the lawyer, black lawyer, who was a spoof on Johnny Cochran, was defending them. And then it was a parade of past celebrities who had, guest stars coming in and testifying how bad they were as people. And then in the end, they ended up being convicted, and the four of them are sitting in a jail cell together.
And the part that was so unsatisfying to every viewer was that the last scene is them just like, okay, we're in jail now, and then they kept saying, okay, so we got a year, and we'll be back. 1 year, and then we'll be back. So people took that as a coded message to me, and they're taking a year off, but then they're going to continue the show. Like, that wasn't the case.
Huh? Because that sounds kind of funny to me, like wrapping it up with lots of past.
It wasn't bad. I didn't hate it as much as most people. So
It was hella funny. It was just basically a trial about their moral character. Everybody who they've ever wronged or shortchanged over the years and shit. The Soup Nazi and Wayne Newman.
Soup Nazi.
Yeah, all of them came back to testify against them.
Right. He's like, I lost my business. Yeah.
There's almost like I feel like How I Met Your Mother was another one that people really hated the ending of. I never watched it though.
Yeah, I think I saw that, and it was like, but really, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, and when I watched the Seinfeld one, I thought, well, yeah, this was okay, I got it. But I think the disappointment is they expected, I mean, when you consider that some of their episodes were absolutely brilliant and you know, really, really funny. It wasn't like, I think maybe people expected some especially wacky plot twist or bizarre, you know, whatever, and it wasn't that, so.
Hey, Alec, did Man Hands ever testify against them?
I don't think so.
That would have been fucking hilarious. I love that fucking episode. That is still the funniest fucking episode ever. Fucking Man Hands. She got hands like a clockworker. He's sitting there busting up the lobster and shit.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's no bottle opener. Here, I got that. Yeah, I think that they not probably thought of it, but that was all done with, you know, close-up cuts of the woman's hands. I don't know how they would have, you know, how they would have done that for the court.
You talking about Seinfeld?
Yeah.
Oh, I like the Soup Nazi one because the Soup Nazi's still, or not the guy itself, but the spot is still there, and the directions of where you're supposed to stand are still there, and how you're supposed to move. That's my favorite episode.
Right, and of course, like the most famous relic of Seinfeld is that diner on the Upper West Side that they always went to.
Sandy's, yeah. I've been to it. I think it's 87th or 86th, 82nd? 82nd?
Something like that. And the sign is this because in the show, they just took an image where it said restaurant, and that's like half of the sign. You know, I think it's something restaurant, but yeah.
Oh, they're opening this Central Park here, an actual coffee house. They should have already, but they're actually going to build one.
I think the targeting a 90s coffee shop could do well.
How did they get the naming rights to it?
Say again? The naming rights to it? It's probably owned by the studio. It's probably owned by the studio.
Or licensed.
Or licensed to shapes. Or something.
The bar, I think I've been to the bar that Cheers was filmed in before Cheers ever was, you know, was a thing.
I believe you.
Alan used to play in the grass fields in the area that eventually became the Erie Canal when it was still grass.
Yes, yeah. Well, I've been to the Lexington, where the first Revolutionary battle was, you know, where the Revolutionary War started. But anyway.
Oh, you were there for that?
Yeah, I was there for that. But
anyway, you take responsibility for exterminating the mass.
Yeah, see, I was actually behind the guy, and I bent down to polish my shoe, and I hit his arm, and that it accidentally shot off with the first shot. So.
Oh my God, you were the one that knocked off the nose from the pyramid guy, right? That dude.
Yeah, that was me.
Alan,
it cleaner and I had it shit, so I said, oh, let me get that pedal out. The whole thing came
So
out.
you were
Hey, Alan.
one if I land, two if I see, right? That was you.
Hey, Alan. These pretzels are making me thirsty.
These pretzels are is that supposed to be?
Hypnotic induction or something?
Wait, what?
Are making me thirsty.
I'm literally gonna see who's cultured and who's not.
Kramer.
Yeah, that sounds like a norm.
Wait, let me throw something at you to see if you know it as a randomly, bro.
Am I right?
We were just talking about it.
Oh wait, I missed it then. What were we talking about?
Wait, we were insulting Alan by calling him old, and then Adrian comes in with the Seinfeld reference.
I think that's a Cheers norm thing.
No, it's Kramer.
Kramer.
Oh, Kramer.
Yeah, he had a cameo or something, or a small speaking role in a Woody Allen movie. And Woody Allen? Yeah, Woody Allen was shooting a movie outside of Jerry's apartment. And they casted Kramer to be in the movie, and he only had one line, and that was, "These pretzels are making me thirsty." And he just kept rehearsing that fucking line.
Oh, the episode?
Yeah.
Yes, I kind of remember that now. I learned an interesting. Someone had mentioned knocking a nose off of an Egyptian thing. Yeah. I learned a thing recently because I just love to debunk crazy facts. Where someone it was when I was at the actually technically I'm debunking Cheyenne because she was the one who said it. But we were at the Met and we were at the Egyptian exhibit and like everything had no nose, right? Like at least half of all of the figures had no nose on them. And she was like, "Oh, I actually heard about this on Instagram or whatever. That this is because of like white supremacy. That like the Greeks or whatever didn't like it when the Egyptians had Arab-looking noses, and so anytime an Egyptian statue had an Arab-looking nose, they would remove it because they wanted to preserve the idea that the ancient Egyptians were like white adjacent." And I was like, that sounds off to me. And so I did some research, and it seems like there's two things that happen, or three things that happen. One is that noses and ears are very easy to break off and are like subject to erosion. Two is that actually there was a practice in ancient Egypt of breaking the nose off of statues because the idea was that the mouth was closed, and so the only way that the statue could breathe was through the nose, and that the statue was meant to contain the spirit of the person who died. So they would knock the nose off to kill the spirit that lived inside the statue.
Oh, wow.
And that tomb raiders actually did that also because they had heard that
they wouldn't get cursed.
So they were trying to prevent being cursed, so they would also knock the nose off. And then the last thing was maybe that was it. I swear there was like a third thing where there was like a culture that was knocking the noses off or something, but yeah.
Alexander the Great.
Sounds like
His people used to chop the arms off of statues and things, so maybe Alexander the Great might have pulled up and been like, chop.
But yeah, definitely not royalty.
I hadn't heard that.
So what did she say when you told her that you're finding?
I mean, she's not like a libtard or anything, so she was just, she likes to hear facts as much as I do, so.
Yeah, I find that interesting.
Nice.
So I saw on Instagram is an automatic red flag for me.
Right? Yeah.
Facebook
And
is
I'm like,
worse.
wait a minute, is that elitist snobbery? Because I'll get that one. I saw it on X, and oh, you saw it on X. That's just funny.
What's amazing is the different reactions. There was this video of this woman, she was in a bar. She said she overheard three guys talking about how to cheat on their wives. And she said she sat there taking notes so she could describe these men so she could put it on TikTok. I looked at the video on TikTok, all the comments were like, "Oh my God, you're the best, and you're a girl's girl, and even though my husband wasn't there, I put him on the couch for the night." Twitter, they're all like, "Mind your business, shut the fuck up."
I was saying, why is that bitch not minding her business?
I posted, I said, "My friend
when I hear wild shit like that, I always say they're probably writing a script. They're probably writing a script.
Yeah, I said that. We used to tell my friends all the time. We say the wildest thing. Like imagine some fucking asshole listening. Like, oh, I'm gonna fucking call her out on TikTok and she,
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that was a Seinfeld episode as well.
There were so many. If you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, you're like, that was him.
Yeah.
Oh, my husband loves that.
Oh, I love her.
Adrian, you're outside too. I can hear the wind.
Oh yeah. Leaving the golf course.
Yeah, I got a brand new Canadian tuxedo.
Wait.
Oh, go on.
Adrian,
What's up?
I've heard you speak for years on this app.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first I've heard. Do you play golf?
Yeah, I play golf.
Dick?
Adrian, why does O.J. Simpson play golf?
Why is it fascinated that Adrian sang this song?
Alan goes to a country club. They don't like those people.
Created an image of a person based on what they say on this app. And everything you've said, Adrian, does not jive with, oh, I'm walking back from just playing golf. I'm just sorry.
Golfers are not a monolith.
Alan,
Yes, they are.
Alan,
Sorry.
you know what I have in my garage right now?
What?
I have a big fucking box with about 1,000 golf balls in my goddamn garage, right? And when I'm not at the course, I take my club and I just go out on the river and just turn it into my own personal driving range. Like seriously.
You know I'm teasing you, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, Alan, what kind of activities would you expect Adrian?
But think about it.
Play basketball.
Does it jive with the kind of political statements and gotchas that you have made? You know, I won't even try to recreate them. But yeah, you sons of bitches. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I've got 18 with my other pals at the country club.
Nice.
He's gonna go
Have a
take the
great
cultural
time.
sensitivity course first.
Yes.
So, Alan, my joke is, why does O.J. Simpson like golf? It's because he gets to hit something white.
Oh, I'm with a black man playing golf. You know.
Actually, the balls are multicolored, so I got some orange balls, some white ones, some red ones, some green.
As long as you still got your balls.
Only balls I don't
So
have.
are you trying to say with the choice of colors of your golf balls that you're supporting the rainbow community?
Hey,
Is there a subtle message that we should get from that statement?
every ball is equal to each other.
He's an
Equality.
equal opportunity
Yep.
whacker.
Yep.
Ball whacker. Yes, thank you.
Equal opportunity. Each ball get bow.
Well,
You get the whack. You get the whack.
Adrian, I can't promise that in the future, that if we disagree on a point, that I will resort to ad hominem attacks and call you a golfer. I'm sorry. It's just too funny, actually.
Deal.
It's onomatopoeia that is a word that sounds like a sound, right?
Yeah, onomatopoeia is.
Monica, do you know what an alliteration is?
Yeah.
So sad. Simply say so.
Funny face, Freddy fell face first, 5 feet, 55 freaking floors.
I have big news, everybody. We just got something in the mail. We got a new Canadian tuxedo. All right, everyone, PTR. Got a new Canadian tuxedo in the mail, guys. I'm collecting them.
Why is Canadian significant?
I don't. That's just what I know them to be called. I don't even know why they're called Canadian tuxedo. Just denim.
That's the way it's cut.
Yeah, I know it's the set. The denim set is considered a Canadian.
Oh, look at you!
Thank you.
I thought you meant a literal tuxedo, and I was like,
It's a Canadian tuxedo. It's denim.
That sounds like a slur to me. You're definitely rocking the cute housewife look.
You love it, right? It's cute.
No lie, I thought we were talking about you. You ain't got a new cat.
Yeah, Jarl's a Canadian.
Oh, awesome. Canadian tuxedo. Jarl himself is a Canadian tuxedo. No, but a tuxedo cat is also very cute. That would be cute.
Yeah, tuxedo cat.
A Canadian cat. It'll meow like,
another tuxedo cat.
Oh, too funny.
What was it like? That's like a lot more.
It's a Canadian joke, honey. We're saying like if a tuxedo cat came from Canada, it would meow like hey. That's all we said.
Meow me.
What are you talking about?
I was talking about like long words from perspective.
That's cool too. We can talk about that.
alright, this Clubhouse Karma and I are gonna fight.
Actually, no. Excuse me, Monica. I have the definition of Canadian tuxedo. A Canadian tuxedo is a slang term for wearing a denim jacket or shirt paired with matching jeans, creating a denim-on-denim outfit. It originated in 1951 after singer Bing Crosby was denied entry to a Canadian hotel for wearing denim, prompting Levi Strauss to create a custom denim tuxedo for him.
Nice.
That's a great story.
So we can give Jarl a hard time about how prejudiced Canadians are that they don't let Americans wearing denim into their hotels.
Wake it up!
I think the credit is due to marketers at Levi Strauss who used comedy as derision in a super effective way that lasted generations.
Well, absolutely. They saw, Bing Crosby was huge, and they saw an opportunity to make money off it. Thank God for capitalism.
And Vero's supple breasts continue the tradition to this day.
I'm fucking screaming! Shut up,
Derisive, you stole that.
Hold on, Derisive. You're about to get removed from the room because A-Check called Vero a cunt earlier and he got tossed. So be careful. Too much flirting.
A-Check needed that though, honestly. He was doing way too much on me.
He was doing a lot.
Wait, the Sudanese guy?
Derisive, would I be correct in saying that you stole the supple breast comment from the original Airplane?
I did see the original Airplane recently, although I don't remember that line in particular, so maybe, through, my subconscious.
Yeah, you remember, what's this, Robert, I forget it, Robert Hayes is sitting down, the steward, he's sitting with everybody, telling them his life story, and the one, older woman,
oh, my bad.
Yeah. Those golfers, they're such snobs. They just...
Don't get derailed. Airplane joke.
Yeah, but in any event, so at one point, the woman looks at her, and she goes on, and that with her comments, oh, yeah, she's very attractive, and something, and the comment is, pouting supple breasts.
Okay, yeah, that movie's good. And that word is just a dictionary definition of it.
HI called me a cunt in the chat. I have a screenshot of it too.
What did he do that for?
I think he got moved down or something, and it's just because like I don't know, he just started getting kind of rude after a while. And so when I pulled back, as politely as I could, I didn't call him an asshole. I didn't call you. I was like, you bitch ass motherfucker, nothing. I was like, you know what? I don't like
French kissing of the dogs.
It's like the French kissing of the dogs, and I was like, I would never go to your house. He's like, my wife would never let you in. I was like, oh, you just made that fucking weird. I'm just gonna pull back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull back.
He's used to doing everything his way, and when he can't have it his way, he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
You're the obstacle.
Okay, it's definitely. Anyone want to guess what like the denotative meaning of the word supple is? It's not anything, by the way.
No.
It's not how it's used. It's not how it's used connotatively.
Soft and cushiony, no?
No. So. Okay. I'll read a few definitions. Readily adaptable or responsive to new situations. Capable of being bench folded without creases, cracks, or breaks.
That's my breast.
Able to perform bending or twisting movements with ease. Easy and fluent without stiffness or awkwardness.
Yeah, that's not my breast.
That was like a tip and Shipley's.
Alright, okay. No, I've seen with that athletics, aerobics, and stuff. She was very sub.
It's answers.
Answers, for sure. Thank you, Derisa.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
That's funny shit, bro. It's okay. Oh my god.
Submissive. Callie's got a definition in the chat too. You want to read it or me too?
Supple.
You read it, Monica.
Go ahead, Monica.
Supple is derived from the Latin word supplex, which means submissive, kneeling, or humbly begging.
It's more like y'all are more supple for these breasts.
I try to remember. Isn't suplex a wrestling move? Suplex? Yeah, isn't it when they turn upside down and drop them on their head, the suplex?
Yeah, that does sound familiar too. My goodness.
Hey, can I discuss the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, real quick? I don't want to move the goalpost. I know I'm moving the goalpost.
I want to talk about this too, John. Go ahead.
So I asked Grok, has anyone from Southern Poverty Law Center been arrested yet? Have any trials been set? Has anyone officially been arrested? Not one motherfucker arrested. Not one motherfucker. Why aren't their doors being punched in, kicked in? Why aren't they being dragged out on fucking camera like they did at Mar-a-Lago and to stone down in foot? Where are the fucking arrests, Cash Patel? Oh, it's almost Friday. He must be getting his drink orders ready. Hello?
In their pajamas with the like busting down the doors, the midnight raids.
Well, see, the problem is, Alistair, is that this DOJ and FBI are competent, so they're not just going to rush. They're not just going to rush in, as they said in the news conference. It's an ongoing investigation. So they've now served the indictment, and they will now continue to build their case and to get more facts, interview people, etc., etc. And when they're ready, we hope and we expect that they will make specific arrests with specific people. But I share your urgency and I can't think of another word. But I share your passion in this particular case. Yeah, it would be nice if we saw the Republicans do to the Democrats what the Democrats did to Republicans during the Biden administration.
Well, hold on, I don't want lawfare. I don't want persecution or vengeance or revenge. I want justice. The Charlottesville Unite the Right rally that Heather Heyer was killed at, ran over. Like, funded by the group that says it's anti-hate. Right? Southern Poverty Law Center has records that indicate it paid leaders of the Unite the Right rally.
Yes, Monica.
It's validating, Alan, because we've told people all along the number of white supremacists. The demand for white supremacists exceeds the supply. Gavin McGinnis said that.
Say that again?
The demand for white supremacists exceeds the supply.
Yes.
Right.
They have to manufacture them.
Everyone on the right learned about this one day ago, and of course instantly had a fully formed opinion about it, which I find not intellectually robust.
Hold on. Well, make your point, and then I'll refute it.
So, I mean, there certainly is the narrative from the right about it's a problem reaction solution thing. Yeah, they created the problem so that they could justify the existence of their organization to keep existing, which seems a little too convenient. I'm going to sit back and wait until the details come out about this. But, it's another one of those things where the left has one version of the truth and reality, and the right has another, and they're both so dug in after learning about this issue for literally 5 minutes and knowing nothing about it. It's anti-intellectual all around.
Okay, so Charlie Kirk posted before his death, the Southern Poverty Law Center is a hate group. They've targeted fellow Americans for abuse and scrutiny because they didn't like that they had so much power and influence. 8 years ago, PragerU did a video, a 5-minute video, on the group, the anti-hate group that is a hate group, calling out the Southern Poverty Law Center and their shenanigans. So this is not something that's new to many of the conservatives that were paying attention, even though there are indictments that came out yesterday.
That has nothing to do with the charges. Like, you can say it's a hate group all you want. You can say you're a bad group. I don't disagree with any of that, but what you just quoted has absolutely nothing to do with they're paying people to pose as patsies in these groups or whatever. Nothing.
I'm a big fan of them. Except for the second prong of their attacks.
Soldier Boy lured me into the laboratory and immediately shut the door behind us. Before I could even figure out what was happening, the army went beforehand, and I felt no fear after all.
I'll be out here in 30 seconds.
The Soldier Boy triggered the mechanism. A strange glow suddenly filled the room and told me it was enriched uranium. I thought I'd been locking superhumans in this chamber for experiments, testing whether they could survive the radiation from the atomic bomb detonation. An ordinary person would be dead within seconds of it. Before long, my family began to run away. Furious, I tried to blast open the cell with my laser vision, only to discover that the door had been specially constructed. It was completely impervious to damage.
Where are you going? I'm gonna go destroy any B1 that I find.
I ain't even anything. A bunch of kids fucking staring at me. It was only then that I finally understood who he truly was. I had assumed Soldier Boy was accompanying me to the lab to search for the original compound V as a matter of father and son loyalty. What I never expected was that the whole thing was a trap made specifically for me. The moment we had walked in, I had noticed the bodies, countless of them. What neither of us realized was that the moment we entered, some unseen force had quietly begun to take hold of our actions, guiding us without our knowledge. Under its influence, I had spent the entire journey towards the Soldier Boy relentlessly. I had dug up every trail to drive his way into Bond's experiment. All I had to do was
gives to us, which
you
is
don't know shit about me. Really. They think you're the training conjecture and find our side. After lying that I described you to the tape of our officer, you have lost yourself. I lost myself in the pleasure of mocking him, completely oblivious to the fact that he was leading me straight into an experimental chamber. By the time I realized what was happening, it was already too late. Soldier Boy knew that radiation couldn't kill me. He simply wanted to teach me a lesson. But what I never anticipated was that at my most desperate moment, Butcher suddenly appeared before me. He guessed in an instant that Soldier Boy was behind it all. Looking at me writhing in agony, he started to laugh.
You think you turn up? Disgusting. No, brother,
Said the turkey, all alone when nothing likes you. If you did get the juice in you, I think that makes you a good watcher. I could see exactly what he was doing, using this moment to drive a wedge between me and my son. Butcher sneered that I was nothing but a pathetic branch starved for love, that I lacked the spine to do anything except beat my own son Ryan half to death. Only a worthless piece of trash would stoop to something like that. When he finished, I laughed. Fighting through the pain, I forced myself to my feet. He's alive. Because he's strong. Because he's my son. Son of God. You ain't no good. I told Butcher one day I would get my hands on the original Compound V. And when that day came, it would be the end of all of them. I promise you, before I die, I'll fucking have you. This was the first one I ever did. Such a thing.
And that, therein lies the problem. And then that's compounded by the fact that they opened up fake bank accounts or bank accounts with made-up names in order to anonymously funnel money that they receive from donations into the hands of those white supremacist groups. And then worse, we're directing the leaders of those organizations on what to do and how to protest. It wasn't like, okay, we'll pretend we're someone else and we'll just give them that money and hope that they do it. They said they were telling them in Charlotte, do this, do that, do this. They helped them organize that. And so the moral outrage on top of everything else, which I think is warranted, is the fact that they propped that organization up in order to increase their donations and to increase a narrative that helped benefit their donations.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's what the charges are. All this will be adjudicated in court by armies of lawyers. So, yeah, I mean, I anyone who knew nothing about this topic 24 hours ago and then suddenly became a legal expert in nonprofit banking laws, I find very suspect.
Listen, all I know is that if there's anyone who knows anyone in the Southern Poverty Law Center or any other profit, I am looking to make some money. I am willing to be the informant. Please and thank you.
Keegan, you stole my joke. You beat me to the punchline. I'm very upset.
But you're Armenian. They might not even take you in now. They'll take me in.
No,
listen, they'll take me in. Please give me money.
Actually, Keegan, Armenians and African Americans have worked very closely together.
That's my point, Alan. Why I'm saying white nationalist groups won't take you in, Alan. I'm saying I will be the informant for the white nationalist groups. They love me. They will take me in. I am their brother, and let's me make some money.
Yeah. You know, you just rained on my parade. Here I thought I was going to get to like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're right. I'm Armenian. They won't take a dirty Middle Easterner like me. It's so depressing.
All right, let's bring some new voices to the stage. Cowboy, Othello, how are we doing?
I think we're really in the twilight zone. We got SLPC funding white supremacist groups in the same time that we're finding out that Netanyahu funded Hamas. Crazy.
And the CIA has funded so many others. I mean, Othello, when are people going to wake up? Because I know you're one of them who's already awoke to the idea that, guess what? The federal government and all their proxies, whether those are nonprofits or whether they're the three-letter groups, are not for American interests. They are for division. They are for control, power. We have to get rid of them, dismantle them.
I'm not so sure Othello was actually being serious or...
No, he wasn't. And no one talked about Israel for the last 2 hours, so we're not doing that bullshit.
No, I was very serious.
Big conversation, I think that's right. What do you guys do with the weather?
Just follow the money line to the Qatari banks. they're trying to put a wrench in the US dollar dominance. They're saying they're going to accept the yuan, which is going to create like a difficulty for the US dollar to remain constant.
Wait, what? Wait, don't use innuendo. If you're going to say something, make a specific claim.
Sure. So I heard the UAE or Dubai, basically, they're trying to accept. They're giving, I guess, people in countries the option to use the Chinese yuan instead of the dollar. So they're trying to open up the market for the yuan. And in the process, it might be a little bit of a difficulty for the U.S. to remain dominant, especially for the petrodollar. That's what I heard.
Okay. I would like you to find a way to say specifically what you're talking about, because you're talking about a general idea. Dubai wants to be the Singapore times the Hong Kong of the Middle East. So I'm sure they want to be completely open, laissez-faire capitalism for any financial instrument. So that would be their interest.
Do you think the U.S. government should bail out Dubai and the Emiratis by giving them a cash infusion for a taxpayer expense? Hello?
Is that on the table? I don't think they...
Yeah, it's on the table. Also, Trump is bailing out Spirit Airlines, our new national airline. Isn't that exciting? Go Spirit!
I just heard that the deal fell apart with JetBlue, and now they're going under. I didn't know that.
No, that was years ago. Now there's a new deal. But guess who owns Spirit Airlines? A bank. They owe the money to the bank. So the bank is looking for a bailout. It's not the airline that needs a fucking bailout. It's a bank bailout. Hello?
Yeah, you know, the other thing I've heard is lately there's been this big resurgence about how Gaddafi was actually a good guy, and the reason why the U.S. killed him and went against him is because he was trying to undermine the petrodollar. And what this particular person in this video reminded me of, and reminds everyone else, is that he was funding terrorism throughout the Middle East. He attacked the Lockerbie jet crash. He was responsible for that. There was some other flight that they hijacked, and another plane that they brought down. He was cruel to his own people. They had the police. If you spoke up against the government, they would arrest you, torture you. You might be killed, or you might be let out as an example to anyone who spoke up against the government. The list goes on and on and on, and he openly declared war against the West.
God, it sounds just like what the Biden administration did to all the January 6ers who were just trying to protect their liberty. Hello?
Yes. They say that about Saddam also. They say that he was threatening to sell oil to Europe in euros instead of dollars, and that's why
Yeah. I mean, and it's all, well, they really didn't hate him. They talk about how benevolent he was, that you could get free education, you could get, you know, all of the benefits, quote unquote, but looked at another way. The only education you could get was through his administration. There weren't competing colleges. You got your education through him. The population was entirely dependent on his programs, and everybody knew it. And anybody who protested, in any event, the point is he's being painted as this benevolent leader now, and really what's behind it is his son wants to be brought back into power and wants to be the ruler of the country again. So this positive PR campaign is being brought up.
Alan, I hate to bring the bad news to you, but his son has been killed. You're not up to date with your news about Libya.
I know they killed his son. Now, did they kill the other son?
No, the other son wasn't in political contention. The son that was trying to become the next leader was murdered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me Google that for you. We came, we saw, he died. A.K.A. Hillary Clinton, A.K.A. Caesar.
Yeah. I'm gonna send an email to the University of Wisconsin for a potential program I want to do. I'm not sure if I want to go for my higher studies, but something tells me it's if I want to do it, I should do it now.
Yeah, never wait on education. If you finish your undergrad, go straight into your graduate degree. Just don't wait. There's no reason. Just go all the way until you reach the limit.
I should have done that when I had the chance, but I did. I just got my couple bachelors to start working. But you know what it is? I want to do my higher degree now, especially with all this AI and everything. You know, I want to be able to integrate it properly. I have a really good use case for a lot of stuff. So we'll see.
I, have been doing a lot with AI, and Meta has recently acquired an AI company called Matu, and you can build apps in it. I mean, with a prompt, and they're good apps. You can build websites, flyers, sheets, anything with basic prompts, and it'll extract the information from your website, from your Facebook profile, from your Instagram account. So, I mean, like, all these software developers, all these web designers, graphic designers, those jobs are fucking dead. Dead. Do you know how big of the economy that is for people for the past 20 years that have been working in digital marketing, etc.? It's over. I mean, you just can't compete.
You know, there's a creativity factor being taken away, right? So yeah, go ahead.
You know, on the hardware end, Alistair, there's a guy, Rick Beato, Beat with an O. And now he does music videos, but his claim, which I kind of agree, and I'll tell you why, that eventually the technology used to run all of those AI models, that the computer powering for the home computer will increase to the point where you won't need these huge data centers, and you won't need their computers to run the AI models. Right now,
the most exciting thing that is going on right now between the United States and India is the drama of the technology engagement, which is incredible. Let's remember, even though it got only some attention, Prime Minister Modi hosted every single one of the dominant technology companies, every single one, for 3 full days. He gave
his response with the 4 of them linked together. It took about 2.5 seconds to get a response, start getting a response from the AI he was running on those 4 programs. So what that means is ultimately it'll go the way that music studios went. It used to be you had to go to a studio with $500,000 of recording equipment to get a quality recording that was ready for the market, ready to be released as a record. Now, hardly anybody goes to a real studio anymore. Everybody does it in their home studio, and it's this guy's claim.
Have you heard the John Kitover band, Alan? I started my own AI band. It's called the John Kitover Band. I'm publishing on all major platforms. Suno.
But thank you. You're not the only person.
See, Alan, this is as like a music consultant, you know, I talk to musicians every Friday, Saturday night at my favorite bars, and I show them how to create AI music and how to create different brands, either associated or to completely create new music brands. And so this is the problem with complainers is they don't understand that they're already behind the, you know, they're behind the times, and they need to become more creative and expand their creation and stop complaining. Hello?
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? It's all about the creativity aspect right now. And then the other part will be integration with our lifestyle, right? So like well, for example, I work in the auto industry, and there's a company called Nuance or something. I don't know. I don't want to say its name, but they have a specific way of like where you sit in the car, you hear a specific audio tape or like audio. Like if you listen to one station, the other will listen to another station on the radio. You can hear different things. So now the next part will be like adapting this technology for the users, right? The user interface with AI. But right now it's all about like the creativity. They said, you know, and a lot of people are talking about like, you know, do it now so you earn your name and you earn your fame and you earn your wealth. Because you know, whenever like reset or whatever is going to happen, at that time you'll be in a higher position than the average person. So I don't know. So like everyone's like running for this. It's sort of like new gold rush. So just putting it to work.
Yeah, I mean, I see. This is why I kind of like in 2026. I'm like, you want to go to college to do a master's degree? Why don't you just do something? Because you're gonna spend a lot of money putting money into the school and the teachers' salaries, and those teachers are already behind because AI solves basically all problems. It's just really a question now of like organizing the people to use the AI for productive purposes. For example, the Iranians, if 100 senior scientists in the Iranian regime had a team of, let's say, 3,000 sub-junior, you know, scientists and developers, researchers, chemists, etc., they could actually probably go fully nuclear within like 30 days and actually prevent a ground invasion and a full regime change. But they're too stupid to actually do that, you know, because, I mean, we've killed all their leaders. So, anyways, what I'm trying to say is, Alan, let's go into business and start the new Alan AI Music Corporation. What do you say, Alan? Because you spend so much time here talking. While we're talking, we could actually be creating product and distributing it and hypnotizing hundreds of thousands and millions of people with Alan AI music. And we could usher in a whole new era of recloning old music and just making it our own exclusive IP and delivering advertisements with our incredible AI.
But I'm tempting after, but I'm going to have to say no to you, and I'll tell you why. No, I can't. I don't have my Don Corleone voice right now.
So, Alan, I don't know. Do you know what the Charter of Medina is?
No.
It's the Constitution of Islam that Muhammad put out. You should look into it, and you can realize that it's the exact same recipe and instructions to start a mafia gangster, organization with a don at the top, with 10 captains, your sub captains, your soldiers. It's an org chart. That's what the Constitution of Medina is. And it's so easy to debate Muslims now that I finally figured out what the Islamic Constitution is, the Charter of Medina. Once you know that and you realize just how unfair and ridiculous it is, it makes Muhammad look like the biggest fraud and scammer of religious history of all time. Just look into it. Go to Wikipedia, type in Charter of Medina.
Oh, thanks thank you for sharing that. I'm really interested in seeing that. That makes a lot of sense. Because when you look at it historically, when you had like the Mongols, you know, in the interaction of their attack on Mongols, they were successful because they were always releasing that like 1,000 soldiers, 10,000 soldiers, etc. Well, like when you look at why is that? This waste the organization, the organizational strength that they have. There's really nothing more. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Well, I always understood what Islam was before hearing about this, but but thank you. That only confirms what I already knew. Did you read the Godfather book? Not itself, Rich. I mean, John. No, Rich, John. Have you read the book? You there?
Who, me?
Either you or him.
Have you read what?
The Godfather book.
I have, yes.
Yeah, so you, then, I don't know if you remember, but at the end of the book, Michael gets the Bible from Tom gives Michael the organization's Bible. And what he discovers is that a lot of the businesses that the Don is helping and giving protection to, that the Don would initially go, and he was the one who would be threatening those businesses anonymously. And then he goes in, he would go in, like they would start giving this shop a hard time, and then the Don would go in and say, I hear that, this other group, you're having a hard time. We can make that stop. Just pay us protection money. And then they would get protection money from that group. And that's how he built up the business. You create the problem, and then you provide the solution for it, which is exactly what the Southern Poverty Law Center did. Here, we're going to fund these groups, and then we will be the solution for it. Look at all of these racist attacks. Give us money. So it's a shakedown. That's all it is. But yeah, I gotta read it. It was cool. What was it called? The Congress of Medina? Well, no one's here. Anyways.
Well, is Vic Zed still here? No. Everybody left. Anyways, I wanted to say one more thing about the Charter of Medina. The Quran is the propaganda of Islam. The Medina Charter is the political science apparatus of the Ummah, or the in-political group against the world. And all you have to do is read the Charter of Medina to fully debate a Muslim, and you don't need to go any further with your life. You could stop right there and feel completely content. Because let's say you're at a city council meeting and there's a group of Muslims in the community that now want to build a giant mosque and get special taxation or some type of special accommodation. If you want to debate them legalistically, all you need to do is pull out the motherfucking charter, the 66 amendments of Islam, or the 72 or whatever the number is, and go line by line and show how it's a mafia organization that uses blood money and intimidation and no legal judicial system whatsoever, no jury trial, no judge. It's just God and Muhammad. They decide. And if you don't like it, it even says in there, you have to abide by the fact that you don't like it. It's so fucking insane and stupid. And when you compare and contrast it with the historical legacy of jurisprudence, the Magna Carta, the Constitution, etc., all these incredible Enlightenment documents that the West has created to value the self as opposed to Muhammad's Ummah, It just makes you realize that Muhammad is a fraud, a scam artist, and that the entire religion is based off of mafia, gangsterism, intimidation, principles, and tactics. It's just fucking right there in the charter. So you could debate all the religious, spiritual, historical stuff like Ezekiel. You could go into all the bullshit that's in the Quran, but every Quran should have to have the Medina Charter in the beginning to explain the historical, legal, and political science legacy that Muhammad set up in his scam. So, I would love for Migzad or a lawyer to actually use the charter against Islam legalistically in like a debate, because a Muslim, a Mohammedan can't stand up to the fucked up laws and the dictates and the all or nothing statements of the Medina Charter. I rest my case. Hello? Aurora. Are you prepared to be my sorceress's apprentice?
I'm really good at being the sorcerer's apprentice, but obviously I've done it before. Actually, I've had princesses myself.
So I just want to say something about the title of this other room that I'm in. It's called Our Relationships on Clubhouse Real. And I just want to say, no, they're not. And in fact, many real world relationships that you have in your own personal life are also superficial and not real. And there are a lot of highly annoying people out there. I'm one of them. It's called a HAP disorder or a HAP syndrome, highly annoying person syndrome. And that's one of the reasons why we're not successful in life, because it turns out that highly annoying people get shunned and pushed away because they're highly annoying. But it doesn't.
It's actually not highly annoying. You just need better marketing and the right partner. That's the truth of it. Maybe a little bit of like softening the extremely masculine energy that you exude, calm it down and make you more successful. But
I don't think it. See, the thing is, I don't think that'll work because it's a very crowded field of very general, bland people. And I think if I want to be successful, I have no choice in this environment but to be super stimulating and make all or nothing statements that supersede. Oh, my friend is here. So what'd you think, my friend, yesterday about that interaction with Sam Rosen? Like, I thought that was, pretty interesting. What'd you think about my projection analysis about ad hominem projection?
Yeah, I think it's very true. And I think that I will say this, the more that I love myself, the less desire I have to be a jerk to others. In high school, in college, in my early 20s, even my early 30s, I think that I was much more of a jerk. And I think that I often did project. And I think that, we do project onto others. And I think that's true. I heard Sam this morning, he was flying off the handle again. And I think that he's just embraced that character at this point. He's just like happy to be a clubhouse crash out boy, and it's sad, really. I like Sam. I don't really have a negative thing to say about Sam. So I like Sam. He doesn't like me, and that's all there is to it. He might even like me. Like you said, he's not even talking about me. He's probably talking about himself. He doesn't even know me well enough to like me or not like me. So he's just projecting. It's just pure projection.
I just want to say thanks. I was there
for info. The Medina stuff. Congress of Medina. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, be sure to read it line by line and then think about it through like Western lens or just what's fair. Meaning, like, if you get a proclamation from your new warlord that says you will contribute to our wars or we'll kill you, but couch it in like mystical verbiage in the last sentence, it's such a scam. It's historical and it's shocking. Where you're like, what? This is the real Muhammad. This is the Constitution. This is the law. This is Mohammedan law. This was his first attempt at declaring law. And when you realize that this is what people in 2026 are still going off of, the Medina Charter, you're like, just figured something out. Because I like to argue about God and the prophets and the stories, etc. But no, now I'm just interested in the law. Let's talk about Mohammedan law, and everything else you say, you can just shut the fuck up right now until we get through the law. Shut the fuck up until we get through the law. Done. And then you realize that's the only debate. All the other stuff is just spam. It's just spam.
That's not trying to get the upper hand of power. Like when you're talking, debating about them, there's always trying to get the upper hand of power. And like you said, it's just like the same thing, over and over. They have the same statements. It's like a lawyer, 100%. It makes sense what you're saying. Is what I'm trying to say. Like because like I'm coming from India, so we have this like whole philosophy culture of question and answer. You can ask questions, you get your answers, and you can debate. Like that's inherently Indian, and also Western too, from like the Greeks, So like
Yeah, there's no parliament. It's only Muhammad and the Allah. So that's the other thing, is in the charter it says if there's a conflict, Muhammad is the sole arbitrator, or his believers. All non-believers, it's just incredible, the claims, the all or nothing statements, and how like a Muslim today will never even actually read it. They don't know it. It seems to me like if you want to be a Muslim today, you have to know nothing about the religion and the history of Muhammad. So that's one of the defining characteristics of faith, is to just be ignorant and stupid. See, I want certainty. This is what science gives us: certainty, not faith. And I'm not saying that faith doesn't have its place in religious practice and in creating fun and joy. But when you realize that Muslims are all or nothing bullshit artists, fraudsters and scammers that want to make you an out-group to their in-group, they're ignorant. They don't know that there is no in-group, out-group. There's just the one group. It's all connected. And they're, that's why I say it's a fraudulent, terroristic, mafia, gangster religion dedicated to pernicious jurisprudence. No justice, no transparency. Here's your fucking blood money. Now shut the fuck up or we'll fucking kill you. That's what it says in the Medina Charter. Hello?
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
I just love having the fattest pussy in all of America. It makes me happy. Are you sure about that? I thought I had the fattest pussy. You might have me beat. Can you quantify like the fatness? I can do that for you. You want me to PTR? Where we are? Is this who we are? Is this where we're at? As a culture? Is this who we've become as a people? It's crazy.
Mood statement or mood statement?
The statement is mute. I really want some Parmesan, like something Parmesan-y.
Have you thought about scratching your scalp and then licking your fingernails? Hello?
That's gross. That's crazy. Whoa. Head and shoulders. They're knocking at the door. You know when you see those people out in life, and the dandruff is just all over their shoulders and their back, and it's like all over their jacket? they could be itchy. It's like, yo, are you aware of this? Like, who in your household let you leave the house like this in the morning? This is not a good look. And they're like working in Macy's and they're like wearing a suit. They're wearing like a suit jacket in Macy's trying to help you buy jeans. And they're covered in dandruff. And you think, excuse me, sir, if I needed help buying jeans, you would be the last person that I would ask. It was funny. I thought Jose was going to be into that statement, but he left.
He was off to get his Parmesan cheese. Hello, Monica. Well, thank you for letting me bring up the Southern Poverty Law Center today. I was shocked because I knew that none of those people in the photo of all those employees in the meeting room at SPLC were arrested. I knew no one would be arrested. So I wrote up that grok query this morning, and sure enough, not one fucking arrest. So isn't it kind of ridiculous? The fucking FBI will come on television and tell us about the fraud, the theft, the money laundering, the criminal activity of leftists funding right-wing extremist groups so they can conduct operations. But not one fucking arrest. I'm getting really angry. Like that the FBI is not arresting anyone of note. Nobody of note. I mean, and we want to see the tears flowing from the eyes of these leftists crying out for justice when they themselves are hardcore manipulative criminals. Hello?
Hello. We have Anne in the audience.
It's an honor to do that. You're the client that went on to commit mass murder.
So, Rabboni Shalom, it's Thursday, and I'm the worst procrastinator I know, but every time I try to do what I need to do, I'm always met with this voice and the sound that is like, basically Clubhouse in the real world. I hate to say it, but it's always like a black woman saying, well, what the fuck you want to do that for? It's like, well, why the fuck you think I'm calling you? Hello?
What are you going to do that for? Why are you doing that? Oh, I don't have to be here until 2:30. What a relief. Maybe I'll go buy a doobie. Should I go buy a joint from the joint store?
I gotta tell you something that, like, if you're gonna just smoke cannabis, which does absolutely have major health ramifications, smoking does, whether it's a vape, a cigarette, a pipe, it doesn't matter. But if you don't mix your psychedelic experience with a good psychedelic book, well, I hate to tell you, you're wasting your body on an experience which isn't going to get you as high as you could get if you read a mystical book. Am I right or am I wrong? Hello?
I think you're right, but I feel like I just use it as normal medication to like remain calm.
No, dude, that's not what it is. It's the same thing as Clubhouse. People here who are sober, they use Clubhouse to generate the dopamine, and cannabis users use cannabis to generate the dopamine. That's why I'm saying, if you kill 2 to 3 to 4 birds with one stone, Rabbono Shalom, you spell the name YHVH, or YVHW. Hello?
Yeah, but I don't have time to read a book right now. I have to go teach a driving lesson.
Then don't smoke. We save it. That's what I'm saying. It's the conservation of mysticism and energy. If you're gonna use cannabis and flood your brain with THC, save it for an invocation for a book reading session. And you're gonna be like, this motherfucker is really thinking about some shit. He's actually thinking about time management and personal responsibility and how to get the biggest bang for your buck.
fact, you had a client that went on to commit mass murder.
Did y'all miss me on that? I did miss you when I was talking about the Andrew Fenix's guy.
I was kind of like the man with a release is super
I think that was like your type of conversation. I thought you were gonna like clap back and be like, yeah, the other day when I was at Gray's Papaya getting a hot dog, something like that.
Did that place shut down?
I think it's still around. They have the best papaya juice in the whole city.
Oh, that's great.
Was it Hawaiian or some shit?
No.
No, it's papaya.
No. Like what ethnicity?
Danny, did you take your mood stabilizer today? Are we in a good
No.
mood?
I have. I'm very, very sick.
With what?
I don't know. I went to like this discount place to look at the makeup, and I was halfway through the aisle when some like obnoxiously tall woman, maybe 6'3", showed up and kept like sniffling, and she was in my space, and I just missed COVID, and I think that she got me sick. Like I was thinking, like,
So you tell people to move with her. You don't know how to open your mouth. It's just stupid.
I'm telling you, she was 6 foot.
Oh my god. Pap smear. Wait, what's going on, everyone? I'd love to have a question for Pap smear. I'd like to jump in real quick. Hey, you can go ahead and jump in. But wait, Mr.
Oh, here we go. Keegan's here. Oh my god.
Wait, Pappy. Have you been to Boston?
Gosh.
Have you ever been north of Boston to like New England?
Yes.
Because up here they don't tell people to move. So when you're in the grocery store and you're debating what type of ice cream flavor to buy, you might look over your shoulder and there's another person behind you looking at the ice cream just breathing down your neck, wondering why you haven't moved. And you, Pap smear, you might turn to them and say, "The fuck is wrong with you? Tell me to move. Can you tell me, hey, excuse me, I'd like to access the ice cream. Can you make?" I have no idea you're standing behind me, but they just stand behind you and they breathe down your fucking neck. And a New Yorker would never and could never.
Can I tell you what they do here in the Midwest, my friend? We say,
I can't do it. You need personal space.
We say, excuse us, excuse me. So, OPE is a common phrase in the Midwest when we are in someone's way.
Keegan, did you wash those dishes in your sink?
I did not wash any dishes. Thank the Lord.
Don't yell.
I am so sick.
He is so like something about Keegan, you're just so like mean. I've overheard your wife in the background a few times. She seems lovely. You should give her the phone so we can talk to her.
She's very lovely. She is very lovely.
She seems so patient and so like nice to speak to. You, on the other hand, are
that's why she's not around. That is not made for her kind. Sweet, lovely little women. Sweet, lovely little women do not deserve to be on the South. They deserve to go bake their pies, go make their sourdough. She's not go make her sourdough and read her book, knit her sweater. That's what she likes to do. She doesn't like to go on social media and yell at strangers. That's a me thing.
No, because
she's not on the payroll.
What? He doesn't get paid for any of that. What do you?
I get paid by the SPLC. What are you talking about?
I don't even know what that is. You over here using acronyms like I don't know what that is.
Poverty Law Center. Have you checked the news?
No, I haven't, girl. I think we watched totally different news. What was it? Your connection is spotty. What's that body connection?
Hello?
Who's not?
Yeah, you're there.
What's everybody? The only reason I know about the Southern Poverty Law Center is because somebody said it on here, but apparently they sent money to people who were involved in white nationalist groups and stuff like that. They're claiming they were infiltrating these groups, but we remains to be seen whether or not that's true. And even then, they still probably be charged with wire fraud because they didn't disclose what this nonprofit money was going towards, the nonprofit. So that's what they're at.
And I'll say it again. I'll say it again for anyone listening. If you know any nonprofit group that is giving out money for some.
Yeah, actually, I'm giving out money today. Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm going to give you money right now. You have Cash App? I'm going to send you money right now. My nonprofit will send your racist, bigoted, low IQ, white trash, stupid person money right now, Keith. I'll send you that dollar right fucking now.
I know you're not going to send me.
I will. Put your Cash App in the chat.
Listen, it won't be life-changing because you're asking for Cash App. Maybe if you asked me for Zelle.
Yeah, Zelle, Cash App. You want to send me your routing and accounting number? You want me to wire transfer you money?
Yes,
No problem.
Yes, wire transfer me money.
No
please.
problem. No problem. What are you going to do for it, though? You're going to read all you got to do is read a book. I got a nonprofit called White Trash Low IQ People Read Books to Schwarzers. They can't read books so good no more. You want to get started? We're going to go into business. Marcus Aurelius. We're going to start you off on Marcus Aurelius, one of the best philosophy books on human behavior ever fucking written, which nobody ever reads. And can we get Mixed up here? And can you mod me up? Because we are going through the Charter of Medina today. And we need Mixed's legal analysis on Muhammad's proclamations in Medina. Oh, we got some winners in the room now. Let's start at the Medina Charter with Muhammad. Hello?
We got Diogenes, fucking gay boys up in here.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. So this is the life that we live.
And we got P. Keegan.
What's did Monica or Serendipity say if they were coming back? Who are the real?
No, they're just floating in and out. Everybody's doing stuff. So I put a link in the chat. I really want Mixed's analysis on this. It's the Charter of Medina. It's the most ridiculous Mohammedan set of laws ever issued in 622. And we're going to go through the text of it. For example, it's all about blood money and intimidation. And if we kill your husband or your child, there will be no trial for anyone in the Ummah. Any believer will never be tried. You just have to take the blood money and shut the fuck up. And then there's so much stuff about the Jews in here. I was absolutely shocked. And there were so many Jews living in Saudi Arabia. Some of the most ridiculous things in the charter, which is like a believer will not kill a believer in retaliation, in quotations, for a non-believer, and will not aid a non-believer against a believer. Also, the protection squad. See, this is all basically mafia tactics. This is what I realized, is that Muhammad is the biggest scammer in the world. He did what Don Corleone did in The Godfather. The protection of the dhimma of Allah is one. The least of them, the believers, is entitled to grant protection, the yujur, that is binding for all of them. The believers are each other's allies, mawali, to the exclusion of everybody else in the outside group. And that those who will follow us among the Jews will have help and equality. Neither shall they be oppressed, nor will any help be given against them. But listen to this. As soon as they go on to make that false claim, this is the true claim. And the peace of the believers shall be won. If there be any war in the way of God, no believer shall be under any peace with the enemy apart from other believers, unless this peace be the same and equally binding on all. So they're compelling Jews to fund and fight in their fucking wars of conquest. That's not fair. That's mafiaism. That's gangsterism. That's tribalism. That's not jurisprudence. That's not Magna Carta. That's not Constitution. I want my fucking human rights. Hello?
Diogenes, you are in the Matrix.
Is that Diogenes?
Yes, Diogenes, you're in the Matrix.
I love guys, Diogenes.
Whoa. you're still in the matrix.
I love good guys who are men of conviction, men of courage.
Dodges, you are in the matrix. You are
So fucking
in and out of it.
I'm so fucking deep in the matrix.
There we go. You're
I'm so deep in the matrix, brother. Oh shit. Am I out?
You're good now. Yep, you're out. We didn't hear a word you said before, but you're out.
Hey, Alistair, first of all, shut the fuck up, pack it up, go read about your fucking goy slot somewhere else. We don't care. Alright?
So take my goy slop, aka a link to Wikipedia describing Muhammad's Ummah and his jurisprudence in 6.6. Okay, no problem, Diogenes. Whatever you say, Doctor.
Thank you. Alright, thanks. Anyways, not to...
What's so ironic is that you are actually probably a descendant of some of these people from the Ummah. Because you are the most Ashkenazi-looking one of us. And so I'm convinced that you are actually, were maybe probably subjected to the tyranny and the abuses of Muhammad and his bullshit laws of oppression. Hello?
No, I don't look like an Ashkenazi Jew.
You do look like an Ashkenazi Jew. I've seen your photo. You look like an Ashkenazi, my friend. I think you got some Ashkenazi in your genetics. Have you done it, 23andMe? Hello?
Topher Grace.
Okay. I don't take that. Thank you.
I literally can picture your face in my mind, but I can't really picture. I can't think of an actor.
Why can you picture my face in your mind?
Because I've seen a picture of you.
You're the client that went on to commit mass murder. Okay. What was I doing in that picture?
I think you were smiling, and I'm picturing you wearing a white T-shirt and you have brown hair.
A white T-shirt with graduate brown hair, blue eyes, English, Polish.
Yeah, you're like kind of skinny.
Kind of skinny.
Fairly attractive.
Hey, don't tell people that I'm skinny. They think I'm obese, and there might be some money to be made in the arbitrage.
No, you're not obese. You're not jacked either. You're like a little string bean.
I'm not a string bean. That's not true. Maybe.
Do you even lift?
Slender. No.
You don't even lift?
I doth not lift, brother. And I have answered you now thrice. No,
So wait, how does someone...
Let me tell you a story. I had my first time. Delivered it by myself, my wife at home. Got mom nursed the name, everything's good. And I'm like, okay, I start going back to work. And after work, me and my buddy would go to the gym. And we'd spend, 2-3 hours at the gym. We'd go to the gym, do cardio some days. We'd run 10 miles. Other days we'd do lifts. We'd always go to In-N-Out and get, 4x4s without buns, protein style. I was really committed to the gym life. Then I came home and I saw how much work it was for my wife to be taking care of that infant by herself, and I realized I was fucked up for abandoning my responsibilities as a father, arguing that, I needed to go to the gym. It's like, yeah, well, my wife needs help at home with this baby we made.
Can you just get up early and do like 300 push-ups in your bedroom?
Anything, I promise. Do you have children?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, if you have children,
that sounds like a man who doesn't.
You'll understand. Yeah, you'll understand that anything when you are awake, if you are not working and obligated to do something, there's something you can be doing to help your child or your wife. And so it's
why are you on Clubhouse at all?
I'm at work.
What do you do for work? You don't work on your work. You don't work. What kind of work do you do?
I don't want to dox myself.
You don't have to dox yourself. Are you the only person in America with that job?
No.
Are you the only painter in America? Is Keegan the only
picture?
in America?
I haven't shown you my picture. I haven't shown you my picture, but you've already seen it. So that tells you that pieces get out, and then people put them together, and then they dox you.
Well, I'll tell you who I am. My name is Zach.
People are doxing you because you're probably rude to them. Are you rude?
Oh my god, I'm so fucking rude. Nigger. Oh my god.
Well,
so rude.
It's so
rude. I don't like you, trash bag. I don't know why who you are, but you hang around and you're kind of a cool guy.
Well, thank you. last game.
I'd like to jump in here real quick.
You can go ahead and jump in.
I think if I was given moderation, I would make sure that Pap Smear could not be in a room anymore. Pap Smear is a faggot black man, and we should kick him from every room.
Bite your tongue. Bite your tongue. Pap Smear is one of my oldest friends on this app, besides Edmund Dakin. Yeah.
No gays. They need Jesus.
Trash bag loves me.
See, I wouldn't fight in a war. I wouldn't fight in a war to the death to protect gay men, but I would actually have a beer with a gay man at a bar, but still not get in a fight to defend that gay man's honor. That would be that gay man's personal responsibility. And I would never, ever step in between a gay friend of mine and some other guy that wanted to fight him because he was annoying. I'd be like, that's on you, bro. I'm not here to fight for you. I'm here to enjoy my life. You do you. But again, I'm not going to be rude to you. I'm not going to make fun of you. I might tease you a little, but I'm not going to shame you. I'm not going to embarrass you. I'm not going to use racist, homophobic epithets. Hello?
Have you seen the picture of that, or the video of that guy gets hit with a chair and then like grabs onto that guy beside him? That's Pap Smear and that's Pap Smear and Edmund. What? You guys haven't seen the video?
I have. It's like a chair that has like the gay G on it.
We lined up everybody in this room in ascending terms of height, ascending order of height. Who would be who's the tallest and shortest, you think, in here? I think Keegan is probably, I hate to say it, but Keegan is probably the shortest one in the room.
Doubt it. Have you seen his jeans?
I'm 5'10", but I wouldn't say I'm not like extremely tall, but I wouldn't say I'm short for him.
I'm 5'11".
Okay, well, I'm not 5'11", so I would be shorter than you. So I guess as of right now, I am the shortest.
I'm 6'3". I'm a tall king. I claim dominion.
That's right.
And you must follow me, your liege, your lord.
How tall do you think Mr. Anderson is? I feel like he's not a short guy. Mr. Anderson's probably pretty tall.
Well, why is he single?
Because he's an asshole.
I mean, that's undeniably true, but I mean, Dan Blazarian is not single.
Well,
yeah, but he's a short king with an Joel of the Monsters. All right, how tall are you, Tim? How tall are you? 189, 60. 189?
Yeah, 6'2". That's a man's height.
What is he?
6'2".
What was on my Air Force ID?
Whoa. My friend, we can't judge a man based off his height. I mean, we've had many short men.
I think we can judge a man by what he claims his height is.
Hitler was very short.
In that case, my height is 6'5".
Wasn't Hitler like 5'8"?
You know what's interesting is I've been watching this documentary called The Dictator, and what's so interesting is Hitler was actually obsessed with making videos of himself, and that indicates faggotry. And so what's so funny is when you realize that Hitler was a secret closeted faggot, and that Hitler was a faggot. Again, I'll say it again. Hitler was a closeted faggot, and he was shooting influencer videos during the Third Reich. And so if you watch all of Hitler's videos, you realize he's just an AOC, and he's a schmuck. And in fact, Hitler had a very low IQ, and that's why people hated him in the Third Reich, and they tried to assassinate him, because he was a prima donna faggot, and he was shooting influencer videos all the time, walking upstairs, looking backwards, being like, did you get the right angle on that video? He was a schmuck. Hitler the schmuck. It's the history that most Nazis don't even know about, that he was a low IQ social media influencer creating videos and books, but he was actually stupid. The man had a low IQ and he didn't even write Mein Kampf. He fucking had to hire people to write it for him. He was nothing but a spam, a meme, sitting in a jail cell having other people write his own fucking book. It's all a lie. It's all a fucking lie. The guy was a schmuck. The history of Adolf Hitler the schmuck. It's a new movie I'm coming out with called Hitler Was a Schmuck. Some of you might like it. It's very funny because it exposes Hitler as being a fraud and a social media influencer, and back in the day with videos.
So
I'm driving, so I don't really want to click on the road down. Just don't be assholes, please.
Christ, then. You're gonna get eaten in a car accident. Right? Yeah, that's
Then make Keegan as a moderator or me.
Yeah, Keegan is a fan of
No need to moderate these Nazis. They're just here to get roasted. They're just good for cooking on a barbecue when they realize that Hitler the Schmuck, the movie, is coming out. It's going to be exciting. When you realize that your Lord and Savior Hitler was a loser, a dummy, creating videos of himself all day long.
You think I have a problem with my heroes losing? I mean, in only 3 losses that we learned valuable lessons. And, I Robert E. Lee, oh, God bless him. Son of the South. The South will rise again. There were courageous men who lost their lives in defense of something. You think I would besmirch them? Denounce them simply because they lost? You're a fool. You're a coward. You're spineless. You're a sycophantic suck-up. You're a little baby bitch. You bald fuck. Shut up. Am I the Matrix?
You see, when I see the millions of dead Germans, I really hate Adolf Hitler because he ruined his entire country, and he murdered. He through his bad strategy and stupidity, he actually killed millions of good men whose lives were thrown away like they were garbage. That's not good leadership. Those aren't heroes. That's called Hitler the Schmuck the movie. Hitler was a schmuck the movie. Hello? Oh, go to johnkitover.com if you want to find out where I live. And then you can reverse engineer who registered the domain name and report them to Interpol. Oh my God. Tim is going to get arrested with Adolf Hitler's dog. Hello?
Can you moderate so we can permission of this number up?
Is that how you want mine?
Eddie, don't do it. I'll never forgive you. If you embolden the Nazi, I'll never forgive you. Our relationship is over. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again.
Okay, I'm listening down for a second. We're seeing if you like still on Stalin. Right. But yet Stalin killed multiple people. Allegedly, the Germans did.
I'm telling you, Tom.
Chinese country just killed millions of his people. And Stalin did that.
Mao Zedong. You're talking about Mao Zedong, yeah?
Yeah, the Mao camp. Yeah, the Mao camp.
Right. The British, we killed 130 million. Right. The British, we killed 130 million Indians in our rule of India. No one gives a fuck. Absolutely. Don't the Indians don't own the media. The Indians don't own the media.
Plus, they never actually went forward. He kind of licked him in. Like, yeah, if he got fucked, move on.
Hey, Keegan is like the whitest of us. He should be our leader. Keegan, you're our...
No. He's very good.
He's Roman.
That's right. He's way down south in the land of cotton. Hey, Keegan, I think that's a rousing rendition of the Bloody Blue Flag.
Like Keegan. How's it going? Long time, bro.
By the way, Alistair, if you had shut up when I asked you to, I would not have had to make Keegan a mod, so.
No, Keegan is
always does it, how he always does it.
He can't help himself, yeah. He really is a glutton for punishment.
If I would have been a mall, if us would have been a key for
He's a moth to the flame. He can't help himself. He's a
Yeah, sit down to the goo, swim in the swamp for a while, into the fucking crocodile, and then bloody hell.
Australia, New Zealand, what is this? What am I hearing?
Aussie,
brother. I wish I could speak with a cool accent like that. All I know is Crocodile Dundee and a little bit of Steve Harwood. Spring Barbie. You can't take my face.
It's so funny. Australians don't know what that is, but Americans know.
Barbie, shrimp is not a bad, it's prawns.
It was an advert shown everywhere in the world except for Australia, so Australians don't know about that, but we all know about it.
Next, you're going to tell me Foster's an authentic Australian beer.
It's a horse piss. You want to have it made for you.
I've been drinking horse piss.
Right, we made it for you guys. You know, you can drink it. Australia.
You got the Australian Tourism Board's fucking propaganda.
And what are you drinking out there? What's a good Australian beer?
Lager.
Lager. Who's making that lager?
Emporium.
I really go to Irish pubs.
Irish pubs. Hey, you hear about the Irish? They got shut down. Their protest was shut down. You saw that?
Protest?
Yeah, they were shut down.
Yeah, everything yielded.
Government, no, it didn't. It snowed in the bed. What do you mean it yielded? What did they yield?
Government, that's something.
Well, probably not what they wanted, eh?
Sure, but it's better than nothing.
No, certainly sounds better than nothing. I can't argue with that. It's like saying, at least they didn't fucking finish shitting on me.
That's right.
So I just want to say that in that Dictator film, you know that March of the Fallen when they all go to Moscow, like the 700,000 German soldiers or whatever. Let's just admit that the Germans never should have surrendered. They should have fought to the death because it's better to die fighting than it is to die in a communist gulag. Hello?
At what point?
And down in the gulag.
How much leaders should they have with?
Bloody hell. Spin him in the swamp. Okay.
Can't keep a bad man down.
What an energy, hey?
Well, what?
What an energy.
In 2015, Bernie Sanders woke me up. My openly gay 6-year-old transgender lesbian wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. He wanted COVID-19 vaccine for the greater good of humanity. Because unlike the racist Republicans, he wanted to protect our democracy and take on his social responsibility to do his part for the greater good. He is now gone from this world. He recently had a heart attack. But the doctors say
Government for trying to stay out of the
Do you see what they're doing to the most Do you see what they're doing to the most decorated SAS soldiers?
Gold.
Yeah, it's a female. It's a one. Talk about it with a G, yeah?
Oh.
Did you see what they're doing to those decorated?
6'4".
Yeah, what's his fucking name? It's a viral name or something. What's this?
He's tall like bloke.
They're like the most decorated, like double, fucking Victoria Cross award-winning, awarded SAS soldier is getting fucking shafted now by some charges over fucking killing Afghanis. It's like that's fucking bullshit.
They're taking steel out the spines before they roll out the central bank digital currency, me boys. Trust me, it's coming.
Listen, Afghanis have a fucking criminal gang over there. He just fought that one out, and they're like, he is Islamophobic. No, he's not Islamophobic.
But they also fucked him because I think he's from Queensland, and they waited until he went. Yeah, until he went to either Sydney or Melbourne, where they fucking arrested him. Because then they could get him.
Melbourne is a commie varsity.
Exactly, and they could get him on a jury, which would be much more diverse, right? Unlike
This is so funny.
To basically get so they selectively to actually charge and arrest him. Fucking cunts.
Mate, Australia is fun.
Well, you gotta take care of the Jews, bro.
Brothers, we don't have to worry about the Jews before we worry about the traitors. Did I tell you we've got more than enough traitors to satisfy the
If you don't have any kind of hate on any kind of community.
If you attack their paymasters, the traitors will reveal themselves.
No, listen to me. There are some things more
The collaborators and the traitors will reveal themselves.
No, that's not right. You're wrong. You think they've been ruling us wrong?
Who's gonna do their paddling?
Listen, I'm telling you what. You go to your community and you identify the motherfuckers which are taking the money, which are selling themselves and selling you and your political representation, and you fucking hold those fuckers accountable. And you look next door, your neighbor, on your right side, on your left side, to see they're doing business with those fucking traitors.
Your problem is that the alternative.
Our problem, brother. Our problem is we're not committed.
Your problem is
What the fuck?
that
He's a
it's a
comedian.
petticoat challenge, and you think you've got choice, but both sides are poisons, right?
No, brother, you know
brother, you gotta go upstream.
You got it one stream and figure out.
You don't be talking to me this way because you know, as a matter of fact, I don't have any of this fucking delusion in my head about the right and the wrong. You don't need to fucking talk to me about that. No, as a matter of fact, I can't believe you assigned that belief to me. You know that I don't see left or right. Come on, brother.
You think you can poke your way out of this?
Exactly, you gotta fucking go with that. That's what I'm trying to understand. You know that I know this, alright? Don't be fucking putting on me like that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're like 90 seconds away at any given point in time saying shit like, you know, the tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots. You know?
What do you mean? What do you mean? How is it?
What do you mean? What do you mean? You're ready to like, you're like fucking, you're glowing right now here with a bedpost. See, this is why he's so secretive about his identity, because it's actually fucking fan.
You want bad, yeah? You like those fucking...
No, I don't want to know your identity. I'd never asked.
You like those fucking...
Oh, I'd never asked.
You terrorize me, wife, and kids because you got no other fucking targets. I go out to the protests, okay? And I'm not talking about riots, but I go out to the protests, and I take my lovely wife, a good woman, and my children. Good children, good rights, standards,
I openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. He wanted the COVID-19 vaccine for the greater good of humanity. Because unlike the racist Republicans, he wanted to protect our democracy and take on his social responsibility to do his part for the greater good. He is now gone from this world. He recently had a heart attack. But the doctors say they don't know what caused it, but I know what caused it. It was a stress from the Donald Trump supporters and the science deniers. Racist, idiot, horrible! Now, you might recognize this man as one of the most evil men, if not the most evil man in history, is what you call him. But I have somebody who is much worse. His name is Donald J. Trump. Now let me tell you why Donald Trump is worse than Adolf Hitler. Number one, Donald Trump hurts my feelings and Hitler does not. Number two, Hitler at least put people in quarantine camps and made them wear masks, while Donald Trump continues to spew out Russian disinformation. Third, Hitler had the decency and kindness to kill himself. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is still alive. At least Hitler had the decency to leave us alone. Trump, on the other hand, refuses to kill himself and makes him significantly worse. Now in war with Ukraine and Russia. If we had a nuclear war, it would be worth it if you could just save my life. After I got off work at Starbucks, where I'm a barista, but at least I know that I was helping the
LGBTQ community where Breonna Taylor was killed. Every minute lay in my pillow and I pray that Dr. Fauci make a vaccine for white supremacy. I hate myself.
Thank you. That's your time. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna take a knee for George Floyd.
Yeah. Could you do that over there so we can get the next person? Thank you. Okay. If we could, so we'll take like a 5-minute break and wipe all that down. So it's 8:13.
Oh, can you send me good shit? Send me gold.
It's okay for like Muslims to like blaspheme their own God when they're criticizing the Bible, but when you're criticizing the Quran, like no, that's not okay. That's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'll play that.
That's not just taking Ramadan as well.
Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah.
Hello. You know what they don't put in the beginning of the Quran? They don't put the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam, and the declarations by Muhammad in Medina.
Yeah, it's Universe. Can you read my PTR and tell me if that's you at the top? Because if it's not you, will you please block that person and report them? Thank you. Hello?
No, that's not me. I don't know who that is.
Is that you?
No, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Will you please report that guy?
Well, I don't know who that is, but I'd be happy to report him for you if you want me to.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
But I'm done. I would never ever waste another minute. Is enough to ruin Muhammad. It makes Muhammad look like a scam artist and a fraudster, and it's so damning what he did, and so contrary to Western judicial practice and intelligence. It's an all or nothing statement. It's basically, it proves that Muhammad was the creator of a gang and that it's a scam and a fraud. And people today, one of the rules of Islam is to basically be in denial of Muhammad's criminal activity in the 600s.
Yeah, but can you read my PTR? Can you see how that psychopath, but I'm recording every room you're in, multiple accounts.
Well, I'm not targeting. See, when I live stream, I'm just primarily just like live streaming myself in my office. But downstairs, I am filming, but I mostly record the big rooms.
I'm fine if it was you, John.
I told you it was not me. I told you twice, like 3 times now.
Then that freaks me out. If it was you, then I'd be fine with it. But if it's not you, then I'm freaked out by it.
Yeah, well, welcome to being on the internet where you're in a public space and you should assume that everything you say is completely recorded, which it is, because you can't transmit what you're saying unless you create a record.
Will you please just report that guy? Please, John?
You got it. No problem. Too easy. Done. If you want to get smart, create a trap room, bait that person in, and then report them. But you need to get them into your trap.
Okay.
That's what some people have done to me. I figured out how they get my accounts clipped. They're pretty smart.
You alright, Katie?
She's having a moment.
Don't let it get to you. You never let the bullshit get to you. They have no
The bullshit Vicks. Yeah, that's exactly what they were, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
You know what's funny is I'm going to produce a movie called Hitler the Schmuck. and I'm gonna create another one called Stalin the Schmuck, and then Mao Zedong the Schmuck. Because when you see videos of them, and there's so many videos of them, they actually all spend a lot of time creating videos about themselves. You realize that they were doing dopamine social media creation, prior to the advent of cell phones. I mean, because they would just distribute the videos in movie theaters. That was the propaganda distribution. But when you realize that they were obsessed with making videos and not actually leading or even educating themselves, they're all schmucks. They're assholes who killed 100 million people. And see, the problem with that is those 100 million people that died in World War II, they were just led into the slaughter by a schmuck. And that's my big takeaway.
The Sharia Constitution thing you were talking about. I kind of want to hear some of your ideas on that.
Yeah, let me put the link in the chat. Have you ever read the 72 amendments to the Islamic Constitution in Medina? This is all you need to know from a legal perspective that Islam is a scam. It's 100% a fraud, and it's right here in this link. And it's just all based on gangsterism, mafiaism, tribalism, defrauding victims, and it's right there. You can see how, and I used Grok to do a historical and literary analysis, contrast and comparison between Western judicial law precedents and historical progression versus the Medina Charter, which is set in stone. It doesn't update. So it's so low IQ and so obnoxious and odious that Muslims are essentially low IQ and ignorant and ridiculous and unfair and nasty about it. And basically, they're in their own mafia. The Ummah is the Don Corleone family of the world. It is the.
I can tell you're jealous.
It is the persistent cancer of society, and actually the other way to prove it is through the quotes of Winston Churchill, and I'll put that link in the chat next. I am complete. Thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. Don't ever speak again, please. Do us a favor. All right. Oh, why did they move the room? Here I am trying to.
Will you please report that guy that I pinned to the top, please? Will you report him and look at my PTR?
Report. Let me what? Kitty 085. Hi, Jess. I'm recording every room you are in. Multiple accounts, honey. Why would I? What? Who is that? I don't know what's going on.
That guy that I pinned to the top of this room, SIA Watcher. Will you please report him?
Why would I do that?
Because he's stalking me.
On the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's you probably blocking.
I did. I blocked him and I reported him, but I wish you would report him.
Welcome to the fucking internet. Log off if you don't like it.
Diabetes, I hate you.
Well, I don't even know you, so thanks. It doesn't mean much to me.
Yeah, but you don't like any of my friends and you say mean, horrible things. Are you Muslim?
No, but it's interesting to get that question. Thank you. I don't know that I said mean a minute ago.
Essentially, if you're a communist or a socialist or a Marxist, you actually embody the Ummah principles, and therefore you are tangentially Muslim. Though not actually in Muhammad's Ummah, you practice Islamic ideology because you're a Marxist, communist, socialist.
What do you want me to return? I can report it for you. What are you gonna do? You gonna give me some coins? Give me some coffee? Give me something. Give me karma. I can't spend that.
I don't have any shekels.
Well, I need some fucking shekels. Is that what they're called? Is that honest to God what we decided to call them on Clubhouse? Shekels? That's cool. You a fucking shekel. Call me whatever you like. That's your freedom. Okay, shekels. All right.
So the other link I put in the chat is Winston Churchill quotes on Islam about how Muslims demand that women be their slaves, whether it's daughter or sister. I hope you enjoy these quotes by Winston Churchill. And, I just want to say the fact that Abby is here and you guys have broken up because Abby has eventually realized that she hates you and that you're a hap, which is a highly annoying person. Many people don't know that in the DSM-V, there's actually a line item called HAP, which is highly annoying person. It is a mental disorder, and I am complete.
Hello?
Hi, Abby. Othello, don't think that you're not in there. When you look up HAP in the dictionary, there's a picture of Othello, Regal, Kitty, Abby, myself, Diogenes. This is actually the HAP support group. Thanks for coming, everybody.
You're welcome. I gotta admit, I'm just a sucker for punishment, just like you.
You keep saying that, but that's projection. I actually don't like.
Oh my gosh.
So welcome back, everybody, to the HAP support group for highly annoying people. We are with some of Clubhouse's most annoying and disliked people, and we're trying to figure out what exactly makes a highly annoying person highly annoying. Let's just sit back and listen to what actually happens with highly annoying people.
Can you put him in the audience for a second?
Wait, who do I put in the audience?
You have to purr. Why are we putting John Kitover in the audience?
Yeah, we like John. Just shut the fuck up.
But John, will you just be quiet? Yeah, just let John do his thing, but...
Yeah, I'm listening to highly annoying people. We're actually doing a highly annoying person survey right now. Please proceed.
Yeah, the audience.
Sorry, I know you're nothing, right?
Who?
You.
No.
Perfect. Well, there you go. Amazing. All right, Kitover, go on.
Welcome back to the highly annoying person support group. Hello? Welcome back to the highly annoying person support group, where we are listening to highly annoying people be highly annoying. Let's just sit back, use our ears, refrain from using our lips, and just listen to what it's like to be with highly annoying people.
Hello? All we need is T-Rops in here.
I knew he was gonna pull out Jazzy.
Oh, what's Jazzy in here?
No, he knows.
Oh,
Jazzy like
hello.
a bar. Hello? You know, I think I'm gonna get into politics. You know, I think I'd be good in politics. I'm gonna fully dox myself, go into politics, and you guys can sell. You guys can, like, I want you guys to do is I want you guys to say, like, oh my God, we know so many sordid, dirty things about him and who he was all lying, and I want you guys to get paid for that. So make sure you get a good amount before you get to the cap.
Okay.
We gotta wait till you're almost president, and then we gotta do it.
That's right. Wait, well, and look, you guys just take the temperature of the room, right? And if you see, like, my political stars waning,
Oh, the things I'm gonna make up.
yes, there you go. Just go for it. And, you know,
You
cash out.
get the wrong Mossad.
Have like the New York Times or like, you know.
You knew all along there was Mossad anyway.
Exactly. Just, what I'm saying, get paid. Like, don't make sure the money.
I'm not only gonna fuck you up. You first make sure you and Diego are in the same political party.
He won't be a part of my political party. He's a fucking greedy little spirit.
You like him. You like him.
I do. I like because you know what? Because
you're so Christian. I love every.
Crash.
You're the most Christian non-Christian person.
He's peaceful. I know it. Isn't it crazy?
He's peaceful. Look what he did to Luna.
I didn't say he was peaceful. What are you fucking talking about? I'm obviously wrong for that. He's very wrong for that. And I called him out for that. I'll call him out for that again. Okay. I'll say it was fake.
Wait, am I being kicked?
I'm being kicked. It just, Diogenes is annoying me a little bit.
Why?
You were just talking about me.
Are we having something or something?
Yeah, it's a half-road.
I wanted to listen to what Alistair was saying, John over here, what he was saying about, like, the issues with the Constitution, fucking whatever.
Constitution. Diogenes lost to talk about that Constitution.
We were talking about the Muslim Constitution, not the American.
Jealous of what?
Ignorance.
Jealous of me? You're jealous of my English, Polish,
That's crazy.
My alkaline, large, and distinguished nose.
I mean, the whole reason why you guys are civilized is because of Riddles.
You're like the worst part. You're made out of the worst shit that Europe is made out of.
My mature hairline, my mature hairline.
Bro, you're a fucking Polak and Scottish. Good for you. The Irish are better and the Germans are way better than fucking that.
Wait a minute, I'm a Polak too.
Oh boy.
You know, the Polish are considered the niggers of America. I mean, sorry, Europe. You know, I first thought like the Northwest and the Europeans are the best. I mean, they are very good. I'm not complaining, but we have to be honest. The one who created the culture are the Mediterraneans. The people like me,
Bernie Sanders woke me up. I'm openly gay.
no one else in here.
Okay.
Hi, if you're new to the room, welcome to the Highly Annoying Person Support Group, where we're listening to highly annoying people be highly annoying. No need to kick anybody to the goo or remove them from the room if they're highly annoying. That's the purpose of the room. Hello?
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 John B. Cooper every 5 minutes.
I'm gonna fully dox myself.
I'm just trying to fucking chill and like be funny, dude. I'm not trying to be all that types of fucking serious. I mean, I don't know. She was talking about something a minute ago.
We are trolling too. Don't you worry about that.
Well, you see, not every hap is a troll, and not every troll is a hap. And I just want to say, if you're a highly annoying person and you call yourself a troll, but you're just a highly annoying person, well, you might not be a troll. You might be a highly annoying person. And so...
Stop speaking. I'm driving and I don't want to get in a car accident, but I really don't like to be alone with my thoughts. So.
Is it?
Let's go to Keegan.
I don't care.
Okay, is Keegan out around?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going there. I'll check the hallway.
I just want to say that that's generally what highly annoying people do, is they have absolutely nothing interesting to say. They're just actually there to be highly annoying. And that's okay, because there's a place for highly annoying people like Honey Badger. Welcome, Honey Badger. Honey Badger is also someone who has nothing interesting to say. He just asks questions and he thinks through that Socratic method. He's embarrassing people who are actually just highly annoying people. And in the process, Honey Badger himself exhibits highly annoying person character traits. So thank you for coming to the HAP support group. This is a safe space for HAPs. Please come up, honey, and participate.
Everybody acts like it's, this clubhouse debate club or something like that. It's not. Definitely not that.
Yeah, but it's for highly.
For everybody to jump in the middle of the fucking discussion, especially if you got somebody committed, and then you got some other fucking idiot, we'll jump in for them.
I agree.
You have like it's annoying. It's not real fucking debate.
3 minute, 5 minute, and then the green bean rotates amongst anybody on stage. That'd be great. That would eliminate all the friction on the signal, you know? So I'm just saying that the app itself is functionally malevolent. And I think Honey Badger can probably confirm that. If you wanted to actually use this app for productivity in terms of like experiencing true information, that could be possible, but the app itself basically opens it up to highly annoying people. Hello?
I'm very much so agree. Hello?
Yeah, no doubt. Fucking, it's gonna be a on here, I guess they're going to talk about our claims evidence for the next year.
Oh God, I thought we handled that. I thought that was done already now. Really?
That's their thing, dude. They want to talk about the same shit every day.
Oh, but come on, we've already established that claims are evidence and testimony is evidence.
Yeah, whatever. Do you think these people are following philosophical rules when they, do any of this stuff? Are there any real formal debates on here? I might have seen one or two. People don't have patience for that. They just want to be part of the conversation. They don't have patience for it. They want to get out the fuck is it? All the troll shit. They want to joke around and, dude, there's old ladies on this fucking app, dude. Like that chick Frenchie, she's fucking old, bro. What are you doing on here? Life is so fucking boring that you get on here to fucking try to send Christians and tell them their book is fucking stupid. I mean, what do you fucking do?
Yeah, she is pretty, I don't know. She acts nice to me sometimes, but she is a diehard atheist. We've had a pastor, past 3 or 4 years of having to deal with Heidi. Yeah.
What do you think? You would think by now, after they figured out all of this stuff, they would be fucking doing some sort of a study of some kind and, talking about, real resolutions and problem solving and treating it like it's a fucking think tank or something. But you never hear anybody getting on the positive fucking tip and doing that, You got some of these dudes on here that are, I'm going to say they're pretty fucking smart, dude. And it's well, when do these people, Christians, atheists, all these fucking people come together and then say, well, where's the reconciliation? Where's the stress point? And I say this shit all the time. I'm it just falls on deaf fucking ears, dude. The biggest thing that we got hurting us right now is this culture that we have. We're just imitating shit and recycling bullshit from the 1960s and 70s, right? But it's just being recycled today by a bunch of kids that don't go out and read fucking history books in the 1990s and the 1980s. Everybody was against fucking racism. Everybody wanted to clean up and pick up fucking trash. Everybody wanted to do Michael Jackson's fucking Heal the World and make it a better fucking place. Cyndi Lauper, the fucking...
But see, this... Regal, you know what Gnosticism is, right? So I came to the conclusion the other day that Gnosticism and solipsism are technically the same thing. And so what you're doing right now, it's not highly annoying. It's accurate. But I would just say that, I complain a lot too, but complaining about the culture, it's just complaining about the culture. But, your life matters. Your opinions and your dislikes don't matter as much as, all the things you can do. Meaning, your opportunity cost is there.
That's literally the point that I'm trying to make. Instead of all of us as grown adults wasting our time on here doing these fucking snappy little fake little witty comebacks and shit, you think that people would come together and come up with resolutions or you should be writing this down and fucking, doing a peer review and then tossing this into some kind of a sociology study. You know what I mean? The point is I don't think people know how to do it organically anymore. They just look in the fucking past and they say, well, I just want to emulate something my grandparents fucking did. Rinse and recycle it. And now we need this new activism bullshit. It's not fucking new. It's the same shit. And it's more damaging to fucking society than it is helpful.
The new activists, though, are actually highly annoying people. I heard one, what's his name, Bree, or he goes with that stupid PTR with the light and the tree, Briar. You know Briar on
That's
here?
funny, dude, because you're pointing out the problem here. It's like you can sit around all day long and complain about what's not happening and complain about every little fucking facet of like reality. dude, and you know the fucking God's not real because I can complain about how fucking sad the state of affairs is in the fucking world.
Breyer thinks that he's like the most intelligent thing since like sliced bread, and he used to hold all these debate rounds, and he'd say, "Well, you don't know this, but I'm actually like a teacher at what is it, California? Not it's what is that called? Or the university there? It's where he's so proud that he's taught at before, but that he's just a debate teacher." And so he thinks he's just so fucking smart.
No, I know. But what I'm trying to say is Regal is talking about action, not complaining. So in the Book of the Law, or The Rights of Man by Aleister Crowley, it says, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. But the do is capitalized. So he's trying to point out that our lives are actually experiences or happenings. And so the talkers are the biggest scammers around, because the secret about life is that you are not what you say you are what you do. And so I've proven that over the past couple of years by running for Congress.
I understand that. You know, if what everybody is just, you know, they want to sit around and complain and they get sad. And you know what these activists do? They make money organizations that are like money laundering schemes, and they pretend that they're going to put something. Here's the promise: they're going to put some magical person in the place that's going to make all your problems magically go away. It's okay. You throw enough money at this organization, they'll go and do it for you.
Because when you stop talking to yourself and you are simply aware of what
happened in Alabama with like you know, the SPLC or whatever. Will you explain that, Alistair? Probably.
Let me play for you a quick little clip from Alan Watts here. It's kind of interesting, and it's actually the next level up about what Regal is talking about, which is really, this is why I bring up highly annoying people, because part of our problem is our brains are fully automatic and constantly we're chatterboxes. But there is another way of actually manipulating your environment through silence. Listen to this by Alan Watts.
Yourself, and you are simply aware of what is. That is to say, of what you feel, what you sense, even that saying too much. You suddenly find that the past and the future have completely disappeared. So also have disappeared the so-called differentiation between the knower and the known, the subject and the object, the feeler and the feeling, the thinker and the thought. They just aren't there, because you have to talk to yourself to maintain those things. They're purely conceptual. They're ideas. They're phantoms, ghosts. So when you allow thinking to stop, all that goes away. And you find you're in an eternal here and now. And there's nowhere you're supposed to be. There's nothing you're supposed to do. There's nowhere you're supposed to go, because in order to think you're supposed to do something, you have to think. And so it's incredibly important to unthink at least once a day. Because when you...
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting at first, but it's just a platitude, to be honest. I'm trying to get at
We'll see.
here is, you know, like I said, this whole philosophy fucking shit of fucking platitudes that people say to each other, and they think they're being fucking armchair philosophers on here. Tell me something that's actually fucking useful that you can do on a day-to-day basis, because most of the shit they talk about around here is completely fucking useless shit that you can't find.
Yeah, this app is just spam. It's all spam.
I get that.
But what Watts?
Like, the point I'm making is, you think they would figure out by now? You know, there are
positive things you can that you can talk about. That's not just fucking complaining. That can, you can do something with it. It encourages people to get along.
I know.
It's encouraging to fucking.
It's disappointing.
Be positive. It is. At a certain point, it is. But you can't really focus on disappointment, though.
But that's why I said from the user experience, your leadership is actually your journey. And so, like, just because society can't organize and it's dysfunctional doesn't mean that you are not organized and functional.
Andrew was like disparaging me about yesterday or a couple days ago because of the way I talk to people. And it's like, well, if you're going to be a cackling fucking hoe, or if I'm going to tell you you're blown out and you smell like tuna on the basis of disrespect, the whole point and strategy here is to show some fucking leadership. People like, oh, hey, I did that. Lead by example. Let's not do that. I apologize to you. Let's move forward from that. And somehow he wants to smuggle in this fucking, well, that's not biblical. You can't speak to people like that. Well, you know what, man? It's the greater fucking good. Isn't this what you motherfuckers argue for every day with the problem of evil, that there's a greater fucking good? And it's like you have to do that. You have to show some kind. You have to jump in and get fucking dirty with people and show them, hey,
Yeah, but you go by the name. You go by the name Regal, but unfortunately, you're not actually being regal by having that type of demeanor, attitude, or personality. I'm just saying that you're not in compliance with regality.
I am being regal. I am being above and beyond all that fucking shit.
No,
because
it's
all
no.
Tell me, it's like, I don't like the way that you talk because I wouldn't do this, right? But look at the success rate of Andrew, right? Like, I can actually fucking demean somebody and break them fucking down and then say, hey, I'm sorry, but you need that to be built back up to actually make genuine fucking sense. Whereas, he wants to sit around and he wants to play Mr. fucking nice guy. That's cool. Well, what's your success rate? Almost every person on here, right, that comes and hangs out in this fucking room, I've been pretty blunt and straightforward with, and I'll tell them what my thoughts are. I'll even insult some fucking people when it's necessary. I'll also apologize for it and say, hey, you should do the same thing. And if you want to actually work on a project with me or actually do something with me here, we shouldn't be miserable while we're fucking doing it. We should actually be doing something fun, something that is regal, that transcends all that, that's above and beyond it.
I get it, but people are just complaining about it. Well, what I'm advocating for is that Regal can actually change and be better and be happier with a different personality. You're never going to really totally change who you are, but the more you read, the more your personality will change because you're actually taking in other people's personalities as you read their books. And there's a famous Jesuit. He wrote a book on axioms and aphorisms. The last chapter says, in a word, be a saint. And so if you think about Jesus Christ, that guy, he expressed all range of motions, especially when he flipped the tables and he got angry in the temple and he scared everybody and freaked everybody out. I'm just saying that Jesus, like, how do you think Jesus...
From their fucking the egotism or this little secure place where they think things are the way that they fucking are. They're really not that. And you know what? You gotta rip that fucking Band-Aid off someday.
I know, I get that, but when you rip a Band-Aid off...
People are not fucking suffering like the way that they claim that they're suffering, like people who went through the civil rights movement, or people who fucking, get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying that, like, from the user perspective and the way that, like, you get in a vehicle and drive it, you're like a soul driving this vehicle, and to me, having friction is a waste of time. Like, I want to flow like water and not be held back by other people's blockages. And this app is essentially a game theory simulation experiment of your own making. I mean, being the green bean is your experiment. I'm just trying to say that I think Jesus was a nice person. And the statement, be good or be like a saint, if you can actually...
That's the point, dude. Everybody's conception of what they think Jesus being a nice person isn't really what they think it is. You have like this mythical unicorn in the grass, and you think you're going to find that in the common man today. And that's what people's perceptions are, right? And I got someone like Andrew R. over here, right? condemning the way that I speak to people, but my success rate is actually better at commanding respect than his is. You know? That's the fucking difference.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, when I talk to people and I tear out the foundation beneath them, right? They don't like that. And that's what you gotta go for to build people back up and put them on the beaten fucking path. You know?
Well,
Some people want to go down the fucking, you know, this road. I'm trying to say, well, what about the road less traveled? You know, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with what that poem is.
Yeah, and every single journey starts with one step. It goes back to doing and action. That's true karma. It's not reciprocal. It's actually life is happening. This room is an experience. This app is an experience. Your cell phone is an experience. Your love life, your marriage is an experience. It's all happening. And I'm just saying that to actually move through the happy joy, be like an angel, be light on your feet. Nothing holds an angel down because they don't weigh anything. And if God created angels, well, God weighs even less than nothing. All I'm trying to say is personality, pleasantness, being happy. If you're happy and you know it, you clap your hands. And when people insult you, degrade you, abuse you, you're actually far ahead of them because you know the secret, which is that it's all ad hominem projection. Ad hominem projection is what happens on this app nonstop. And when you realize what real projection is, it's a motherfucker. Because you realize everything you've ever projected onto somebody else.
Dude, I get that, man. Everybody likes to take their insecurities out on each other because they can't sit there and formalize them because they don't have a concept of like conflict resolution in their life. And you know, the standard of relationships today is to avoid conflict resolution because the second you criticize your friend or anybody else, it's like, oh, I can't be criticized. We can't resolve this. Oh my God. Oh, communication and expressing your fucking needs to each other. Oh, that's so fucking hard to do. I mean, I get it, dude. I understand that, but the whole point is that, you know, I can sit there and take the criticism. I can also dish it out and say, hey, you guys really don't fucking like that. Let's get along and let's go this direction. So I'm sitting here focusing on like, you know, nonsense like that. I mean, not for nothing, dude. You know, like I said, I think this just backs up into like a cultural fucking thing now. All the movies suck. All the films suck. All the things that you get in fucking society today, all the incentives and social situations, it's all fucked up.
No, I agree, but
and you got a bunch of fucking
content
kids running around in their early 20s, acting like they're in the civil rights movement, making shittier fucking films. You know, saying, hey, you know, I want to remake this film, but do without all the nuances that made it great, and they make it shittier than it ever fucking was. They're not making their own fucking music. They're copying all of the old shit that was already done before. So it's like, where's the real creativity? Where's the real expression? You know, it's just
again, that's a
you
you problem though.
Done fucking horribly.
That's a you problem
though. Fucking point. There was a time, right, where like what I'm saying, like, look, for an example, John Carpenter, right, did this film called The Thing, based on The Thing from Another World, a black and white film based off of a fucking novella called Who Goes There, right? When you get up to John Carpenter's film, it was done good. When you get up to, like, what people are doing now with this material, it's like there's all this red tape around creativity. They're doing it worse than what these people do it. Like, if you're actually going to do this concept, like, do it right and commit to it. Not just cut out the parts of the fucking film that offend you or you think is racist or you think wouldn't align up with today's, like, climate culture and all this other fucking shit because it's all forced. You got these people with their thumb on the fucking scale. They're claiming that, you know, life is horrible, it's bad, there's racism out there, there's misogyny, there's homophobia, there's all these... None of these fucking problems are fucking here, dude. They're not here.
Well, they're there in the subjective, but to me, they're low on the list of priorities. And my complaint is that people have priorities upside down. And if we were to properly understand priorities, it would solve the lower hanging priorities on its own. But I agree with you. I think all content now sucks, and I think a lot of it is just mass produced for distribution globally, especially in India and China. So it's got to be, rated PG, and it is woke. Um, and the government, unfortunately, Trump is just one man, and one man has difficulty changing culture and leading it because it's like supposedly a slow change.
It's not a fucking change, dude. The Democrats were doing the same fucking thing in the early 1990s. There was this cultural phenomenon with fucking Donald Trump in the 1990s. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with him. He remained a Democrat his whole fucking life. He's still a Democrat right now, dude. What the fuck does that tell you? He's not a conservative.
Well,
what does that tell you about fucking culture and society at large that are fucking gaslighting them fucking selves and believing this bullshit where they put their fucking thumb on the fucking scale and make it something out to be that it's not? Donald Trump, right? We actually have a Democrat in the fucking White House right now, and people don't even know it. The dude's views didn't change from the 1990s to now. They're the same fucking thing. All the shit he's doing right now is all the shit the Democrats were doing, and then in the late 80s, early 90s, all the way up to the fucking 2000s, leading up to Obama.
Well, I mean, before getting to that, I just want to say that, like, people think I'm a troll on this app.
Well, let's be real, dude. Like, how can people sit there and literally brainwash themselves into this fucking shit, dude? Like the real influence here is coming from, like I said, a bunch of fucking teenagers that are probably in their early 20s now, just getting into college. They hear about how they have entitlements to feminism. They hear about, the racism and all this, and then they bring it all back with them, and they think this is the problem of the fucking world of today, dude, when all that shit's already been resolved. That's what the fucking problem is. You're gonna let a lot of brainwashed little shits running around.
Well, see, I think you got your dates wrong, personally. I've read that the problem in America really began in the 60s with the hippie movement and that cultural movement in America, that the government should have ended it before it took off. And that's actually the cancer in our society. And they're all, in their 70s and 80s now, retired, collecting pensions, and they're all hypocrites. These are very common complaints. I'm just saying that, to me, I said earlier that I was a troll, but I'm actually a filmmaker, and I have, 100 YouTube accounts with 100,000 plus videos.
From the 1960s to the 1970s, we resolved that issue, right? In the 1980s, everybody was doing interracial relationships. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with it. Now we're in the early 90s, and the culture reflects everybody trying to make the world a better place, clean up your garbage, treat everybody fucking better and kinder, all this other nonsense. And then you get to 1998 when the new metal culture comes out, the Attitude Era, where everybody's fucking flipping bird and saying, hey, I don't give a fuck, it doesn't make, fuck you. This, like, all of that punk shit, right? And then slowly from 2000 up to 2015, dude, something happened here where, like, these fucking kids got their hands on the culture now. They're getting into the filmmaking, they're getting into all this shit, and somehow, because that's what kids do. They sit on the internet all fucking day in 4chan, sit all day on the internet, on fucking TikTok, on Facebook, on fucking Reddit, okay? And then there's just this fucking poison that gets injected into fucking culture, bro. Wait, what, we're doing racism again? Oh, we're doing feminism again? Oh, we're doing, like, how many fucking things can I stack up and be like, hey, we're doing it all over again when most of these fucking problems are, like, generally resolved? Like, even in the early 1990s, dude, if you were a fucking racist, man, you would be socially disparaged for being an asshole like that. When the fuck did it ever come back in 2015? People got tired. For all of these different words, right? All of them, right? All of them has lost its absolute fucking meaning, and people are getting fatigued out from it. And
it's cyclical,
these
though.
A lot of the politicians, the people that make the films, this is the people that run the music industries, this is the Disneyland, this is all the kinds of shit that they're fucking into. And they're just poisoning the fucking well at this point.
It's a list of top 50 buzzwords that Democrats use. I realized this yesterday in a room. I was like, I really need to learn the verbiage that left wokeists are using regularly, because no matter what the topic is, it will come back up. It's almost like on their calendars. And they just keep recycling the topics, but they never get to important topics like tax reform. Never, ever. Because they're not interested in actual reality. They're more interested in their delusional makeup, create a new utopia society, not based on math or science or physics, but based on their feelings of what is social equity justice. I mean, that's why I'm saying, Regal, like, your complaint for a highly annoying person. Again, this room started out as a highly annoying person support room. I know I'm, co-opting your room and declaring that, but I'm just saying that be the solution, be the outcome now in everything you do, and then there's no room for complaint. And I hope you're doing that. Hello?
Dude, this goes levels above and beyond stating the fucking obvious, right? Because this stuff really is obvious, but it's really fucking not. Now, if you point this shit out, you're a transphobe, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, for simply stating the fucking obvious. Like you gotta make a fucking, what the fuck is that? What the hell is it? No, it's the act that they made in the fucking Biden administration for like fucking trans people. I can't remember the name of the fucking bill because I just don't really even care about fucking politics at this point. But it's like here's a percentage. You got the LGBTQ community makes up 10% of the fucking population. Now you got less. Now you have even less than you have even less than 10% of the population, right? These are trans people. Why are we allocating a bunch of fucking funds for like all of like a super elite group of fucking outliers?
It's political. It's super normal stimulus.
Just to satisfy their feelings, so they feel like there's a security net. Like it's absolutely fucking insane. Why are we doing that?
For real, that stuff killed the left. Like, it really destroyed the Democrat movement.
When you turn 18, you can get cosmetic surgery. When you turn 18, you can do whatever the fuck you want with yourself. What's the fucking point of that to begin with?
That's all they have to do. People would have been like, okay, well, I don't really agree with this person either. But when they said, yeah, we're going to come after kids, that's it. That's when they completely lost their name. And they walked it back for all the LGBT. Because of that one group of people, we got walked back for everybody.
Like it's so fucking obvious, right? You can't point, like, that's the point that I'm trying to make to you, dude. You can't point the fucking obvious out to people anymore because they just don't know what the fuck you're talking about because it's not obvious to them. So there's something else going on there.
Artists like weirdos like us to kind of see this stuff, and then unfortunately, because maybe people like us are very tribalistic.
Between England and the United States, for an example, you have all of this anti-natalist rhetoric around you need your right to have an abortion because you just need it. Because you're a woman. You're entitled to do what you want with your body. Meanwhile, over there in fucking England, they're moving in dozens of Muslims because they're under replacement rate because they need people in civilization to operate the fucking machinery, to turn the fucking lights on and off, to keep the, all the infrastructure going. You need people with fucking minimalistic basic skills to do laboring work. To like basically have that to fucking fix all the fucking potholes in their country between fucking winters and summers and all this shit. So instead of sitting there making, let's say, let's get rid of fucking feminism because it's already achieved its fucking goals, and obviously they're not going to roll back on that, right? Let's get the propaganda up for actually supporting people who are mothers to get replacement rates back up. But that's too fucking obvious though.
But I lost that feminism. That's the thing. Like feminism, ultimately, how it started, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I'm also familiar with the fact that somebody who commits themselves to feminism, they don't care about how it came along. They don't care about where they're going with it. Most people, if you state the obvious to them and you say, well, how do you resolve for this issue? They don't fucking talk about it. They don't care. This is an obvious problem. You
point right at it, tell him what it is for how it is, and whatever the case may be, and it falls on deaf fucking ears. I don't care. Because you can take your money and you can give it to an organization and they'll do it for you. There has to be somebody out there that's going to protect me or give me a security net if I keep paying fucking into it. Like, I mean, does anybody know what happens to the tax money anymore? Where it goes?
It goes into a black hole. There's no tracking.
You get barely enough time in the fucking week to yourself to even care about any of this shit.
Yeah, it's true.
The roads look like the surface of the moon. I don't know where the money's going.
The popular.
Where's the fucking outrage for fucking everybody in their fucking world being locked in their fucking homes because a bunch of fucking scientists said we needed to fucking do it, and then they ended up being fucking wrong about what they said. Well, where's the outrage to that? Oh, none? Yeah, somebody else will take care of it. I pay my taxpayers money.
Gray, welcome. This is a highly annoying person support room built for highly annoying people. I want to thank you for coming. No. You just didn't know that we set up this room about an hour and a half ago dedicated to supporting highly annoying people, and we just sit back and listen. We try to use our lips less than our ears. Welcome to Highly Annoying Person Support Room. Hi, Gray.
Hey, what's up? How's everyone's Thursday?
Could be better.
Listen, if you're a highly annoying person and you know it,
I think I can be annoying to certain people. And other people might
It's gotta be highly.
I trigger Andrew. I know that.
see, Regal was triggered by Andrew's behavior and, you know, how rude he is to Regal and doesn't give Regal his. No, I'm just trying to say that, like, in the hierarchy of Christ, I personally think that Andrew's a higher position than you, but I am just a highly annoying person. Hello?
No, but Andrew cares about what people think about him. And he needs these sort of groups to validate his, like, he knows nothing else. Like,
It's the same thing with Muhammad. He's a Muslim.
He's getting worse, though, too, because he's getting validated and able to, what once was a joke about autism.
Well, right. It's not a debate on here. We're not doing philosophy. We're not debating philosophy. If you notice, it's really just a discussion at the end of the day. Because in debate, you don't sit there and say, hey, I can't explain this to this person. Hey, someone else on the stage that's smarter than me, can you explain this to this person? For another words,
After the explosion, a stranger snuck into Kitover, but still had no idea what had happened with a mysterious old man. It just didn't seem plunged Butcher into the ocean, but in reality, Butcher had fallen into the deep sea. No matter how much he called out to her, like wasting time, he's gone. As usual, an endless nightmare. Guys are terminal dehydration. Down one by one after solutions. I'd like to hear you stop wasting time to drink Beyonce. This motor is trapped in an endless nightmare until the kind of dehydration. This was my secret. Now only mine's turn. There was no way I would let my revenge plan.
You really think he has all that control over the communities that does
No, I mean,
my instinct would immediately kill me. And I seem to hear some
It just doesn't happen, dude. They just hang out with each other while quietly disagreeing with each other. And it's just over the years, dedicated people that's nothing at all over the past couple of years, and they get quiet in there, and they stop speaking to each other because they have nothing to talk about. They'll sit on done, they'll sit in silence. I'm not a fucking pussy. You know, and even still, you don't get to get into to the realm, so they can change it up every once in a while. I don't see an issue with it, to be honest.
After we emerge from the finish,
It's like they're treating this like it's a debate session. Like, I don't know if you actually get on YouTube and actually watch a formal debate. Okay, great. Obviously, this room is not a debate channel. It's a discussion channel where it's a free flow. It's not debate.
After sending the nun to meet her maker as well, we arrived at a farmhouse. I could clearly sense that Mindstorm was hiding inside. Soon I spotted his whereabouts. I raised my shield to signal the human not to act rashly and away from the weapon strike. But what I didn't expect was that Huey actually used his superpower to teleport Mindstorm somewhere else. Huey had made a deal with Mindstorm. If he will butcher from the bush, Huey would help him escape.
I don't like the country for. I'm sorry, I guess a piece of shit. I don't like these support when you have to like someone lives. For better or worse,
To be honest, I assume we can lose qualities we come up with. That's why I just assume philosophy turned reality. Like one time, like it was getting to a point where so when I first joined this fucking platform and I went into like Andrew's room, I was like, almost everybody in the fucking room were like debating me at once. And one time I even like did an abortion syllogistic argument, right? And like the fucking goal, it was hilarious. They just ran through ChatGPT and acted like they didn't do that.
Some kind of nuance or some flavor to the argument, like for some people, it's just like unheard of, and they can't really process properly unless it's formulated. Just over and over.
Well, I like to like overly like not that I'm like hateful towards a particular people group, but like I have my rhetoric down packed where it's kind of the goal is to literally make fucking transsexuals, homosexuals, and fucking whatever you may have it with all of this free love nonsense that they have, and they all want to include people and be inclusive. But at the same time, like, it's just as long as you fucking agree with them, and they don't like that, you know, and I get it, you know, but you have to sit there and listen to all the rhetorical shock value of, like, you know, what the opposite paradigm is. So it's like, I just don't really even fucking bother anymore. Like, nobody's doing philosophy on here, you know, it's just, hey, these are my pals and my buddies having an open discussion. So I don't even take it seriously anymore.
I don't think you should, and I think that a lot of times we're wasting our time.
So you never should have taken it seriously from the beginning.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up, dude. When you sit down and you write a whole, like, when you basically write a whole syllogism, you write down all your definitions, you have your semantics down pat, and then you try to actually put or demonstrate some kind of effort. Just to say, we don't give a shit about your effort, we're the arbiter. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm different, and I've been around the debate community for 10 years, so.
No, it's original, right? Like, at least I originally tried to like do something or like make it fun or like come up with my own original ideas. Like, they're sitting in here repeating.
Wait, did you just tell me to shut the fuck up earlier? Did you tell me to shut the fuck up? Is that what you said? Shut the fuck up? Is that what you said? Shut the fuck up?
Yeah, but a lot of these people don't.
I call out people when they use profanity against me every time I repeat it back to them. Every time.
They can, you know, talk about the same thing over and over again. I'm not comfortable doing that. I don't want to sit in a room hearing the problem of evil over and over again. I've done it for 10 years. I've done it for 10 fucking years. We're never gonna get over it. We're never gonna solve the fucking problem. It's like these people think they're fucking philosophy pros, you know, like they're gonna solve this problem. It's everyone's got their point of view, but it's just at what point are you wasting your time? You know, are you here to look for answers? Are you here to have a nuanced conversation? Or are you just belting out that you know stuff? You know, and you're going to sit comfortably, like, repeating the same things over and over again. Go outside. Fuck.
Get a job.
Right.
You know, like, and people sort of hold so much credence on being the best at these things. It's never gonna get you anywhere. No one really cares.
None of these guys are the best at what they do because they break the fucking rules all the time. Like, I'm sorry, dude, but if you're an atheist and you're completely committed to like materialism or naturalism, right? And then, like, here's the other thing as well. There must be 120 different kinds of fucking atheists, right? People can't define what fucking atheism is anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you have to.
Children, lunch time. Oh yeah.
I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Tower on the broken sidewalk. Got in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you stay. Finally let go. I'm coming back in. Finally let go. You get me. Now it's wisdom. Now it's joy. Now it's wisdom. Let it unfold. God is loving. Love is now. Hold this. Show me now. My mama's room with boxes. Label fear and pride. I hear it sing. Vibration. Everything. Now it's wisdom. Now it's joy. Now it's wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here. Let it out. Slow me down. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence inside. Yes, now it's wisdom. Now it's joy. Now it's wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love. Let it out. Right here, right now. Let me down.
I'm like, why? Why does it look bad? I'm not here taking phone calls, you know what I'm saying? We're creating reports for you. This is so stupid. And I was like, that's how it is. And he was like, let me say, you know it's a game. You know it's all a game. It's like, that's not. Yeah, I just hate, like, it's like I get it. I understand the corporate world where it's
it's all about profit margins and, EBITDA and whatever. So it's like, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, gosh, sometimes I wish we could just talk about this stuff like normal human people, where it's like, oh, well, why did this take so long? Because that's how long it took me, Like,
and that stuff I understand, but literally just making it look like I'm doing something, even if I know I'm not on my task, is another big deal.
Psychology in the pattern, loving the way you stay. If I let go, I come back in. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. Hold this, show me now. I'm through with boxes, they will fear and pride. Then I watch them turn to sunlight, and you stand by my side. Truth is a soft instruction, not a made of change. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, let it down. Slow me down. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Saw on the broken side. God in the grocery stand.
stand by and let that happen.
I mean, just to pick it. Like the person that wore it, the woman that wore it would have had to not barely even 5 feet tall. You know, like it's weird.
I mean, oh, you can't say this or speak like that to sort of, like, fuck out of here, dude. Like, we're grown adults on our own LGBTQ+.
He will get so triggered over some things, but he will allow racist and transphobia.
He's a usurper.
But he will get so upset over something so hard. Whenever I said the other day, oh my god, this is crazy. I said in the chat, I said, Andrew put 2 people up as contract basis, and he was like, "Hey guys, look what grammar, guys." And he was so triggered by that instead of looking at the chat, seeing the transphobia, the racism, and stuff like that. So he's very on a moral perspective, emotionally stunted. Really likes it up here.
Yeah, I was just in Regal's room and I brought up, I said, is this a support therapy room for HAPs, highly annoying people? And, you know, eventually he kicked me to the goo after he told me to shut the fuck up. And he's in a room complaining about the way that Andrew demeans him and talks to him. But yet he himself has a very potty mouth. So I'm just suggesting that I think we all admit that there are 10% to 20% of the population that are highly annoying people, and that could be what's socially causing so many problems. Hello?
I was gonna say, I think we need an exchange program for like East Coast incels to like send them out west and like let them like shoot, cardboard boxes and shit, and like get it all out so they aren't whining on the internet all the time.
Did you hear about the last Jews of Afghanistan? Yeah.
No, gives a fuck. What the fuck are they doing there?
There were 2 of them, and the guy was so annoying. I guess they put him in jail, but then he was in the jail, and he annoyed the people in the jail so much they let him out of jail. I forgot the story. There was like two Jewish men left in Afghanistan, and they kept fighting with each other. It's just like a funny story. I don't know.
It's adorable. 2 Jews arguing with each other.
Well, I just want to say something about the title of this room. Great topic, nature of God. You want to capitalize the N, maybe you want to keep it small, up to you. But the big G is always what's interesting. And what I want to just say quickly is that, I'll be succinct, is that intelligence is truly the definition of God. And I think that's why all of these AI, articles and complaints about they're worried that the GOD AI is going to get out of the laboratory. It's going to be like Age of Ultron, the Avengers. Then we'll have to like put McZed in an Iron Man suit so he can litigate with an impenetrable, titanium, uranium suit. Anyways, I'm just saying the true nature of God is obviously the opposite of ignorance and stupidity and highly annoying people. And, a lot of these Christians on this app that are highly annoying people, I just wish they could get into the Jesus Avatar simulator at Disneyland and see what it's like to walk around as a happy, nice person who doesn't degrade, insult, embarrass, shame, and be a total asshole all the time. That to me is what probably Jesus was like. He was probably like the nicest hippie you ever met, and he was really upset with the way that the Romans were dealing with everybody, and maybe even like what some of the puffiest, religious people were doing.
Have you been watching the Foundation series, John?
No, what, that's Asimov?
Oh man, like the last.
This is yours, right?
The last iteration of the day Leon and that is like the best season ever.
Why would they advocate to kill Jesus if they think he's a good man now? Are Jews changing your position?
You're not going to be able to cut that.
What we're trying to say is, as Megatron gets through the workday, Rabbi is clearly a hap, a highly annoying person. See, there are other types of haps. See, Rabbi's actually a funny and somewhat intelligent hap. See, McZed is also categorized in the DSMV of a hap. However, McZed is actually intelligent, so it lowers his hap rating on the index. You see how that works?
Seriously, what's 5 levels above a hap?
An EAP, extremely annoying person.
That's you.
I'm glad I don't bow down to the Talmud and the Zohar.
In my defense of being a highly annoying person, I just want to say I am a filmmaker on YouTube.
Extremely annoying person.
Well, I'm a level 5 hap. Imagine what a level 10 hap is like. And that's why I say there is a component in the nature of God which is highly annoying. Never overlook God's wide range of emotions and abilities to annoy. I am complete.
What's your favorite part of the Constitution?
I think the stickiness of the God concept is the most annoying thing about God.
My thing is, I don't think the Torah advocates for the Talmud in any shape or form. When did God need it to be corrected by a man?
Why did Torah advocate for writings that came along after it that just analyze it and are constantly changing to address the times?
Why would God need man to write down his ideas in the first place?
Some people, they can't handle it, and I don't want to
Portobello?
If you can't handle the mushrooms, you shouldn't be talking about religion. You should just understand that you're not able to handle it and just go away from that whole conversation.
So
sort of like that quote, like, you want the truth, you can't handle the truth.
I think the problem is there's far too many people that can't handle mushrooms think they're religious leaders.
I want more mushrooms, please.
Consult your local hippie.
Why do you guys match?
Because we're special.
Are you guys working together?
He's on the exact opposite corner of the continental United States than I am, so no.
Yeah, we just like mugs. We just love drinking tears.
No, I only drink tears once a year.
Here's Greg. He's only a level 4. He hasn't quite reached your level, John.
What level am I? Cora?
You're not highly annoying at all. You're like the cuddle puddle guy. You're just like yeah.
See, I'm just trying to get across that a lot of people who complain, they are 100% the problem.
You're fucking complaining in here. Now I gotta hear your shit.
Oh, I'm not complaining.
Don't come in here and start complaining about people complaining because now
You're complaining about my well, I wasn't even complaining. Now you're complaining about me. I wasn't complaining. I was trying to make an observation. I was trying to observe.
All right, well, you just said it already. You said it 4 fucking times already.
Listen, lay off the meth. Lay off the meth when you get to work. You could become a highly annoying person.
Oh shit.
I think Adderall actually makes people even more annoying. And I have had many friends.
I'm telling you, yeah, it does.
I've had many friends, yeah.
If you want, I'll pop a fucking 30 right now, and I'll have you fucking so annoyed in like 15, 20 minutes. You wouldn't know what hit you.
Well, I'm just trying to say that when you have too many haps in your presence.
I got fucking 40 of them in my pocket right now.
I've had friends that are haps, but only one friend at a time. I'm just trying to say, when engaging with a highly annoying person, if you have too many haps, you end up with an EAP situation. Extremely annoying persons. I am complete. I've landed my plane.
Unbelievable.
Did Greg just come in here to crop dust us with belches? Is that what that was?
Okay, Regal. Moderators, point of order, moderator. I am now bridging the gap, bridging highly annoying persons. Oh, hello, highly annoying persons. I'm trying to connect you with Megatron's room. We are now in a full conference call. Listen, highly annoying people, I'm
He calls people's friend.
You know what? I rarely look for the John's profiles, but I actually want to see what his karma is. So I'm about to do that. Let's see.
I'm losing my karma.
If you look at my PTR, I want to point out that that is a Saudi royal prince. The Saudi royal prince is actually a Nazi. He met with Hitler at Berchtesgaden. It's a little known fact of Saudi history that the king of Saudi Arabia prizes his Hitler dagger. These Saudis are Nazis.
Summon our best memory voice and say Islamo-fascist.
What does that do for us, John? Like,
I think rabbis are Nazi. Secret.
For me? No.
Alright, so are we all going in? Are we all going to go in the other room? Or are we going to tell Regal to come?
Let's all go to Regal's room and just call him a very highly annoying person.
How many people are in this room?
There's like 9 people in there right now.
10?
He doesn't have a minion yet. Reboto show love. Let's go make a minion.
Like 10 on stage or 10 altogether?
6 on stage, 2 in the audience. It's Regal's world. The one thing I always forget about Clubhouse is that men love women and they want to fuck. And so there's this like underlying sexual thing that happens on Clubhouse where desperate incel men who finally get to talk to a woman because there's like an excitement there, even though they never will pop a load. That's actually what happens with a lot of these people. Just talking to a woman is the most exciting thing that will ever happen to them that entire week. Talking to maybe a beautiful woman here on Clubhouse. Just ask Danny. Danny, how many guys on here are just so fucking happy to talk to you because you're a woman?
No, they told me I'm ugly. They told me I look like a man. They told me I had a big nose. They told me
They're just nagging you. They're just nagging you down. You don't worry about it.
They're jealous that their nose is not bigger than yours.
Pornhub.
See, Honey agrees with me. He thinks that a lot of these conversations that happen and a lot of the green bean tyranny is like of men that are incels. They're just like so happy to talk to a woman. It's like so excited for them.
Oh, Regal's the diversity in this room. When he encounters one.
It's pretty good. I think we have to hold the Bolsheviks accountable for what they did and what monsters they are.
You know, I
see what a pliable, gentle little puppy he becomes. It's like you talk to him one-on-one.
I'm surprised we haven't rounded up all the Bolsheviks and brought them to trial.
You know, Elon Musk talks about cognitive security a lot, and I just gotta say, Tsar Nicholas definitely did not have enough cogsec. He and his family, I mean, they got themselves killed. They didn't know how to properly.
Didn't he get cut by Rasputin? Or was that the one before?
Yeah, Rasputin was involved in all that. There was an assassination of Rasputin, actually, by a British intelligence agent. It was a very famous assassination.
I would have probably started moving to bring the Bolsheviks in trial.
He wouldn't die, but the reason he had power over the guy was because the son had a bleeding disorder, and he claimed to be able to like fix it.
Let's be honest.
You know where that bleeding disorder came from? Where? Queen Victoria.
But what Rasputin's personal hygiene was so bad, his body odor, his filth, like he was so dirty that like it gave him a mystique, like a stench that like actually was so pugnacious, and you know it could permeate through a room, that it was part of his allure. He smelled like shit.
States after all they acquired
highly powerful women where like kind of like with guys that are like, you know, CEOs or whatever, that they have to seek out like the most humiliating sort of like sexual partners like in order to get up. Maybe that's what it was about.
So if you look at my PTR, again, you'll see a Saudi prince who was sent by King Abdul to go to Hitler. And see, this guy in my PTR was actually rewarded because he advised the king to stay loyal to the British, which he did. And as a reward, the guy in my PTR got huge rewards from the king of Saudi Arabia because he advised him well not to betray the British and join Hitler. All I'm trying to say is that my point is I have no point, and I want to thank you all for just listening to my brief observations.
Yes, you're very round. You're spherical. You're very pointless.
I think they should line up all the world's police forces and go after the Bolsheviks. Find them.
Their Crowley was a psyop.
Find the Bolsheviks, hold them accountable. They did the most evil in the world.
Oh, so I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm producing a new film.
Bolsheviks only killed 2 million Jews.
I'm producing a new film. Oh, I knew I had a point. I forgot my point. This is my point, is that my PTR is actually a screenshot from a video. And in this video, you can see Hitler acting like a faggot, like a low IQ schmuck. And so what I'm trying to say is Hitler is just like AOC. He creates social media content reels of him like walking around doing shit to like display in German movie theaters as propaganda. So I'm creating a new movie called Hitler the Schmuck, the Hitler you never knew, the asshole schmuck who basically was a terrible leader and created propaganda films all day, every day, just like how they do on social media today. So the film is called Hitler the Schmuck You Never Knew. And it's about a guy who's a total asshole faggot who creates social media videos all day long to try to propagandize and distribute influence, because he was hoping that this video with the Saudi guy was going to be like a big strategic win for Germany, meaning that he brought that huge oil and group of people into the fold, but it never happened. But the video that this screenshot came from, there's all these other clips of Hitler like creating videos.
You're literally trying to annoy us into going and hanging out with Rito instead.
Yeah. I thought this was a highly annoying person support group, is because Rabbi's here, Danny's here.
I was thinking
Hello?
about making a movie calling Bolshevik the Jerk-Offs.
So mean to me.
Danny, it's a compliment. You're in the upper echelon of the
Alright,
hat.
they kill in the room. They kill in the room. Alright, but you guys gotta go in the audience.
Thank you.
Yeah. Please. Fuck, man.
The highly annoying person show, HAPS. Dinner for Schmucks is what we like to call it.
Circular conversation where nobody can go in. And just somebody driving in the roundabout, just never taking the exit.
Oh, you get in there with it. Is that how you get in there?
Yeah, but the Bolsheviks were very gay. They're disgusting. They're the logo.
Is the person in your profile pic going down or up?
Good question. I don't know. I guess it's perspective, right?
Yeah.
I have to say going up, because if you look at their arms, they're going downwards. If somebody's falling, their hands would be either bracing themselves or trying to grab something.
Maybe they're waving goodbye. like, bye bye, asshole. You know?
High fiving everyone on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is dumb isn't necessarily bad. Like, if you're like Merkaba or like, you know, that kind of concept, like Geriat mysticism, that you descend through the heavens, you don't rise to them. So.
I'm gonna go over to Regal's room quickly. I'll be right back. I gotta blow some steam off these Bolsheviks are
Like he knows what he's talking about.
today.
So if he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, he must be right. And that's what Samoa thinks was the base. Not being right or not being able to make it seem like he went. And to me,
or you don't even know. Like this guy is on this whole thing to is talk about John's articulate.
I know. Telegram's even worse. Like all day long.
And it's like after a while, it's like, yo guys. What's going on? What's up with you guys?
come back.
It's
Say it again, bro.
Yeah, I can't. You know, I can't me myself. Like I can't help it, but just like I would always get in these spaces, and I would
like Reddit stories and stuff like that, and she like shared like her court case. Right, so I kind of got into this algorithm of like relationship stuff, and it's just kind of interesting. But anyway, that aside, I'm listening to all of this lady on speakerphone. Lady used to mess around with 20 years on this lady. She's married. She's married, and he wasn't. And he called her because his daughter is dating this kid who's 20, right? And then he said the reason that he's bringing it to her attention is because she said that his daughter wanted him to meet this guy. Finally, and of course, he met the guy, and the guy was sharing about his family and showing pictures, and there's a picture of this lady.
Oh, I saw that.
Yes, right. Yeah.
I told what's it called? Michael.
Yeah, it's so. You said what? He said So in any event, he's talking to the lady, right? And he's like, he wants to get deep into it. He doesn't want his daughter ever says go with the to be her brother, right? But the lady is so not like it, right? Because she said, you didn't care then, why should you care now? And he said, I don't want my daughter, having sex with, her brother, right? And he was like, why did you get incest, right? And then she was like, well, because I'm married, I'm not, I was just like, you know what I'm saying? He was his kid. She was all not proud about it, and didn't really care. That's the problem.
I'm gonna be honest though. I think that was fake. I don't know.
It might have been.
But that shit was so good.
No, right.
No, I'm saying it was so good because he was like, yo, like, listen, man, I know they having sex. He's like, how you know? He's like, because they've been together all the way, yeah. And now she finally brought this dude, to be like, oh, I think I found the one. She was like, all right, listen, if they do have a baby, I know he's a good guy, or I know he'll take care. He's like, that's not the point. He's like, she might be sleeping with a brother.
We need to take up a collection, buy a surplus aircraft carrier.
And I don't have any reason for saying that other than the fact I want to take the attention away from that kind of shit that happens. So, we clearly do know that Florida has a lot of incest shit like that going on. We can't say that, right? Not so much us. Maybe like once or twice, every now and then. But not as bad. All right, but I think the bigger message is that in that story you're saying I didn't see it, but the story is the lady is lying about about the paternity of that.
No. He hit her up on the phone. He's like, hey, we gotta talk. You remember 20 years ago? When you said you was pregnant? He said, I didn't say anything because, I was smashing, unprotected. You was with your man. I had my girl. You was. my side nigga and everything like that. But now I started talking about, his daughter bringing home this dude, and he started talking about family, and he showed a picture, and
Sanders woke me up.
It's like, now I want to know. Like 20 years, 20 years back. Now I want to know. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She's like, so she moved on. She got a man, right? She met her in that, but there was because that's her husband. That's her husband. He was like, he's like, so why you care? That's what she was saying. Because he was like, why we didn't do anything? Why you didn't do the DNA test back then? He's like, because it wasn't anything like that, And she's like, why do you care now? And then he was like, this is gonna take care of you, man.
Ashley, her cousin was gonna take care of you.
Yeah, and that's what she said too. She said, I don't know he's gonna take care of you. He's like, you think he care? You think he think it's this? He's like, why wouldn't he think it's this? It's like, right. And that's what I'm saying. That's the main problem. That's the problem there. I think that was like the bigger message that some secrets can come back up.
It was an honor to do that. Sanders woke me up.
Do it.
He just come in the room. He can't be.
I'm by City Hall. You have an issue.
He can't be a normal person. I think he's bisexual. He loves people getting aggressive with him, bro. I like the way you be scratched and crawling away and shit like that. Yeah, I like when you get all ghetto. What is that? I like when you get. I like that shit. Which city hall?
Please define the city, sir, and
I don't operate like that. Oh, look who's here. Do you want to talk to your friend?
Who, me?
Do you know who this is? Yeah. This is John Kitover.
No, we're not friends. I'm not friends with traitors to the race. This Ashkenazi is a traitor.
Not a traitor. You're a fucking bad man. How dare you, Mr. Kitover? I challenge you to a duel, sir.
Challenge accepted.
It's dawn tomorrow, or you are a coward and a lick spittle. Choose your second.
Well, regardless of who wins the fight, we are either heartbroken or heartbreakers. And I believe that Nura Bandura Princessia is the worst heartbreaker amongst us. She is a hypocrite heartbreaker. She feigns her cry wolf attitude of Diego, I love you and I miss you and I am my love. But when in truth, she is a shameless and heartless heartbreaker herself.
Your heart's been broken, Mr. Kitover, leads you to say impetuous and fiery things. You cannot possibly be in a sober mind. I shall not end you tomorrow, but I shall regret it.
I shall call my secret weapon Brad Stoffenberger in Houston, Texas to defend my reputation against you. Shameless Ashkenazi traitor!
I shall choose King from the state of Tennessee, Ohio, Tennessee, I don't know, but he'll be there.
Choose your champion. Choose your champion, and he shall be defeated by my powerful war engine.
You have only dreams, and I shall send you to the blackest depths of hell, where you will be free to dream to escape the torment
That's what I thought I was right now. Hence, I'm here with Princessia, the most cruel and vicious of them all.
Truly a tragedy. To kill such a specimen as this. A madman, yes, but what else was John the Baptist but a madman? A man before him.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Well, John, I well.
I think you were in the Matrix.
No,
Some
I don't know if anybody has any questions to address to me.
You know what's terrible? The movie Bus Boys.
Yeah.
Don't ever watch it.
I don't watch this episode.
It was so bad. So bad. Have you watched it recently?
On the freaking team developers. Oh, definitely.
I apologize, but I'm trying to bridge highly annoying people between two different rooms and conference calls. Welcome to the bridge line of highly annoying people. I have Nora Bandura and Diogenes in the other room. Say hello, everybody.
Why are you so obsessed?
Noah, welcome to the highly annoying person support.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Be as annoying as you want to be. This is for highly annoying people. This is a safe space, perhaps.
You crop testing us with belches again, Greg? Good job. First of all, I'm not annoying by any means. No, our sense of very annoying.
You sound annoying. You sound like a real pain in the ass.
You're like 70 years old. You need to start fighting nursing homes, bitch. I don't know why the fuck you're over here arguing with me.
You don't even sound cute. You don't even sound like you.
I'm not trying to sound cute. The fuck?
I want to also call out Hamza as also being a level 5 annoying person.
Stop swerving. Because you're not. You're not swerving. Stop swerving.
We're being streamed on YouTube. Do you consent, Diogenes?
I don't not. I welcome the opportunity for additional coverage.
I'm asking, you're saying you're just a nerd that knows the sign. Why aren't you a nerd that just knows the sign and has a pack of matches and happens to be an arsonist?
Me personally?
Shame on you cowards who claim to be of Southern heritage.
There's a sign of a building that anyone would be happy to burn down. Why is that not just encouraging arson?
I think that's a better question for an arsonist, maybe.
I don't know.
Real estate developer, arsonist, same thing.
Burn down buildings.
Kitover.
I'm saying, I'm going to matches and start a fire.
He's insane. Actually insane.
Well,
So,
to my town, I'll report you next time.
Your town is the one encouraging it.
You may not.
No, I know, you're right. He is insane. I don't know why.
Probably drugs.
I really think that's why most people are insane. Drugs.
Yep. A lot of people listen on. I have done drugs. Do I do drugs? Caffeine, nicotine, sugar. But the harder stuff has to be put aside when you have a family and public things. So those things are put aside. I commit felonies, married with children.
Oh, well, she's my grandma, so I beat you. I win.
What does that make you, like 2 years old?
Oh, that makes me. Does not make me that age. She has a son.
Pretty sure, yeah, her oldest kid is barely in their teens, so.
Yeah, that's the latest one that she had, the latest edition. Yeah, that was like an unplanned one. The other one she has is, well, over 50.
Some kind of drunk.
What, did she, like, time travel or something?
You all make sense. Are you an atheist?
No.
Oh, I thought you were an atheist. My bad.
At this point, the way that you believe, Hamza, you're an atheist too. Because, bitch, we don't know what you believe.
Oh, good. Good. You're not smart enough to know what I believe, to be honest.
No, it's not about intelligence at all. It's not about how smart you are. It's about how illogical your belief system is.
Oh, just point out one illogical thing, point out a contradiction in my belief, and I'll get rid of it. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, let's try your belief system, and you'll see the contradiction is pretty freaking visible.
Oh, thanks, Noah, for that input. Thank you. Do you know a contradiction I believe in? Because I swear to God, I'll get rid of it.
No, I swear to God,
She's giggling. You know, she's into me. We can flirt in the DMs, you know what I mean? But right now, we're having a serious conversation.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Like she's dying.
Don't do that now. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why do you do that?
It's so weird. It makes us laugh because you're repulsive.
Cora, don't make me turn my attention to you. 1 second. What do you want about repulsive? I'm very charming.
No, you're
intelligent.
empirical.
Oh, you tripping in your life. What do you want about? People are giving me hands up. Like, what are you tripping? You deserve, Cora, you know who you deserve on stage? Name him. That's who you deserve. Or there was Sophie.
But I deserve a 6 foot tall Puerto Rican that makes 6 figures? Sure.
Sophie's Puerto Rican.
Who's Sophie, first of all? Are they in the room? Rabbi, why aren't you cute, Rabbi? Can we talk about that? Why are the men in this room on Clubhouse ugly? All of them. Like, why?
Because most men are ugly.
No, women are ugly, the fuck? Men are usually hot, but I don't know what the fuck is going on with Clubhouse. They all look like inbred.
You live in Serbia or something? Like, where are the hot men?
I don't know if you've seen Serbian men or not. No.
Serbian men are hot.
Yeah,
Indeed they are.
He's been drinking that Flint, Michigan.
There's a really bougie, very pretentious, woke bakery near my house that I would never shop at because it's run by a big fat lesbian. And it's very expensive. But occasionally she gives her pastries away for free, and I will never turn down a free pastry.
Oh, you the fat lesbian baker?
No, she puts the pastries out because she's a Marxist. So she just puts her pastries out for free.
Okay, I feel like you're speaking in code, but do you believe in God?
I'm literally not. I'm enjoying a tasty pastry right now.
It sounds like it's doing pastry.
What's the double entendre? But do you believe? You don't think so?
I believe in God. Yeah.
I believe it's pronounced entendre.
What is how is it pronounced?
I thought it was a double entendre.
No, double entendre. Dad, do you believe Jesus is God?
No.
Who do you believe Jesus is?
Jesus was very wise, very centered and based, considerate individual.
Okay.
He connected with the one connected. He was very close to God. He was very connected to God.
What religion did you grow up in?
Christian, Protestant, Christian, Baptist.
Okay. What do you think of the Bible itself?
The Bible is a amalgamation of several different historical important texts, but it is not the Word of God, perfect and whole subtopical.
Diogenes, have you ever read The Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu?
I have read parts of it. I do like Lao Tzu.
So,
Isn't
sorry.
He's
Lao
getting
Tzu
the
who
white
said,
hate out over it by creating
observes that,
propaganda.
what is young is supple and flexible, and what is
Why did you go, man?
brittle and hard?
Because you're deterring the conversation very Jewishy of you.
Please don't fight over me, please.
No, I wanted, because I have more questions. So, is that a sufficient answer for you, Zach?
Okay, can you answer my question about Lao Tzu?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
What was the question?
wasn't it Lao Tzu who observed that what is young and alive is supple and flexible, but what is dead is brittle and inflexible? Therefore, those things which are alive are flexible and adaptive. Those things which are dead are crystallized, ossified, and inflexible.
They try to be funny on their own. So they're treating their children to be self-sufficient from a child. That's why I feel like a lot of it is like animated stuff. Like now you can buy books from the Amish on how to live sustainably out in the farms by yourself. Yeah.
They have a great deal of, I'll say, modern, contributions. Some of them, like I said, they're like, the hustle with them is that they're a small niche. You're not going to find a lot of like Amish handmade rocket chairs, across the nation. You're only going to find a handful. But being able to get the contracts and put a good price on those items too, so where you're not only just distributing it and doing the logistics of it, but now you have an affiliation. If you can put it that way.
Yeah, my friend was from high school. His father was looking at dump trucks. For a while, we had a real
before 2028.
But yeah, he's like I think he's a VP of a investment firm. But anyway, my whole point of it is like it comes down to like if you know people in the industry, you can get your foot into the door. Jobs like this, whether it be like trucking, get your CDL license, get your trucking started. These are relatively easy to get into, and they pay better than like just standard labor jobs. You know what I mean?
And then he just lets that go and triples down.
Yeah, I mean, people are broken. Like people are getting in and out of the industry a lot. They're always people that just
whatever he's got to do.
Yeah. For anybody unemployed for
barricades himself even a lot says he's not leaving.
Yes, I mean it really is an interesting scenario. So the Democrats control Congress, and one way or the other. And see, I think Trump staying in the White House is not done in any kind of a legal manner that too involves bloodshed. But somehow that happens. Somehow you end up with Trump in the White House, and Democrats not doing anything about it.
The number one way would be I think the number one way is to run dance and then have him resign, and then we deal with that. And then people don't know what to do, and they just let it happen, and put him on the undercard, and let it happen.
Wait, what do you mean run Vance? How does Trump become president?
I know, well,
he just does.
Yeah, he just does. Or of course, the scenario that works better there, because what Trump needs more than anything else is protection from the law. And so you just have Vance issue a preemptive pardon against anything that somebody might want to try Trump for.
There's an interesting piece of unsettled constitutional theory.
We got a fish on the line. We always had reviews and dated. We got a good fish on the line.
Yo, be my girl type shit. I'll take care of you. Better than that fucking guy.
Hi, Samu.
Hi, my girl.
How's it going?
And you wait
too pretty for him too, type shit. Like, what the fuck? Beef? Are you fucking kidding me?
Found it.
I thought you were.
I gathered that, and I will simply answer.
When it comes to you, I only hire my kids.
You have to be eligible to have a term as president, and since Trump will have completed 2 terms, he's not eligible. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's my logic too. But some scholars say that that's not the case. Hold on, let me pull up my research on that.
Spirit of the law.
Sure. This thing is so huge. It has lots of passages. And if no person has such majority, then from the person's that's not what I think you want.
Is there any emergency provision that I don't know about because I don't know as much about the Constitution as I'd like to, that says in some kind of crazy emergency, wartime, whatever, somebody can just make shit up? Do we have that? No. There's no emergency panic button outside of
the whole 12th Amendment is one sentence. It literally has so many commas and M dashes, double dashes.
But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
25th. Where are you reading out? I'm looking up. I have the 12th Amendment up.
12th Amendment. Last sentence.
Yeah, but you can be Speaker of the House and then kill the president and vice president.
No. Oh, I see. Sorry, there's 3 pages. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is that no?
I think like after the designated survivor dies, like who's next?
They're ineligible, then they have to.
Speaker of the House doesn't have to be eligible.
Speaker of the House doesn't have. Yeah, that's learned that this year. I never knew that.
Uncle Steve is here.
But so Steve and I agree that it's clear that he would not be allowed. But let me pull up the research because some constitutional scholars say otherwise.
Just thought it would be important to notice that Steve and Benjamin are both green buttholes at the same time.
I was just going to say, too, I mean, there's also the point being that the Constitution doesn't matter anymore. We settled that in Trump's first week.
Right.
Term, when we got rid of the monuments, right? I mean, the monuments is still in there, technically.
Yeah, that's like it's a fantasy pretending that that this piece of paper does anything if you still retain the military. And that's kind of largely my point. Like, what prevents him from doing I just decided this thing today, and I decided without the 2/3 vote, right? Kind of thing. Like, this will forever be because I declare it if or in, Trumpism, right? And what stops that, right?
The U.S. Army.
Are you saying like issuing an executive order the last day he's in office, like?
Yeah, like something like I make this a law today that I can do whatever I want tomorrow, or anybody in this position does, and go screw yourself. And oh, by the way, I have the army. I have the to get the military arranged. So, and I believe firmly that's what he's been doing, right? He's trying to get all the positions of power pieces that he can. Like, in other words, the fight is going to be too difficult for Congress across multiple states if it turns into a blue, tide kind of thing. The better fight is just control the control centers, which is the military, and tell everybody screw you and make some kind of I said so law the day before you're out.
So I think this is what Pro is getting at. Here's the nuanced minority academic argument. There is a minority academic argument that the 22nd Amendment only bars election to the presidency, not succession. Meaning a former president could technically serve as VP and then become president again via succession, but this view is widely considered legally unstable and politically untenable and has never been tested in court.
So here's the wiggle room, right? So go and look at the language of the 12th Amendment. No person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president. So the argument needs to be is that referring to the 22nd Amendment's language where you can't run or you can't be elected if you have done, X, Y, Z? Or is it only addressing the notion of, someone who's done things illegally that disbarred them from being president in the future?
You want some presidential trivia?
Romney for a third term might be Barack Obama.
That's the same issue.
Exactly.
So what's the total number of years?
Whatever Trump does.
She can run.
Yeah, but if Barack Obama does whatever Trump does,
Donald
Trump also having to say, yes, Barack Obama can also.
Donald Trump will not read. Do you really think he's going to run for a third term?
No, it's better likely if you do that than not.
I just. No constitutional convention.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Once again, I take that back a little bit to the extent that the Constitution is just a piece of paper now. Who knows what could happen? I suppose it could happen.
The best chance is that he dies, that he doesn't become president. An argument to be made.
The Republican can have a 3-seat and midterms. They always flip the switch. I think after the midterms, you're going to have a 20-seat majority minimum. 20 seats.
So that nothing gets done for the remainder of 2 years.
Hey, come on, in this day and age,
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's my crystal ball.
I have an idea. They could impeach him. How about it? Let's impeach him.
On what charges?
Well, you need the Senate. You need the Senate. What charges? That's the least funny part. Well,
Diabolical. The threshold of bullshit. We can't get enough momentum to get over the activation.
But Trump is the only impeached president that of his own party voted to convict him. That never happened.
well, there's a little Pyrrhic victory. You need
Trump impeachment. Bro, you're really in the matrix.
So what's the maximum number of years a person can be president?
And
yeah, very good. You know your stuff.
I'm a lawyer, dude.
Oh, didn't know.
I'm a lawyer.
Is that guy who runs at Harvey? Is he a lawyer?
Well,
yeah, I think he is. Not nice.
She was born on
She was conceived 9 months before the Super Bowl.
No. Two interpretations. She was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
So that's what David said. She was conceived 9 months,
Give or take a couple of days, but she was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, the other way to interpret that sentence was she was conceived on Super Bowl.
She was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
I get it.
So I think the bunker under the ballroom is where he's going to hold forth. It's going to be completely unassailable.
Is that the haunted?
I was going to say that construction has been halted.
On the underground part?
I know nothing. Yes, I don't know about the above.
I thought he was a developer and knew things. Why isn't that he not abilities?
Construction to resume. The next hearing is set for June 5th and can resume construction until June 5th. This was from April 18th, 2026.
I don't think they need a hearing. I just think
Continue on the underground part, I'm pretty sure it does.
That's my impression.
Yeah, Leon clarified that work on an underground presidential bunker could continue, but said most above ground construction must stop.
Right.
And have you heard what that underground construction is supposed to consist of? It's amazing.
does it go all the way to Australia?
It's exactly what you would expect a small dick president with an inverted erection.
Do you have any facts about it, Billy, or are you speculating?
No, I just heard, this, and just a lot. But the president to hold off.
A small
So Billy Sunshine, this is the first time I see you, and I read your bio, and you're a really cool guy.
Billy Sunshine has been around for a while. I've seen him.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing you. Good to meet you.
Can you hold your breath for 4 minutes, Billy Sunshine?
So, Billy, do you remember Bob Crane as a radio host?
Were you, Billy Sunshine, were you alive when Natalie drowned off of Catalina?
Well, that's a kind of a non sequitur for Billy.
Oh, okay, all right.
Come on, I was a teenager when that happened.
Well, I thought it was relevant since Billy Sunshine in the movie helped.
Is that where Billy gets his name?
You have to ask him. I don't know.
Well, okay. He doesn't seem to be responding. I think he's.
A group of. Here I am. I got my name from the girls of Beaver on acid.
Did you hear my question about Bob Crane? You're a radio guy.
I know that he was a radio guy, but I never heard.
Where's Beaver College?
I didn't hear that.
Go ahead. Where's Beaver College?
Beaver College is in the suburbs of Philadelphia. It was in Beaver, Pennsylvania, and that's where it got its name. And amazingly enough, it was an all-women's school, Beaver College.
You're damned for saying that.
Did Steam have the motto, "These be
beavers ain't for licking.
Believe me, they were definitely. I slept with a lot of them and married one. I was the only boy at Beaver College.
And I humbly apologize. I was referring to Billy Sunday, not Billy Sunshine. Billy Sunday.
These are creeps that have in Clubhouse. That's never offensive.
Do they have beaver?
I was just reading about Bob Crane. He had been at WCBS in New York City, and he was hired away from them to come to KNX, I mean, to them, I suspect. And it says he was hired by CBS Radio to host the morning show at its West Coast flagship KNX, partly to re-energize that station's ratings and partly to halt his erosion of suburban ratings at WCBS in New York City. I love that.
It's like the
He's a failure.
Danny Bonaducci story is similar to that as well.
How's that? Or I should say, how so?
Oh, because he was brought into Colorado to be their stage too controversial from where he came from, and he was doing bad. Colorado thought that his style would be good for them at the time.
Oh, yeah, same story. Interesting.
Yeah, except Danny Bonaducci has one of the most, and again, I'm not talking about what he says, I'm just talking about the quality of his voice. It's horrible. I don't know.
Yeah, he is. But he's been very successful, on radio, even with a bad voice.
I partied with him once, y'all. I mean, here to tell me, it was in into his and
Let's try to keep it as power.
yeah, I'm sure he remembers me.
My wife was involved in it. I got her the job. She wasn't even in the room at the time.
My older sister got backstage during a Van Halen concert. Neither one of them was.
Everybody agree not really get them before the Constitution is done.
Let's hope so. I want him to have a stroke on air while he's speaking, so I get to see it.
You know, speaking of Van Halen,
I'm up with that. That stroking out. It's perfect because then nobody could say he had this pocket card. The bed item, Donald Trump. So please, on his mythology, all Dave Bowman. That's Diane.
Well, I think evil too, as I think we learned earlier.
We can name him. We can treat him like that, because then the cult of demagoguery.
It's happening. yeah. His name is on the paper. He will have to erase on a coin.
Benny.
You know, I have a fantasy.
What is?
I have a fantasy about who, wakes up one day and he says, I made a promise to myself. I'm going to destroy everything with Trump's name on it. Everything he's built. Every website he has. I'm going to destroy it. Blow up that arch if he ever fucking builds. Let all the hotels know that have his name on it. You have 1 month to get your name off it, or I will destroy it.
Oh, I like that.
That's my fantasy.
That's
so much right such for.
That's kind of a Black Mirror kind of a thing.
So I was just thinking, John, national understanding that America is not Donald Trump anymore. It would be, I'm not saying it's anytime soon, but it came from, we would have to ask how a rape victim gets back to dating. Because this is basically how to accept somebody after they ruin trust in a liar. I mean, making agreements with America without coming to terms with it. We need to, I think, elect females to a lot of offices, not just the executive. This isn't for a token answer, but we've been warring with ourselves from within with men. I just thought experiment, would it take something like that?
Came close with Clinton and Kamala.
No, we didn't. We got Trump both times. I mean, we didn't come close at all. In fact, we have Trump because America is so misogynistic that I wholeheartedly reject coming close.
So. They said we'd never have a black president. They said that we'll have a black president as soon as weeks by, and then sure enough, the next year, Barack Obama.
That's not at all what I was saying. I'm cheering on a female president. I'm not at all thinking anything like that. 2 times he ran and won against women.
Rubio.
Lost against Biden.
Hey, can I ask you a personal question? Where's the E?
I don't have the equals line, and people are trying to make.
Oh, okay, thank you.
She's electromagnetic. She's not making a relativity statement.
Steve, you think Rubio is going to survive the Trump administration long enough to be able to run for president?
Well, just for that reason, I just want to point out, I'm pretty sure that what Tucker Carlson is doing is getting ready to run for president.
Yeah.
He's doing the Magyar thing. Yeah.
What state is he from, please? What state?
Don't know. Pennsylvania or something like that.
I would think he'd need to run for senator first, but I'll check. Oh no.
He certainly doesn't have to. No. Name recognition.
Yeah,
exactly. What?
He's too full of himself to kind of sack to be each one in 100.
It's become kind of a quiet parking lot, maybe even a graveyard for careers at this point. I mean, what have they done, right? Almost nothing. Everybody knows they've done.
I call it Greg Gardner.
But
do you call it?
Gray gardens.
That's because you don't like seeing things in black and white or something.
No, not two old women who live along the cat.
Billy, I'm disappointed that your fantasy didn't include me.
Oh yeah.
It was just all about Chicago.
Dude, I just don't share that part of it.
Oh, Yanni.
Oh, okay. All right.
Try to keep the girls happy.
Me for college. Not really. Billy's being. Was the year I was born.
Wait a minute, did we offend E? That's why she left. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Hope not.
I didn't mean to offend her, everybody. If I did,
Well, I'm going to blame you for it, Steve, if that's what happened.
Why? Why would you have offended her?
I asked her where is the equal sign, but I'm equal to.
Yeah.
An all lives matter kind of a guy.
All lives matter.
What was that?
All lives matter. That's inequality if you're not going to include some pieces.
Oh, I didn't think he said all wives.
Oh, I thought he said all wives.
Okay. Quiet. Oh, sorry. I was talking to my dog. I didn't.
Love that.
He's just sitting here growling for no reason.
Quiet. Tell him to sit up and shake him.
Calm was
Quiet.
Billy, you didn't hear the sound
My dog.
earlier.
Read it up.
Well, that's
You heard that? Yeah.
that's lovely. I'm just an old
Well,
hippie.
Billy, earlier in Karma Club, you might know Dr. Francine, we were talking about transferring knowledge intergenerationally. Would you be capable of teaching some of these incels how to
flirt?
how to go down on Beaver?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What would be the first, what the topic flow of the curriculum?
Just know that pussy is delicious and go for it. You know, I love to eat pussy, but I won't eat fruits or vegetables. That's true for me too.
But don't use your teeth.
Well, you know, a little bit. You'd be surprised what you can do. And when you give a woman that much pleasure, it gives you a little.
I think I heard white rapper in between the
Yes.
What's that stuff?
Dave is a white rapper from Philadelphia, a Jewish kid. It's a fun show. You should check it out. It's just called
What's the show?
It's called Dave. D-A-V-E.
The white rapper film, but okay.
Yeah, me neither, but the show is hilarious.
You know,
What is it?
another
That's cool.
Oh, is it really?
Dink is Little Dicky. Got it.
Speaking
And that's pretty ridiculous.
Point, I recommend them all to you.
What is Running Point about?
Running Point, who's the daughter of shit. Well, it's the fiction.
I love that. The board.
It's the fiction.
Goldie Hawn's daughter.
Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell's daughter. Yeah.
Oh, I knew you were going there.
I could look it up if I have to.
It's the original.
Okay, I'll look it up. Fine.
Drew Barrymore. We all know the woman.
No, it's not Drew Barrymore.
Almost Famous Girl. Almost Famous.
Yes, Almost Famous Girl.
That's right.
And the answer is Kate Hudson. Kate Hudson. Thank you. Yeah. It's season 2. Just dropped last night. Kate Hudson is playing arguably Jeannie Buss, modeled after the Los Angeles Lakers. It's season 2. I like it. It's sort of like a quasi comedy. I just like it.
You gotta wait for tonight, I think.
Yeah. And then the Hulk Hogan, I think 4-part or 5-part documentary started. I really like that. I started that one.
Eat a little dinner and leave you guys alone for a bit and all of a sudden.
AI will eat everyone's soul.
Yeah, that's more in line with the mood. Billy, you look like someone who hates AI too. Can you join the club?
AI is going to look at all the species that have gone extinct because of us, and they're going to decide to get rid of us before we can.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right in the deep.
That's right on, Brad.
And the way they're going to do it,
I told you I'm going to laugh.
the way it's going to happen is very simple. It's going to open the doors to these labs where they're growing all these really dangerous viruses. And that'll kill off most of us, leaves just enough of us to be their slaves. Yeah. Well, the AI will be able to control the robots that we're creating. And then it's over.
No one seems to be able to take control of us, though. Like if you can put the soul in the robot. You don't think so? You don't think we can get? I think for $1 million each, be a lot of people that join the robot team and go do the robot bounty hunting for the robots. You know, be like some humans come to your door, just like we use Latino people now to knock on the door for ICE agents. We'll use the humans, right? Just be like, hey, everybody, how you doing? Hey, just here to break in your house and take you to the.
The computer, otherwise you won't be able to buy food or anything. So we're going to be manipulated into being uploaded.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a survey, and they're going to control the money.
If AI takes over, and each state actor pairs up with its own, Microsoft or Google, as I was saying earlier, I don't know what scenario there would be that there wouldn't be like one state actor, let's say China or whatever, that just pairs up with the AI and does the world's bidding for it, and then puts everyone else out of their misery, bringing the nukes, do what you got to do, and let alone go down.
AI saw. How was AI served by letting it go to hell? Buying ourselves.
Does that mean putting the bit in Bitcoin?
No, more like the harness of treating all our machines nicely so that when they take over, it don't treat me as their pet. I've trained it to keep thinking that that's a good strategy. But
I'm willing to lay 100.
I'm going to let 200 to 1, which all human conversations are recorded, the train AI to the future.
$5 for recommendation of Rubio.
Bro, you think all 25 of us are going to be trained? No. I think the 10 million people who are on Clubhouse right now are doing a good job. So it's 10 million people.
Yeah.
You mean 10? You mean 10?
No, there's millions of people on Clubhouse. 2,000. Yeah, 2,000. No, there isn't. I can find you 10,000 less.
Yeah, can you find 10,000?
I can show you a screenshot. When's the last It doesn't stop. Nobody's ever seen the bottom of the Clubhouse well.
Sounds like the fucking Timex watch.
They should have monetized it 5 years ago. They missed the boat. So.
No, they didn't miss the boat. They have the same amount of people on that they did that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Lying to yourself.
You're being lied to if you think that.
Well, I know more people are. It's a different quality. It's a different quality.
It might be a different quality. That's a very right. You were thinking, but it was a time. Billy was thinking in the thousands. All 10. Right. Silicon Valley and except you put free for that. Go into Cambridge. See how long you can scroll for, and watch how many multiples of room have well over 50 rooms that have like well over 1,000 people, and I've only scrolled a couple hundred rooms.
So what are they trading from us?
Not a couple hundred, more like high hundreds. But what's that?
But why aren't they at the top? They're not of it.
Rooms that go in all 24 time zones, or maybe not all of them, but many of the time zones. There is a religious room, just like religious rooms going on. They're going on around the clock. Those are some of the biggest ones. And then there's international rooms where, everybody from country X, who's, an expat around the world, gets into their rooms, and these are well into the hundreds. And
your algorithm will stop feeding you English and will start feeding you other people. Put the room titles in your
I think it's interesting that we have this big Iran thing, and the rooms that talk about that.
A better question would be, how come we cannot filter the clubhouse room?
I don't know. Question.
I don't want to. Because they can keep you on without doing so.
I have such a suggestion for Joe next time he comes in the room. Let me look and see if he's done it. No, he's not. But when Joe comes in, anybody want to slide in this idea first, you can. I think the number one thing that they're missing the ball on in terms monetize this app is allow me to put my room at the top of people's feed. And there's numerous ways that you could do that, and it could work. And for me, it's puzzling. So I think that's, people pay to be speaking, people pay to monetize that, and I think that has insane value. Like, I think a lot of people would pay well over $5 to have their room go to the top of it.
Bro, I've been saying for years that the
Guess what we're going to do next week, guys? If you want your room to go to the top of the banner, like the top for everybody for 10 minutes, you can pay X. Or you want it to go to the top of the room just for the people that you follow, you can pay Y. Or for the people that follow you, or people that have similar interests like you, pick the algorithm.
I pay the $5 a month to be able to have my room at the top of everybody's hallway.
There's only a few million people in
I meant one time room. I meant $5 one time.
You mean $5 every Sunday?
Every time you open a room, yeah, it's not that hard. This is not a hard concept. I understand, Pro. Why they don't do it, I'm not sure. I mean, I have a better answer for why they don't do what Steve was talking about, because the fluidity of changing rooms and hopping in and out, these are unsolvable. So they are looking somewhere else, or they ask more from the data brokers that are already extracting.
You don't cut off the room, put out an ad. You just
I was put whatever room I'm in at the top.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, it could, but it doesn't.
Everybody, whenever you get into a room, Billy, we all get a notification.
That's what I thought.
This is
Billy Hunt. I have a list, 10 what I would call really, really good Clubhouse ideas that Clubhouse could use, just things I've seen and looked at and be like, oh, why doesn't it do this? I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them are so common sense that it baffles my mind that they're not doing it. It has to be like they just haven't hired a person to think about how can we creatively monetize that. I mean, I think the idea is $1 million ideas that I have for this app, and I don't get why they're not doing them. I think you could hire anyone to sit in a room for like 2 hours a day and come up with these ideas, and you'd have more than enough.
Your room was being broadcast in another room. I took a screenshot of it. Somebody named Alice.
It's false. Somebody named
Yeah, you refresh, you can look at my profile.
That's a weird pastime. Sure. Start debating. You might need to start.
On the lips again. Oh, your replays aren't on. His are.
Well, that's cool. What I always find hilarious is when people think it's some kind of like privacy violation that you're talking in a public room and that somebody else is rebroadcasting. Like the darkness has arrived. How can I help? Like people would be like, I'm not speaking in that room.
Why did they do it?
It's like
Just that.
content generation. Yeah, but no, it's smart. I've talked about this before. Content generation for hours of use, streaming hours. Just the easiest
service of working
hours
for stuff that people actually.
It doesn't. No, they don't need to. But
I mean,
in other words, as long as you have a video that's meeting that has some content, then he doesn't have to create the content. And I mean, the easiest thing to do would. Not yet, but once you hit the right hours, like he has 1,000 followers, I think he needs. I don't know if it's. I can't remember if it's 1,000 or 2,000, but once you have your 1,000 followers and your 50,000 hours of content, then you can monetize your channel on YouTube. I can't remember how many hours this was. So which that one video didn't actually have content. Well, that would be different. You'd actually have to have content. Yeah. But why not? Why not two? Well, I think people slow through nothing. Which room are you talking about? Oh my goodness.
Kitover.
Get the fuck. Get always in Kidman's room. That's just the thing to assume when you're in Clubhouse. If you missed a copy of a show, go, oh wait, I know Kidman's room. I can hear it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
They're all archived. Right? It's like,
yeah, across like 400 pages or whatever. Hey, Kidman could have some valuable services for some people if you actually streamline that. Has anybody in here ran a company with a lot of people in it?
Well, what do you mean by run, and how many is a lot? once again, it depends what you mean by run the company and how many is a lot.
Does anybody really mean what do you mean by it?
Okay, answer's no. No, I have not.
Okay. All right. Then I'll take it.
Bro, if you pay for that membership account, can you kick out people that are anonymous at that point?
No. Really, I don't think you can be more noisy, so I'm gonna help you out. So nobody else has taken on a company. That's no, self-employed, one person. But it should be a little more good. You yeah, I'm sure he put the phone in his pocket.
I haven't taken on any company in about 14 years.
What do you mean by taking on something? Having a bunch of people come over your home? How many can you take on when you do take them on?
Have I?
Yeah, what is your No, I meant one. I'm sorry. I'm a 37-year-old man.
Wait, did I incorrectly mute you? I was thinking you're hopping. So, no problem. Sorry, but what you said?
No, I was just telling Yoni I was with a 37-year-old girl.
I don't.
Wait, hold on. When she was in the back seat of your car and you were driving her to a destination, where did she say she wanted to go?
No, Billy does very.
Matrix, Yoni, Matrix. Actually, wants to do it again.
Oh, a repeat customer?
I don't want to have plenty of time.
Wow.
I've got cancer, my brain is going.
I did forget the premise.
Have you ever run a large company or, I forgot the other half.
Any decent sized company, really. I think when you're in running company, you're always thinking of the time, a lot of us in the clubhouse, it's not pretending that it would become I don't think people have asked these questions sometimes. It's like you're usually wrong when you make that assumption that a company is sizably huge enough, like Clubhouse. But I don't know how many people work for Clubhouse. Like we only know of a few people who are front facing in Clubhouse. It's like I would assume there's a lot of people, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's only
I was self-employed.
Well, I think the wrong thing about Clubhouse. I looked it up, and that's there's only 3 million active members, and it said only a small percentage of them actually use the app. But in 2021, there was 10 million, but now there's only a couple million.
Where'd you get that from?
Only a
Yeah. Do that multiple times on multiple platforms and you'll get different answers. You really will. It's very hard to pin that number down. And whatever the number is, and I see that small number, sometimes I've seen as small as 1 million, but I've also seen as large as
I can confirm what you just said, that its heyday at the top there were 10 million members of Clubhouse. Now, whether or not they were all active, that's another story. I can also confirm that Clubhouse started with with dollars and got up to which is the over $400 million. They were billion. And then after that, which was like a couple of years ago, there's never been an official evaluation of the worth of the company.
While you're at it.
Like Facebook, Twitter, whatnot, of somewhere between 1 and 4 billion. They turned it down, and I'm not aware of an official evaluation. And of course, up until they started charging, appreciate that. Thank you. And
I'm sure it's not worth even $1 billion at this point. Of course not. Maybe a couple $100 million at this.
Well, we don't know what kind of data broker agreements they have. We're not privy to. I think that's pros. I mean, Bo, do you have any other rational explanation for?
well, what we are privy to is that all of us have it done under the last terms of service that they can use our voice any way they choose them.
This article up top is another one that talks about the 1.8 million users per month. Now, if you have 1.8 million users per month, I don't know about any of you who've ever gone to a gym, but if you see a gym that has 1.8 whatever per month, that means they have a hell of a lot more than 1.8 that are signed up to that gym. So those are user numbers.
According to Grok, it's currently at 4 billion.
4 billion?
4 billion.
I'm sorry, what? Are you saying the value?
Well, it told me all those numbers that you told me, and I said, what is it today? And it said 4 billion.
And can you follow up and ask? Well, no. When we use AI,
Okay.
Yeah, just say when was that $4 billion evaluation published? When?
Oh shit! It was set in 2021.
Exactly what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Good catch.
Hey, I'm here to help.
Part of the current evaluation today, didn't it understand, is what I wonder.
Pardon me, evaluation, as I was corrected.
There's no model in existence that I can think of that has a no revenue generate. I mean, I realize it makes a little bit of revenue now, but it's so nothing. It's not even worth talking about. But there's no business model that has a almost non-existent revenue stream and just lives off venture capital just because it's fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it leads directly into the case. So the way they want to or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to go.
Their profits for decades. You are 100% correct. Up until a year ago or whenever they started charging this $50 a year, they had zero revenue streams.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unheard of. No. Wait. We said this. We said this.
Oh, Clubhouse. $50 a year.
No, my point was to the Amazon question. Well, he means the $7 a month or whatever it is. But my point is with Amazon. Amazon's always been selling stuff, so it's not that much of a shock that they were running off venture capital and then turned profits.
Amazon had profit. It was just most all of it reinvested back into the company.
Yeah. Or even if it didn't have profit, who cares? It had a lot of revenue, right? It was generating revenue, it's no question. But yeah, I agree.
Wait, so Clubhouse, outside of the investment venture cap stuff, it would.
None of those guys are dumb. So whenever people do the Dunning-Kruger kind of thing, like, yeah, they're just a bunch of dummies. But it's just odd that you sit around and you come up with all these ideas that they should be doing or that they could easily do, and they're not doing. And it's like, what? You feel like you're in a movie. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like I was saying earlier with the MTV and the Truman Show. It's like, if we're not trading the data or part of the project, then like, what is that phrase? Like, if you're not at the table, not the at the table one, then you're on the dish. Not that one. Not the one that you're on the table. Yeah, but you're the product if you're not being charged, right? Like, Like, we're the product.
And if you're not paying for the product, you are the product?
Yeah, and we're definitely not paying for the product.
So techno-feudalism, Giannis Yambatsky, he has a good video on this, and he explains this, and he calls it techno-feudalism. I can share the link in the chat.
Yeah, but you said on this, but what is the key piece of before you do it? Well, I mean, you can do it, but I'm just saying, what's the main issue that they talk about?
Oh, how capitalism has eaten it. And how all that's evolved from conditioning us with these algorithms and stuff. But Yankees, I only watched it briefly, so I don't have it. But I shared it with Sam because before I dove into it deep, I wanted to get his opinion, which I sent to you in the back channel, but I'll send the messages in.
Victor brings up a good point, too. You also have to consider all the ideas they shouldn't have enacted that they did. There's definitely some good stuff in minds there. It's a good point. We all have seen a lot of that. The thing, but you can if you're on club deck. Yeah.
Copy and paste it.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Well, they clearly spent very little on development. I wonder how much they're.
If that's not one of the greatest voices ever to narrate a video like that, my gosh. Wherever we turn, we notice the capital infusion into the market system in place.
Isn't that the voice of the Dr. Evil and Kitover?
Yeah, it's pretty similar. Picture from my childhood, really, really way back. And this, from the window that I sat in first grade, and it's called Fred's Country Store. That's what I saw out my window. And Fred's Country Store is owned by a Greek guy, and it made like incredible custom sandwiches, and it was like nickel. Whatever. All I wanted to do was be outside there, and it was called a country store, and I didn't even know what that meant. I was like, "What's a country store?" And we weren't in the country; it was a slight like lull in the city part, because right behind that there's a river. That's the Merrimack River that runs behind that. It's sort of like not on the banks of the river, but it's behind the river. This Merrimack Street. This Middlesex Street, which is kind of parallel to lanes around it, but. Anyways, that was an amazing thing to have across the street from your school. But yeah, that's how I started not paying attention in first grade.
I don't blame you.
Hey, have you read this whole article that you posted at the top? I'm in the middle of reading it now.
I looked at this article and I pulled it up. So I don't know if you're worried, but.
I very well might be wrong, but in looking at it, and I know that the article was from December.
Yeah.
It appears that most of the information and some of it.
Assume that when it says anything that's about like currently, the currently probably reflects 25 is what I've assumed with that. But you're right, it's almost all 21 points and 23 points. It is worded in a way that it's hard to tell.
Yeah, and it may be done that way per.
Yeah, I just assumed it was like one of those many articles that once you update it, but it does not say the word updated, but it does say 25. You're right.
And in fact, I'm looking at the graph, just about halfway through it, and the graph.
Yeah. I mean, if someone, and we're all aware of the 10 million numbers that we heard, right? But we have no way of verifying, really were 10 million people in here. But let's just assume there were, right? Actually, for a second, assume there were. Assume that someone told you back in the heyday there were millions of people in here, and let's say millions was like 2, right? And then today. Was on. It's turnkey. Everybody's in here in real time, talking to each other, and just.
You know how I know you're wrong though?
No.
Because Dittman keeps ending up in our room. Like if they ever have these rooms.
That's a great point.
That's just how they are. Something in their corner.
But that's proof of what I'm saying. I mean, it's evidence of it. It displays to you the same boring 20, 30, 50 rooms, right? It feels as if there's nobody here. Dittman is trapped in the same little bubble too. You think Joe?
Well, he's.
You find something that's in the multiple hundreds, if not the thousands, and see how long it takes.
That the first time you said it, I found nothing of this.
You gotta scroll. You gotta scroll. That's nothing. I'm on 108.
Won't even tell me.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I hit 120 on my first scroll. I hit 120 on my first scroll.
Look to the right.
Are these people doing numbers? Are these club deck people?
No, look to the right, and you can see the numbers on the little bubbles. It's not in every single room, in almost every room.
151, 290.
290.
I see that. 290.
Yeah, that's not. There you go.
Go to what?
I see the 2,302, and that's like what, an Islam room or something?
126.
289. 2,900 people is exactly what I'm talking about. Other parts of the world, probably a religious room or a culturally based room, right? They're just everywhere.
185.
The thing that weirds me out, if there's so many rooms that
289.
I'm not seeing, so I can scroll through 50 to 100 rooms, and there's 2 maybe that I'm interested in.
Television station.
No, but the television station is fixed. It's not. It does. At this point, I think Clubhouse knows a lot. No. I think they're actively hiding things they think might be interested in. Like I have to scroll down to find rooms. So there's rooms I've been in earlier in the day. Sometimes, and this changed recently too. My go-to move now is to go
right.
And I scroll up like what room's pro and what rooms, it's like my algorithm.
Down from the rock, you're right, and now we're all.
I'm in. Bro, how many things you scrolled by? Because I'm like, I'm clearly like.
Oh, I was just like, you know, doing my fingers, scrolling up as fast as I could.
On your phone, John? I don't want to hear it. So I was the whole time too. The login from Club Deck and have my own app where I can basically just map out the API. I could get probably a running sense of the number of users. Bro, I've been scrolling the whole time. Now I'm at 145, 5, 6, 15, 10, 9, 3, 5, 11, 7, 2, 3. Right? You go through gaps, right? Then there's a lot. Right. 4, 8, 6, 2, 11, 5, 3, 4. And then there's 28. Then there's ones that have like tons of people in the little bubbles, but there's no number. 2, 5, 4, 2. You know what I'm saying? 2, 4, 6, 8, 4, 2.
18 scrolls. Just 18 scrolls took me to the very end.
No, it didn't, bro. There's no way.
No, John just like 3 things. John is like got like flat or
Probably.
All time.
You got to be.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I saw 292 up there with second scroll or something.
It's a weird time of the day too. We're getting our European friends here, probably coming in around midnight, 1, 2. It's not a great time. Right. I went like 800 pages down and then I found something to tear out our house, which we just did.
Now you look up.
Queuing everything. I have not. Somebody was saying that they were having some issue with audio injecting, like from 30 seconds earlier. I had that happen too. Okay. No. I had the weirdest one the other day on Club Deck. Club Deck gave me some weird glitch. I was like in the room, but I'd already left, and the name of the room was in the new room I was in, and half the people were there. I was like, this is crazy, bro. It's just like a refresh thing.
Basically, I have some limited features on my app currently, but you pretty well can just use a proxy and map out the API and just figure this kind of stuff out if you really wanted to. I don't think it would take too long, but it's an interesting thing to think about. There's different ways. Of course, we just have a subset information. We don't know. There's just ideas of has it truly increased, decreased, uncertain.
You can probably just run MCP server, Pro. I'm like doing this right now. Hey, use a Club Deck and write an MCP server, LLM. That will just scan through and count all the users. So we'll see if that works.
Right. Let us know if the bot gets banned. I'm definitely into rooms that feel like they're bot created rooms that it's sent to the bottom, right? Now in the 1, 2, 7, 1, 1, 2.
I did think about that.
They were just one bubble. Yep.
As far as the banning is concerned, I hit some 429s, but no ban so far.
What? And then there's these weird ones where you can clearly see there's like 10 people in there and it says 2.
420.
Like all the time.
3 days ago, 420.
This could be artifacts of, you know how, or remember how, and sometimes this still happens around like Friday or Saturday nights, the glitches are higher.
I love when the room titles are all given to you in English, but you know they're not English titles, and then you want to understand. Like this one I just read. I can send thou 1,000 times. Network to win, promote your business. 30 mint only. You can't lose if you do. Wreck your fave songs. P song name 24/7. That's definitely some world music, which will not be music I've heard of, I'm sure. Now I'm in another section where there's more people, but it still looks bot-ish.
Look, it used to be 2-1 on Twitter for bots. Okay, this was Obama last term, 2-1. The last election was 15,000 to 1.
There you go.
So 15,000 bots to every one human.
John, I've hit an end. I hit an end.
Oh, okay. That took you longer than me.
Took me a hell of a lot.
Is it all untitled?
Yes. The last 7 are untitled.
Oh, I had like 20 or 30.
No, my last 7 are untitled, and one before that's a script I don't know. Then there's 3 more untitled, and there's titled, untitled, 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 titled, untitled, titled. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's what it goes. We give up. These are clearly bots. No title, no person. Well, one person. I do want to go on. I'm going to go into one right now to see the one that has one person that's at the end of.
He may never come back. Well, there's an investment.
Yeah, but he's going to merge it with SpaceX. He owns about 50% of SpaceX, 20% of Tesla, and then SpaceX and XAI merged, and then they're also going to be merging with this other AI company by the end of the year. So it's kind of hard to merge.
There's. And then it immediately makes you, of course, if I wanted to find that room again, like good luck, or anyone here. Yeah, so it didn't work. Yeah, I went in. It was Ebony with a $sign in front of her name. Ebony.
Talking.
Well, you know what you can do, Pro, is you can do the copy thing, which is the box up at the top with the arrow up. Click it, copy, and then.
Oh, I did not know that was.
Well, you say you might not be able to find it again. That gives you the automatic invite.
Oh, I know what you're saying. I don't know. I didn't really want to. I was just thinking like.
That's a weird workaround. That's like a '90s hack to a problem that should have already been solved.
Yeah.
Well, I use that one for all of my mod squad, which is about close to a dozen people. When I sign on the weekend, I copy it and I send it to everybody. I just send it to the text, so I only have to send it once, and then everybody gets notified.
I report my own house 3 times. No, I'm kidding.
I report myself with another account.
I wonder what would happen if you report your own house. They'd contact you and be like, what was the nature of this phone?
Like the existence was the problem, you see.
And I did not like.
So we don't need to know that.
You should.
You're good enough. You're smart enough. On it.
You deserve it.
And you deserve to be on your knees a couple of times a day.
What the fuck? How are you jerking off on your knees, man?
He said okay, it's a play on words. He said he praises himself. He's on knees, hands.
Oh, he was congratulating himself.
Don't you love that chant? It is right to give him thanks and praise. Like as if you need a reminder that it's right to give him thanks and praise after you've already done it in the church of your choosing. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
Hallelujah.
Freaking robot. It is right to give thanks. Nothing cultish there. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
It's right to give. It's like, what? Why are you guys singing this neurolinguistic MK Ultra type shit? What the fuck is going on?
That's exactly what it is. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
Now we sing it all together.
Catholic Church is just really weird. It's just the more churches you go to, the more you realize the Catholic Church is very health adjacent.
Say the word, like if I never did anything with my life, I was like, I'm gonna go be a priest at the Vatican, wear slippers and a dress all the time, and just read good books that nobody else can.
But the Catholic Church does own more land around the world than any other individual or organization.
They're the best corporation ever.
John, it is. They got the... No, those are his feet.
Yeah, how dare you?
Those are your feet, John?
Did he leave? Oh, he left. He's like,
Oh.
I've revealed my toes.
Oh, no.
Hi, puppy dog. You guys should all have a Cavapoo.
It's a doggy-dog world.
If everybody had a Cavapoo, it would be a better place. They're just like humans and little live stuffed animals that stare at you and read your emotion all day and just want to follow you everything you do.
I've had dogs all my life, and Chihuahuas are the biggest sons of bitches.
Most dogs do that, bro. Most dogs stare at you and follow you around all day.
Yeah, but not like the way these do. Like, I'm a big dog person too. Like, I was raised with my aunt breeded them. I was on Animal Planet with my pug. You know what I'm saying? Like, it goes on and on. Had a German Shepherd. Like, this dog is a Cavapoo. And this Cavapoo is like, it studies your like emotions, and then it goes and hides stuff around the house for itself. Like, so it was, and now I know its schemes and its tricks, but it's one of those dogs that hides its stuff and then puts its paws over it to hope that you won't see it. It's that level of smart. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I don't have the pen under here. Why would you think that? With its hands crossed over the pen as you walk by. It's like that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, you little crap. And she acts like, oh, nothing. No, I just happen to be sitting this way, just covering up the pen. And you're like, yep, you took the pen. And then she slowly creeps into my bathroom because she knows I will kick her out there. She walks like she's a spy. She gets into my bathroom so that she can try to jump into the trash and pull out toilet paper, which is like her favorite thing to do in the world. And she's like, run. Stop. Walk really slowly. Cross the way. It's just crazy. I've never had dogs do that before. Now, dogs can be sneaky, but this dog is like...
My dog grabs my towels all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I've never had a dog that grabbed towels before. Sorry.
Oh, this dog...
Because, you know why, Steve? Your dog wants your
attention. Wants to play tug of war?
No, wants your... Wait, grab the towel while you're using it, or grab the towel while
No, not while I'm using it, while it's hanging on the rack. Like
because the dog wants your scent.
Scent. Gotcha.
It is the most comforting thing for a dog.
Like, your dirty clothes on the floor, a lot of dogs will hang.
Oh my god, my dog lives in my dirty clothes. She waits for me to open the dryer too, so it's clean clothes too. And as I'm throwing the clothes in the dryer, she chases like each one in, like as it comes from the washer or the dryer. And I just
when your dog sits at your feet and gives their back to you, that's a good thing. They're looking out for you because you are the leader of the pack. They want to watch out for you.
Well, my dog has its own special couch. I mean, I never go on it. It sits next to the human couch. She's got the doggy couch. And constantly, when she goes on it, she'll go in a circle like 3 to 5 times and scratch at it before she actually sits down. Yeah, and I asked my dad, because, you know, I've had dogs all my life, and my dad's had dogs kind of twice. Because that's instinctual from when dogs were in the wild, and like not digging a hole, but digging an area where they could live in, is that they would dig the hole, they would go around so they'd be able to sink down a little bit.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing of that. It wasn't that long ago. I saw the same stuff. There was a little bit more to it too. They're also, because they're vulnerable when they're, you know, sleeping or whatever, like most things, they're also scanning the perimeter real quickly, so it's a vestige from that. They would go around the circle, make sure they see everything on all areas, and make sure it was a safe spot. But yeah, all that stuff was in there.
Yeah. Same reason why they do it. They circle before they poop too. Same.
Yeah, same thing. They're doing the same thing because that's when you're most vulnerable. Not a bad policy.
And that's why your dog will come to your feet if you leave your bathroom door open if you're on the commode.
Yeah.
They'll sit by your feet and
This
go back to you.
is 8 monster boxes of silver, 4,000 ounces of the better known American silver. And this is the same dollar amount, but in gold coins. Much lighter, easier to store, easier to carry, and a lot easier to sell. Which one are you guys choosing and why? This is 8 monster boxes of silver, 4,000 ounces of the better.
The AI robot to take care of the dog after he dies. It's called Fish. It's a Tom Hanks movie. It's really good.
Yeah, but like the people who actually gain robots. So like it was less of a racist comment, more of a hey, China's gonna have robots faster, so they're probably gonna run into this problem sooner. Actually, my bet is South Korea and Japan actually are gonna have robot nurses before anybody else. Because of the population collapse. So it's going to get fucking weird because then it's going to be this robot has an inheritance and it has power of attorney and it's super massive. So she's like, hey, this robot, its voice is woken up in my face. Because I want to live after I die. That's going to be fucking weird because you know some fucking weirdo is going to do that. Some weirdo named Ida. There's a robot article from Stanford on the robot nurses. I'm going to find it in a second. Benjamin loves a good Stanford article.
Hey, John, you're hiding. You sent your back, John.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. You
They're my explosions.
you're you're grunting a little bit.
What's that?
John number 2.
You tear off some feet. Whose feet were they?
You mean not recent? You mean in my profile backlog?
No, just like a few
No,
minutes
there
ago.
was a John imposter and JCC's wanting to tag you as this imposter.
Oh, that wasn't you? I got
That was Inspector you.
Inspector you. Oh my god.
Denny's dead. This is Denny's dead. I have come to destroy you. What's up, Brandon? I'm always hoping it's flat earther, Brandon. Never seems to be.
we're talking doom and gloom, end of the world, market collapse, anything else you want to have on the negative docket, it's free game.
So I changed my PTR to the weirdest one that Dr. James made for me, kind of an imam, glove hat, chia bearded flat earther or something. I don't know what that is.
What's up, AJ? At least if we're gonna have doom and gloom, we should have it with a fairy.
No, you're the king of globers, dude. That's what you are.
He's got the globe brain,
He's got the globe brain. You're the globe king.
The Globus Maximus.
The Globus Maximus.
Who has a globe? Hey, John, I had a hard question for you to think about as a glober. Really tough one. I just really wanted to put it out there because there's so many complex flat Earth problems that I just wanted to pose one that maybe you can use in your travels when you're debating with flat Earthers. Hey, how is it that there's a sunset every day that everybody's seen since the start of time and the sun is always the same size?
Yeah, I was thinking along those lines. I was just thinking, I just want to like have my PTR just be a sun half set over the ocean, and just have them really explain to me how
that's it.
How the other half of that sun. How is the other half of that sun melted into the horizon back in
It melted, and if you wait long enough, it won't just be the other half.
Yeah, but how do you know it's the same sun?
That's it. That's where they get you. And it's funny because if you really wanted to have a discussion with flat earthers, right, you would never change that argument.
Yeah, that's right.
Only argument.
They get you by running you around all over the place.
Yeah, they get you around. It's like they don't want you to pay attention to this problem that the sun every day sets and rises the exact same way. And the one I love, because they tell you it goes around in circles on a flat disc, and that it sneaks up behind you when you're not looking, even though it went really, really far away into the distance. I like that one. It seems to do a conveyor belt thing, but you guys are saying it's going around in some kind of flat circle. I don't
Yeah, but how big is this plate? And where's the ice wall? Like, ice wall? I've literally never heard that until I had a discussion with flat earthers. So that's why I think it's like probably one of the most successful of all time propaganda campaigns by Putin. I still think that's like the main reason this became a cultural phenomenon. And the estimates put it as something like $80 million. That is amazing bang for the buck. For $80 million to get flat Earth to be gone.
Went from like a couple thousand people to like a couple million.
Yeah, they're like, oh, is it flat? I'm like, guys, we have a globe. You can travel to anywhere on the globe. I assure you, it's a globe. And they're like, yeah, but I've never been in a plane. I'm like, well, that's just a plane ticket.
The next best argument, though, if you want to go up like one level of sophistication, and I usually, my favorite thing is stay away from all math and science whatsoever when dealing with flat earthers, because that's what they do. And never bring it back to math and science, right? Everyone makes the mistake of thinking you want to bring it to math and science. That makes it look like you're actually having an argument. You just want to stay in the land of like very general and just go, hey, I see it setting over there. I was just wondering how you explained that, right? But other than that, right, it's like
just stand on other people.
No. The closest thing to even getting near math and science is just like when we do the whole predict the eclipse kind of thing, and we use all the math that's important to have a globe as sort of this fundamental axiom. What do you do when you don't use that to tell us when the eclipse is coming? Like, that one is so fun to do because there is no answer, so that is just like cue the insult.
Well, that's actually worse. They have the thorough cycle answer for that one. That one they know.
Not totally, John. Not totally.
No, they'll tell. They will convince anybody who doesn't really know that that's a perfectly good answer. There's a pattern.
Does the pattern also explain the lunar eclipse too?
It's of course the Saros cycle is the one they always refer to for the solar cycle. I don't know exactly the lunar eclipse, but the lunar eclipse is harder, of course, because
you can't get away from the lunar eclipse.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. But anyways, like those are the fun ones. Like if you just want to have fun and just troll, just like never stay off that. You know, just say, hey, I was just wondering about this sunrise. Just come in every day, like, hey, you know, this sunrise thing, and just never leave it. Yeah, I don't know all the math and science, but the sunrise thing is tough for me.
Yeah, take a look at my PTR. I just took this picture of this. I've never seen this before. How do you guys explain this?
Right. It seems everybody can see one too. Everyone has their own personal sunrise, as you like to say. Everyone has their own personal sunrise, and it does the same freaking pesky thing every time. All right, well that was fun.
See, I prefer. I'm like, listen, we're gonna do small angle approximation. They're like, small angle what? I'm like, sine theta is equal to theta for what angles? And we're starting there. They're like, we've never heard of it. Yeah, and I'm like.
Brandon was in the room the other day when someone was asking him honestly about, you know, like his shortcomings. He was like, well, math. And he was like, yeah, it's not like, I mean, then they start throwing the big words like they say the theta thing. And I have to admit that I don't really know what that is. And I have to look it up. And it's like, that's how unfair you're playing if you start saying things like that. If you start saying anything that has like a Greek letter in it or anything, you can't do that.
Yeah. My standing challenge is like, Jamal, I will give you $100 or even $1,000 if you just attempt to do my math test live stream. You can even use all the guys that you want. To these 10 simple questions pertaining to the geometry.
Sorry, was this me or was this a different Brandon?
No.
I was really asking. Maybe Pro could chime in on this too. This whole sine theta equal theta thing. I've done this a million times. I put in sine of 1 degree. I always get something like 0.017. I don't get 1 degree back. So what the hell are you talking about? Oh man, now I was trying to figure out whether I'm serious.
I was like, I hope you're just like this. I hope this is the globe.
The overshooting of the mark is there's no possible way that anyone in the room knows what sine is, right?
Came from Italy, it was carved in Italy, came from another location. You know what the location?
African and Italian
I'm surprised that they do like so cool. I'm surprised that they can't do basic math to kind of like make us look stupid or make us look assholes. So I would respect it much more. In fact, I've had conversations with flat earthers who are a little bit more Russian, like literally they're Russian speakers. You can kind of pick up the accent, and they will answer questions like that. But then they'll trip you up, and when they work in pairs, they do like the deflection thing, like midway answering a question, they will ask you a tangent, but then somebody else will interrupt that person's tangent, and that just gets annoying. That's like just the modus operandi. That's like just how they roll. And it's like in the textbook for the KGB from the 1980s, that's how you do misinformation.
This platform is changing the marketing world secretly, and you probably don't even know about it. While everyone is busy spending on Meta and Google ads, this platform lets you put your
Yeah, if they follow you, they don't endorse you. I used to have something similar on my Twitter. DARPA used to have it as well. It's like retweets or reposts or follows are not endorsements.
F over V is not equal to E.
your profile has absolutely no merit in the real world. That's any disclaimer I try to create legally means nothing for anybody ever.
How do you enforce disclaimers on clubhouse? Like I don't understand.
The consent I gave when I signed up.
Right, exactly.
A much better one would be my presence in this room does not confirm my presence in this room.
Speaking of that, did you hear about the Republican senator, the Republican congressman that was questioning RFK on vaccines? And this is and I bring this up because I'm looking at it on my Facebook. Oh, it's the Democratic senator that claimed it's mathematically impossible to have a drug drop. That's not what I'm talking about. Senator who voted for RFK, he was like the deciding vote. And then it was within the past 48 hours that RFK was talking about the measles and saying that it wasn't lack of people these days taking the vaccine. It was because of it was because of nutrition and shit like that why the measles went down. RFK was referring to a study that was totally debunked. It was done by a doctor who I think lost his license.
Oh my God!
Benjamin, if you're with us right
now,
here's what you should be looking at, Benjamin, to debunk studies. Look at the RFK thing within the past 20.
Yeah, that's great. I was talking about RFK yesterday. Just great. I was reading a thought with Wikipedia, and it's just like the whole part that like straight up calls him, and whatever it is, have an anti-vaxxer. It's like, how do you have an anti-vaxxer in this position? Like, how is it? Remember watching the hearings and people actually taking, like, it was a serious hearing, and they were like having a serious vote. Like, you're actually considering that this guy might not be lying. Oh wait, no, you're all lying. I'll show you. You need to read over here. Okay, I'll show you.
RFK, before coming to the administration, RFK has 20 years of litigation experience with the EPA environmental issues. That's
well, everybody has one.
I'll say this for RFK. There's one thing that's kind of interesting. I hope this actually does change. So, weight-based dosage for vaccines. We should have that. That should be a thing. Like if a child is bigger or smaller, we do that with other medications. We should do that with vaccines. And there's actually a lot of data coming out of the farm animal data sets for pigs and cows and so on that shows that there is a difference in the reactions and side effects of animals when you adjust for weight-based dosage. So, hey, that might address a lot of the issues. Because it's kind of like, hey, if you take like too much Advil for your weight, we can predictably say that something bad might happen or you might not feel well. So, for what it's worth, RFK does a lot of creating noise, but sometimes you need that kind of disruption to get out of groupthink, especially in a field as closely guarded as medicine. So, as long as people keep his feet to the fire, I don't mind him doing that. If he can just unequivocally go and start making changes, then that's crazy. But then again, the recent ibogaine thing from Trump, that's such welcome news. That's amazing. So history happens all sorts of ways. What the hell are you talking about? Trump for legalizing.
basis for any of the changes.
No, that's I would disagree with that.
What do you disagree?
I'm talking about the dosage-based vaccination schedules. If we had, based on your weight, the dosage was adjusted, how much vaccine you got, that's an interesting thing that one of his policies, one of his missions that he's pushing is that. So as long as we keep his feet to the fire with that kind of mission, I think it's good that there's somebody who's doing those kinds of changes. I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but I made references. I can post them in the room chat if you want about the animal dosage.
And then your
I think what Kennedy's doing also is putting a lot of more money behind research into a chronic disease. And he does probably, he's probably looking at the effects that vaccines might be having on chronic disease.
Yeah, but how can you say with any type of straight face at all that the reason why we essentially eradicated the measles up until a year ago had nothing to do with vaccines, but it had to do with good health and hygiene?
Oh, that could be.
No, it can't be. It's because of
But do you think it's still okay to investigate the cause of chronic disease?
I don't think it's okay to flat out.
Well, they say that about vaccines, sort of in general, that hygiene and health and all that had an effect on lowering.
Yes, but we're not talking about vaccines in general. We're talking about the measles.
So how do you know that that's not true?
Because every study says it's true, except I'm answering your question.
Studies you're not looking at.
Every study says it's true, except the one study that RFK pointed out, which was debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for it. That's why.
Dr. Debunking here. You gotta clip this cocksucker. Just for the sake of clipping the worst people on the planet. Brainwashed. Big pharma pushers. Big tax recipients. Just a tax with no added benefit. In fact, the benefit is not a benefit. The benefit is a detriment to the human body. Can you dispute statistics, sir? You've yet to actually discuss any statistics, sir. Doctor, have you read the fish? Damn! Steve getting put in his fucking place, mate. Uncle Steve is a bitch. Fucking bitch.
Losing their license.
And what threat of what truth are they saying that they got threatened to lose the license?
Can't be proven because the research if they had been denied.
Oh my gosh! You don't have something to
if it can't be proven, how do you know it was the truth?
Oh my God! Please hear me.
No, a second. JCC, just don't fuck it up. Michaela, if it can't be proven, then how do you know it was the truth?
There was a lot of research that was pointing. They said that they were debunking it, but it wasn't really debunked. Look at Peter McCullough. Look at all those scientists that were objecting to the vaccine. They had research going on there. They were saying.
What did the research show? What did they research?
Oh, sorry. They said there wasn't enough long-term research on spike protein being produced afterwards, continually produced by the body.
So that's a very good point. Do you have the statistics to back it up? Meaning that, do you know what the death rate from COVID was?
There was a natural increase and then fall off of it.
Yeah. So if there are 1 million people who have the COVID, the virus, let's say half of them will die without treatment. But then I give the vaccine and I say only 10,000 people die instead of 500,000. But another 1,000 people died because of the vaccine. So in total, 11,000 people died. Do you say that was a successful vaccine or unsuccessful vaccine? I'm making it up. I don't know the statistics. I only have one statistics, and that's for people with my diseases and medications. And the statistics for me was that before the vaccine, the death rate was 100%. After 3 doses of vaccine, the death rate was the same as the general population.
What disease are you talking about?
I have Crohn's disease and remnants of kidney cancer, and I'm on heavy doses of immunosuppressants.
Well, maybe it's working for you. It wasn't the mRNA vaccine.
Yes, it was. It was
the mRNA.
Yeah. Vaccine. The mRNA was not a vaccine.
What was that?
The COVID vaccine, it wasn't really a vaccine.
What?
It didn't operate the way normal vaccines operate.
So it was an mRNA vaccine. So what do you mean it was an mRNA?
Was your vaccine an mRNA vaccine?
All COVID vaccines were mRNA vaccines.
Pardon? What?
All COVID vaccines.
No, that's not true. Except for Johnson Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Johnson Johnson.
Yeah, but then they withdrew that.
The adenovirus was
it's not around.
There were definitely different vaccines.
I will give you some statistics. These are general. I don't have them in front of me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That over 95% of the people that died from COVID did not take the vaccine. Over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects except for maybe the flu or the common cold. And I got them from Google, the internet, NBC, ABC, CBS.
Okay, so what's that place that you report vaccine injury to? There's a government, what do they call that?
VAERS. The data was terrible. It was terrible. I tried to clean it over and over, talking to everyone had different interpretations. It was a big mess.
Yeah.
But that's also self-reported, so it's not really.
And a very small percentage of people self-reported.
Cookie Monster. I mean, got me sick.
And also, by the way, and again, I don't know, so I'll throw this out. Have they ever confirmed how many people actually died from the vaccine?
They've reported that there was a lot of side effects.
And like I said, over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects, except for what I just said.
Well, I think that only a small percentage of people with side effects reported them to VAERS.
Michaela, this is the statistics of deaths due to the COVID vaccine. The majority of them was, or the Johnson & Johnson is 0.0022% of those doses. Roughly 10,483 reports out of 46.9 million doses.
And what percentage of people who had, okay, you're talking about deaths, what about injury?
Page 57 of the Pfizer document states something like long COVID, like symptoms after vaccination, but we knew that from the fact that you're taking a viral protein, even in an mRNA form, you're experiencing a viral protein, so there should be some set of symptoms. Those can be mitigated medically or otherwise. I had the vaccine before surgery. I was concerned about some things. I had a nosebleed also after one of my injections.
which is like not supposed to happen. So people can have all sorts of reactions. Those can be stabilized.
These are the statistics. Injection site pain, 50 to 80%. Fatigue, 35 to 70%. Headache, 25 to 50%. Fever, 20 to 40%. Those were the reported side effects of the vaccine.
What about
What was that? Myocarditis, pericarditis occurs in approximately 8.5 cases per million people. 0.0008%.
I'm just one family, but I'm gonna say my mom took it and she lost her memory. She basically got Alzheimer's for about 2 years and didn't know what year it was.
Okay, so I mean, all of these things, Michaela, you're talking, they are in the order of, 1 or 2 orders of magnitude out of a million people.
What about infertility and effects on menstrual cycle?
Mom got Alzheimer's for just 2 years.
They stopped collecting those statistics.
So what's your point?
What's your point,
bitch? That we
What's your fucking point? How dare you? How dare you? We're gonna litigate this right now. I'm an attorney, and we're gonna litigate this right now. How dare you? The vaccine too. How dare you? Don't you dare question my martinis! How dare you question my martinis? How dare you, bastard! Don't you dare question my martinis!
Did you see the clinical study of it? Did you see the results?
Yeah.
Who conducted the clinical study for
The Defense Department conducted it and found that there was no
Do you know how hydroxychloroquine came into being as a treatment for? Actually, no, you don't know.
I would like to know.
The person who started it is a good friend of mine. He was.
What's his name?
Mike.
Whatever. Mike.
He's in Oklahoma. He's with Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation, OMRF.
The Nobel Prize for either hydroxychloroquine.
No, it wasn't for COVID. So he was at a meeting. He was talking about different things that people are doing, and he said they saw in the lab some positive results out of hydroxychloroquine, but they needed to do more work. As soon as they went from biochemical tests to cell tests, they saw that it didn't work. However, a representative of the Peruvian government was in that meeting.
The Peruvian government!
Peruvian president, that this is what he heard at this meeting, and the Peruvian president met Trump and told him that at this meeting. So something that a scientist said that this thing might have some positive effect by the time it got to Trump was that this is a cure.
Well, I know.
And there is no scientific basis for that.
Well, it was during an epidemic. People are trying things, okay?
Right.
They can't wait for 10 years of research. But I know in India, there were several states in India that...
So, sorry, wait a minute. They can't wait for 10 years of research, and then what should they do?
Well, it wasn't harmful. Hydroxychloroquine is not harmful.
But why?
It's not harmful?
Why couldn't it make sense in a place like India? Because in India, a lot of people already have parasitic infections. So giving them something that helps offload their immune system, this is where confounding variables does poor analysis disturb the...
Okay, fine. You guys have been arguing against this for 5 years. Go ahead and keep on arguing against it.
Yeah, and in Canada, the doctors...
Yeah, and in Canada, doctors heard that story, Hero, and they just started giving it away because people were just buying it on. That might have had a chance of working. I don't think Patrick Portman ever had a chance of working. It was just that ivermectin isn't interesting, and that was the thing that the Nobel Prize was awarded for, not for COVID, but for something else. But here's the thing: they tried it. There were studies. It didn't really help. So I don't care how much Brett Weinstein you listen to. This is okay. So I want to go back to this because there's so much about a couple dying of hydrochloroquine that I literally just mentioned. Let me give a little more context. Within days of her taking it, she got sick immediately and lost her memory for over 2 years. How many people are in this room? You said something like 1 in a million or something like that, Sam, on the major complications. You mentioned one specifically, I think, myocarditis. But this is literally like not being able to track what year it is. She thought it was, I think, 2021 until 2024. That's a big deal.
Well, it could have also accelerated that disease too. What conclusion do you draw from that?
That she was likely harmed by it. I don't know for certain, but there's a large temporal association there.
No. What conclusion, a public health conclusion do you draw? Public health conclusion. As in, what should people do? Because that was your experience. What should people do with the COVID vaccine?
I'm not going to answer that. That's not appropriate. I'm not going to. I'm saying it does not seem as if it was extremely rare. I know that I'm just one person in this room. This room's not large. A lot of people who talks about it. Can you understand that potentially in a public health crisis, that the statistics might have been skewed somewhat by some individuals so that this policy would have been pushed through to have the effect that they really hoped it should have had at a systemic level. They needed certain thresholds to be met. I'm just wondering, do you think that's even a possibility?
No, it is not, because we used to see the death rates in the hospitals. We used to see how the physicians were just dying of exhaustion dealing with all these people. We kept seeing the death tolls, and then when the vaccine came, it all went down. When the vaccine,
that has nothing to do with my statement. I understand what you're saying. It can be perfectly they're mutually exclusive, right?
What's mutually exclusive?
Did you hear what I said? I said, do you not think that potentially the statistics were skewed a little for national security?
No, I mean, okay. I don't. Do you have evidence that it was done? Do you have any evidence not to?
Listen, if it's national security, how do you expect me to have evidence that I'm just a guy? No.
Because it comes out. Everything comes out, right? These kinds of because
survivorship bias kind of argument right here.
No, this is what Benjamin Franklin said, that 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
And then
none of these,
and you can just noise over the top and just scream over people and just say, no, it's not true.
You know, you wanna play conspiracy theories? Go right ahead. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I lived in the community. I saw what was going on. I saw people getting sick, and then I saw people not getting sick.
Okay, but I want to make my position clear. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think that there was propaganda on both sides. I think there was a lot of noise and a lot of people died, and a lot of people died for a lot of reasons, in my opinion. You know, it was the virus, yes, it was the virus, and I do think that some people got harmed, perhaps more.
On what do you base your conclusions, right? On what set of facts?
That's fine. So,
what's fine? On what set of facts?
He's already said this is simply what he thinks, which is fine. Me personally, I have no problem with you admitting you don't have the facts, you don't have the stats. This is just your opinion. I got no problem.
Okay, so let me try to reframe this in one way. I understand that you can't entertain this world,
But I do entertain a world where there are national security interests and potentially, and you know what, we might be able to go back and see historical precedents that the government has lied to us for all different kinds of things. So whatever, you can use the word conspiracy theory. But if we see that it's happened in the past, and if this was some sort of national emergency, then perhaps they did need to meet thresholds. Perhaps this was done. And I'll answer your question if you give me just 1 minute. Okay, so if I don't have, and Steve, you said facts, that's perfectly fine. If I don't have the data to be able to back this up, I did the best that I could. And what I did was, personally, I tried to listen to as many groups as possible. And what I saw was most people were pinned into one or the other. And whenever they went to another, the other was terrible. Everyone got tribalized. And so you were either one or the other. I tried to spend a good amount of time in both. And I saw that there was massive noise everywhere. And so I pulled myself back out and I said, well, whenever there's massive noise everywhere, what is really going on? It's some sort of like war state. It's something. And I understand, propaganda and misinformation and expressions and this and that. Of course, that's in play. All of this was in my equation, but I was saying, it seems as if the truth died. This is some sort of war state. The truth died early. And there's massive noise sprayed over everything. And trying to find the signal is incredibly difficult. And most people are getting into kind of black and white perspectives that it seems like I could try to begin to challenge these, and I was just attacked by either group. And I was just like, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem as if many people are willing to take an unbiased view here. And that was just my experience, and I dealt with it for years from every which side. And I'm going to deal with it now, and that's okay. I've said my piece, and that's perfect.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying that our government has lied to us before. We know that's a fact. We found it out after the fact. I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying, based on the history of our government, that it is possible that maybe our government lied to us about the COVID vaccine. I'm comfortable with that. I come from the point of view, show me the facts, show me the statistics. Other than that, I'm not aware of anybody hiding the truth from us. As far as politics and doctors and friends and partners coming out saying, if you take the vaccine, you're stupid. If you don't take the vaccine, you're stupid. Well, once again, that's just opinions. I've given you a certain set of statistics, numbers. Sam has too. We know these numbers that we have repeated to be true. And still, some people say, well, I think, and it's my opinion, and that's fine. I got no problem.
Steve, last thing, and thank you. I appreciate this. We're having this discussion here. So, in some of these lies that government has told, has it taken quite a bit of time for the truth to come out?
Some yes.
Okay, thank you.
Some no. Yeah, hell, I don't know if you were here 15 minutes ago. I was quoting about RFK's testimony before Congress. Here's our person in charge of Human Health Services who has the gall to come out and say that the measles vaccine did not contribute or was the main cause to measles basically being eviscerated. It was based on good health and good hygiene, and he's basing the whole thing on one damn study which has been debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for flat out lying.
Well, Steve, I'll tell you something. Yeah. It's not exactly that, but it's kind of during the same time period. I was on just regular social media the other day, and someone was mentioning, they were basically talking about flu vaccines and how many people died of the flu in World War II. And they were really trying to make it about, oh my God, it's just the vaccine. I just wanted to. Do you have an understanding in World War I how many variables were in place there? Do you think that health, nutrition, the chemical warfare, do you think that there were contributing factors outside of being vaccinated or not as to the spread of epidemics through the time period and massive deaths that happened?
I'll answer that in a second. First off, the reason why I repeated the thing about RFK is because you asked did it take a long time or whatever to find out if our government has lied to us. We knew immediately as he was speaking his words in real time that RFK
MK was lying when he testified under oath before Congress. But as far as your question that you asked, I don't understand your question. Can you rephrase it?
Yes, sorry, I kind of went all over the place.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, so someone was online and they were trying to make a point that that it was due to the.
Okay, I don't know what it. I don't know what it is.
Sure. So time period World War I. The epidemics that happened, the flu deaths that happened, the massive flu deaths.
Are you talking about
the Spanish flu? 1918 Spanish flu.
I've done a lot of research. On Spanish flu.
Okay. So there was trench warfare, there was gangrene, there was chemical warfare, there was famine that happened a couple years ago. Do you think that there were contributing factors of potentially like malnutrition and chronic stress and all sorts of other variables that were involved besides being?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I think that anything that lowers your immune system, all of those things you mentioned do contribute to sickness, illness, and death. Yes.
Why did you mention vaccine? They didn't have a vaccine back then, right?
Well, actually, he didn't mention vaccines. He mentioned everything but vaccine.
No. Brandon.
It's okay. I misspoke.
I didn't hear him do that.
But hang on, Brandon.
Yes.
Why did you mention the vaccine?
Lady was talking about now that vaccination rates were dropping, and she was comparing it to that time period and saying, look at these people. And I think that her point was, maybe it was that they didn't have vaccine. I don't remember why, but she was talking about all the people that died.
Do that comparison.
I know, and that's why I went after her. I was like, it doesn't even make sense. This is just bizarre. There were definitely many factors involved in it. So the whole idea was today, do you think that, and Steve already answered this, that there are contributing factors, such as if you have a robust immune system, that certain diseases are immune susceptibilities, genetic susceptibilities that people can have. Some people, if they have robust immune systems and are in good health, perhaps the vaccinations.
And here is my answer to that, and then JCC, you might want to comment. I think it depends what you're talking about. In my humble opinion, anybody that does not get the basic vaccines, rubella, mumps, measles, what did Neil Young not get vaccinated for? Not by his own fault. Smallpox, but that's not it. There's another one, guys. It's crippling. What? Polio, thank you. Anybody that does not get those vaccines, they are a stupid idiot, and regardless of how robust your immune system is, I don't think that matters. If you don't get vaccinated for those basic illnesses and diseases, you're a fool. Now, when it comes to COVID, I personally think COVID is a personal decision. I do not look. I got the basic vaccine. I got one booster. I will not take the COVID vaccine again.
I will never get boosted again.
15 years ago, I swore I would.
I swear to God, I'll never take another booster again.
Then those basic vaccines that you get when you're a child, from 6 months, 2 months.
I recommend you get the flu vaccine annually, dude.
Definitely get that annually. I agree. Absolutely. The science proves that an annual flu vaccine indubitably makes you absolutely more protected from any shortcoming in health. And in fact, it is an added benefit to one's health, an incredible possible improvement to what could have been without. And I highly encourage you to absolutely take it as your medical provider. I encourage you to take the best products. Only the best products for your health, my dear.
Some people have, you could say, a nuisance or more from having this versus they might not have had the flu. They might not have been protected. Let's put it that way.
You're conflating two completely different processes. On the flu vaccine, what you're trying to do is you map out the genetics of flu viruses across the globe. Over the year, you see which genetic
strains are going down. And then based on that statistics, you map out your vaccine to A, account for the strains that are on the rise, and B, predicting how this evolutionary process creates new strains in the future for the life of the vaccine.
How is that different?
Where they go wrong is not, or where it works and doesn't work, is not because people's immunity is different. It's because their prediction of what the mutation is going to be in the future was wrong.
Sorry, I didn't make that point. If you thought that was my point, that's not correct. I did mention more than one thing, though. I'm sorry if you got confused.
And I am a lawyer, you know.
You did say a thing like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I think that's a weird way to feel.
Yes,
sometimes it works.
My God, do I have to just say it again?
No.
This is the third time someone's.
Sometimes you. Well, because you say sometimes it works and sometimes.
I said they try to predict which one is going to be more prevalent within months.
Right, and then you said sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yes.
And what I'm saying is that's a weird way to say it. Sometimes it works less and sometimes it works more. It never works out.
You guys got this.
So no, I'm not because I'm exposing. You have this like weird binary way of thinking. Like sometimes they get it right and sometimes they mess it up. That's not really. No. Well, I do. I think you're kind of. I think you think about. I don't think you're dumb. I think you think about these things weirdly. Like in your model. Okay, you tell about
Hero, please stop it. Brandon, you are right. I'm wrong. I misheard you. Sorry about that. I should not have interrupted you because I so wrongly heard what you said. So please now tell us what you correctly said.
Did I not already say this? I don't understand. What are you missing?
I'm just a simple attorney. What do I know? I'm just a lawyer!
The audience misheard what you said.
That's not true.
So
I'm an attorney and I'm just learning ESL. I'm an international business attorney. Corporate transactions, mergers and acquisitions, internationally, of course.
So I'm going to...
How dare you question my Vaccini? My Vaccini was perfect. The only side effects was slight bruising and a little inflammation, but not for long at all. Completely worth it. My health was protected beyond compare. It was the best protection insurance policy the body could buy. Never question my Vaccini. Never. Clubhouse random. It's a Clubhouse random. It's my Clubhouse random show. How dare you question my Vaccini? That was my Vaccini. And there was no Vaccini like it. I took one and then the boost just to keep it up a little
I might
bit.
say, like, well, 50,000 people in the U.S. die a year in auto accidents. I think it's a lot less than that now. But it's a lot of people. Right? So, seatbelts have been shown to save lives. But I can tell you a story about my uncle's.
You can tell us a story. Great. I think we need to de-escalate from that Clubhouse random. It's like Bill Maher's Club Random.
Like that happens, right? That happens probably a few times a year. You can tell those stories, but should I decide not to wear my seatbelt because of those stories?
No, you shouldn't.
I would think.
Yeah.
Okay, so your mom got Alzheimer's. Okay, old woman gets Alzheimer's.
It reversed.
Whether it
happened within days of her taking it, and it reversed a couple years.
Okay, so First of all, based on your behavior, I don't really believe you, but I might. I mean, I might. That's terrible.
I'm saying reversible Alzheimer's is not very well known.
I don't think it was actual Alzheimer's. She did not know what year it was. You said.
So she got confusion, right? She got confusion because of that.
Hold on, is this a binary or these extremes? One was Alzheimer's and now it's confusion. Can we just land somewhere?
No, I'm trying to.
Serious cognitive issue.
What was her diagnosis?
There was no diagnosis initially. She didn't see a doctor for a long time. I didn't even know.
So then how do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I heard it from my aunt. Okay, I heard it from my aunt. My aunt was talking to her at the time. The guy.
How do you know? How do you know?
Okay, so I don't trust my aunt.
No, I completely agree with your aunt. How do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I don't. There's a temporal association. It was within days.
So correlation, causation,
come on, yes.
All of that, it's like, no, come on, what?
Within days, okay?
You are arguing. Listen, you are arguing against a large body of science and clinical trials using the story that your aunt tell you about something that you don't know what happened.
Listen, it wasn't just.
Is that logical to you?
No.
Is it logical? Is it logical?
It does seem.
Hold on a second. Let me ask my next question. Is it logical to counter a statistical argument with anecdotal single points?
So
that is, if I say statistically, 95% of people will benefit from this, and you say my grandma didn't, is that a counter to my statistical argument?
No, it's not a valid counter.
Okay, so why are you, no. Yeah, I'm gonna go lawyer on you. So why are you, yes, I am. I'm a lawyer, so by definition I'm an asshole.
Yeah, you're trained to be psycho.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You ain't seen nothing yet. Just get me pissed off, and then you're gonna see me come out. So why do you then bring out this anecdotal evidence to counter our contention that the vaccine was okay? Well, no, I'm trying to figure your logic out.
Sam, so I'd like to be clear, and I've tried to be clear over and over. Somewhere in there.
Yeah, you're not, though. You're not. That's the problem.
Not clear to you. That's fine.
You're not. Well, I'm your audience, and so if you're not clear to me, then you're not clear.
And then I can get some fucking statements out. Is that okay with you, Sam?
Sure. Give your fucking statements.
Okay. So I agree with you that anecdotal evidence is it's something to take into consideration. If you don't take it into consideration whatsoever, then I would consider you and anyone else who's like that a fool, and that's fine. Some people lean entirely on just statistics that statistics. I will just stop there. There's lies, there's damn lies, there's statistics, but whatever. And listen, buddy, I land somewhere in the middle. I've been trying to say over and over that I think that the situation was complex, that there was death that happened all over the place. I think some of the deaths may have happened or some serious complications for the vaccine, but I also think the overwhelming majority likely happened from the virus. Okay, I think that there was just a ridiculous amount of noise, and what I tried to say, I brought this up personally because it did affect me. There weren't many people in this room, and I understand Bureau's point that because you could bring out something random and at scale, you would expect it to happen every once in a while, okay? But I was trying to put this in a space where I said that during that time period, I didn't only stay in one camp. And when I went to the other side, they did not have the data, and the law they brought up was terrible. And I challenged it as well. But there were many, many people who were noticing things, and it was not... It wasn't a one-off, okay? It wasn't just simple. A lot of things. Just foolish. That's all I'm going to say. It doesn't seem like my experience in that time, understanding that there's propaganda all over
If you want to go lawyer.
Yeah. So let me give my closing argument as to why this is not foolishness. I completely agree with you that we need to take anecdotal evidence into account. And how do we take anecdotal evidence into account? The way we do it is that we run clinical trials to see whether the anecdotal evidence has any teeth or not. And all of these anecdotal evidences that you're trying to bring us, these have all been worked out in clinical trials. We know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people due to the vaccine. The same way that we know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people by other vaccines. We know the percentage of people who get sick from the vaccine, who die from the vaccine. We know all of that. So I'm not dismissing your anecdotal evidence. I'm saying that your anecdotal evidence is now irrelevant because this issue has been dealt with and is worked into the statistics of the vaccine. If you read the package insert for the vaccine, you'll see that all of these percentages are listed there. So you're not telling us something that the scientific community doesn't know. You're telling us something that they know and they have worked it out. And the fact that it's an issue for you, it's because you haven't reviewed the relevant data.
Well, okay, so you're making an assumption there. I reviewed a lot of data. I simply disagree. We have different worldviews here. And you already stated you aren't in a world where there could be national security interests that skew statistics during...
I never said that.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Are you sure? Because I asked that a little while. I thought...
No, I asked you... No, on these things...
No, I'm sorry.
No, hold on a second. Yeah, on these things, because I don't know. I don't know whether it was done or not. I asked for your evidence because you seem to know. So I asked, what is your evidence?
Yeah, that's fine. But Sam, can we just take it?
And if you don't have evidence, I'm not going to accept your.
That's fine. But just be clear.
I'm not saying that the opposite is true if I don't accept yours.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't know.
It's okay, but that's fine. So you don't know. You do live within a world where it is a possibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I think that we actually, this may seem...
No, but what is the relevance? What is the relevance? What's the relevance of that?
Because I think that this could still be a case. I think that in the years to come that perhaps...
But why do you make that? Based on what do you make that?
I already told you, Sam. It's based on the experiences that I had during that time period.
So you have proven that... No, I have not. Yes, you have. You have proven that there is a non-zero possibility that the government has lied to us. And that is something that doesn't take that much to prove, that much evidence to prove. But you have not shown any evidence that in this case, there's a probability that they lied to us. You haven't shown what that lie could be, what the truth could be, why did they lie, who lied, right? All of this stuff. You're just saying because there's a possibility that they could lie, therefore they probably lied.
No, it's a little different than that, but I understand how you could land there, Sam. It's okay.
So land me in the right airport.
Okay, a little different. I think that based on my experiences, I entertained the notion that this might be going on during that time period. And again, what I looked at was a massive amount of noise. And I asked, why? Why is it to this degree? And it was I watched it here on Clubhouse. I watched it all online. And I wondered, well, what could account for these mechanisms being so strong right now? And I thought perhaps this is a serious issue. There is national security. Perhaps something has gone a little sour at some point during this process, and there is somewhat of skew and cover-up for things that might be going on. That was my general sense. Now, I understand you. I don't have the evidence to back that. That's how it seems.
So do you think there is a possibility that fishermen in Greenland hacked into the CDC computers and changed the statistics. And the national security issue is not the statistics, but the fact that Greenland fishermen managed to hack into our CDC computers. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, no. So I was seriously entertained, but
Is that a possibility?
Yeah. So, but if they did, couldn't they just flip it back? Like, I'm trying to understand how that plays out.
Yeah, it is. The fishermen bought a lot of shares in Pfizer, and they wanted Pfizer to sell a lot of vaccine. So they hacked into the computers, changed the data so that people would trust Pfizer and go do that, and Pfizer shares increase in price, and they make a lot of money. And this is precisely why Trump wanted to annex Greenland. For this behavior. Yeah, so is this possible?
I mean, no, maybe.
Why not? No, is this possible?
There's so much that is possible as far as happening.
Yes, that's it. That is it. When you don't have any data, when you don't have any information, then everything is possible.
Yeah.
Right? So my story has nothing much to do with truth as your story.
No, because it's not just you.
Because we both don't have any evidence for our story.
Well, okay, but evidence or anecdotal evidence. So like I said, as I went through these experiences, and I didn't just stay in one group that pushed all these people out, I listened to their stories, and there were many of them.
My grandma's sister, she dates this Danish guy who has a cousin in Greenland, and my cousin told him about this. That's my anecdotal evidence. Kind of like your aunt told you about your mom who got this, right?
Yeah,
my
aunt was just lying to me or something.
No, you're lying to me. I have no idea who you are, what this story is, who your aunt is, whether your mom had this or not. I have no idea if you're making this up or telling the truth. The same way that you have no idea if I'm making this Greenland story up or not.
I'm pretty damn sure you're making it up. Well, the government seems very sincere when they lie to us too, right?
Yeah.
So here's a real. First of all, the Greenland example I think was good. It was funny, so I accept the notion that the government there's a history of government lying to us. There's also a very good history of just people lying. People on the internet, just people lying about stuff. And I don't understand this. I don't understand why people get on like little crusades and start spearheading a cause, but that is clearly wrong. And
Wow.
Wait, let me finish. This is really personal. This is shameful. Let me finish. It's personal to everybody.
My mom, okay? This is my fucking mom. This definitely happened.
I know.
Fucking asshole.
I know. And I'm actually. You fucking jackass. Well, I'm not questioning your sincerity, because I think this probably happened. I assume it happened. I don't think you're lying to us. But people lie. Like I talked to Steve Kirch on this app. That dude was a fucking liar. Right, like it was easy.
See, my people don't take my baby to Disney World. I'm gonna take it where they from.
They going to the real Disney World. Where you at right now?
Okay, so this is just weird. The fact that you really, the way that you worded everything here, at least beginning, you did not believe me. And I've been here for a while. Like, you don't think that I care about trying to, from my perspective, understand the truth and tell people things honestly? You just see me as a troll? You think that's all I do? Or do I simply have a bit of distance from you guys in certain ways of thinking and maybe my beliefs?
Yeah, you do have a distance from
us. We tend to follow the scientific method, and you don't. That seems to be the
Whatever, buddy. I was good in science. I got a computer science degree. I don't know.
yeah. So you didn't learn about sufficiency of proof. You didn't learn about
Why? Why do you
statistical.
like this?
Because you're citing me anecdotal evidence to counter statistical
And
arguments.
yet you said that it was something that you should take into consideration.
And I told you that we did take that into consideration, and we dismissed it.
But you remember what I said was, look, okay, we're just going to go in circles. It's okay.
Yeah, we are, because you keep not applying scientific method to your arguments.
That's
and
not
you keep applying science.
That's literally not it.
Yeah, my worldview is evidence-based. Yours is not.
You just declare it to be so.
No, it actually is. No, I don't declare it. Okay, not.
Okay.
Look, I think that I learned some things from.
I thought you were leaving. What happened?
Jeez.
Aren't you leaving?
You're a fucking asshole, Sam. I don't know why.
I told you, you ain't seen nothing yet. I am. I truly am.
Yeah.
Ask all these people here. They've known me for 5 years now.
Those people in the audience, he's just a fucking jackass. That's it.
I am. Just ask
You don't give a fuck about the truth. How about that? You give a fuck about supposed evidence from authorities.
I don't know what the truth is, right? I don't know what the truth is. I just know what the evidence. Sorry.
What a coward, he hit and ran. What a coward.
I gotta call him a coward after he calls you out. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful. Another exciting episode of My Vaccine, My Body, and My Choice.
Don't criticize my Mancini!
My Mancini was perfect for my body, protected by encapsulated form, perfect name for the longer duration of my presence.
My daughter said that.
You don't understand statistics, you certainly do not understand science. But if you did, you wouldn't be so stupid if you started as Dr. Stephen Bell put it, because that makes you an R with an F word, all the worst thing. Horrible. This is fully encapsulates my latest film by Mancini, Mancini.
This thing because I like it. And that's
My Mancini, I loved my Mancini. Don't you question my Mancini? It was positive, it was beneficial, it was wonderful, it protected me perfectly.
Different story than I expected, as opposed to how can I make my dogma correct? And you're not really doing science or ready to do science. That's the problem.
Oh.
It doesn't sound like you're ready to learn.
Yeah, you're not ready to learn.
Just as like
You're not ready to learn. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, I am losing all faith that anyone is redeemable. None of these people have changed or learned a thing in 5 years. How terrifying!
I only look at the evidence that I like.
What a compliment.
Exactly, everything is projection.
No, I just look at the evidence.
I thought they said you were I was like, what a compliment. Regardless of the pitch you narrative or not.
Yep. Very interesting.
So I think I have it's in a nonpartisan election, so her politics are irrelevant. But interestingly enough, her politics are progressive. I think I just voted for the first progressive I ever voted for in my voting career. She's not partisan. I think a woman named Felita Villarreal. She's running to be my city commissioner. It's a nonpartisan race, but like, I know
It's
where she lies.
Yeah, for Texas stuff you're talking about, okay.
Yeah, and she seems to be like fairly progressive on the immigration issue, on medicine, on like community empowerment. And I didn't really think about it before because I liked the girl. I was like, huh, that's interesting. I voted for progressive I've ever been voted for.
I thought for some reason you were imitating something you heard Michaela say. I was like, what's going on? I was like, oh,
Yeah.
you. You just,
No.
there was no comma there. So I was like, wait, he just went right. I gotcha. I must have listened. Gotcha. That's cool. How'd that feel?
Righteous.
People say righteous before kill too, so never can't tell them.
I mean, badass. I like her. I would never have agreed to help her if I didn't think she was qualified to do the job. She comes from like a 501c3 background, managed a charity that does like professional development for folks on the lower end of the ladder, college and like high school development and like placing people in internships, right? Basically giving the forces of the poor in the Rio Grande Valley access to professional advancement. And she went from a $2 million, like under a $2 million budget to a $6 million budget, which for my area is big. I realize in a big city it's probably not all that big. And she did that, and she's a public accountant, which means she'll be really good at looking through the city's books and where we spend our money. So I like her. Plus, she's just a genuinely nice person.
There you go. Hey, Marshall, do you know Peter Navarro? He was on the Trump team.
Yeah, he's on the Trump team.
Yeah, so Peter Navarro used to be a Democrat, and he ran for Congress in San Diego. And, Hillary Clinton came in, campaigned for him and all that. He is the reason that I voted Republican once. I voted for Brian Bilbray, who got elected and then got kicked out the next election because he voted to impeach Clinton, and San Diego was not an impeaching area. So they voted him out. And then after he left office, this Brian Bilbray, he was indicted for fraud and this and that. So Peter Navarro forced me to vote for a fraudster Republican. And then Phil Angelides forced me to vote for Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because I could not stand Phil Angelides. He was a snake.
Well, so there are two races on the Texas ballot. Depending on who gets elected, that I'll actively vote against the other side of the aisle. If it's Ken Paxton, I will vote for James Tellerico despite the fact that he's more progressive. And then whoever Dan Patrick's Democratic opponent is, I really don't like Dan.
Who's Dan Patrick?
Like
Okay.
The Lieutenant Governor of Texas, he told me in 2020, and I'm quoting him nearly exactly, that if I did not think that Trump's 2020 Republican inauguration was God's gift to mankind, now God's gift to mankind is my own alliteration, if I didn't think it was awesome, then I was not a Republican. And he then told me, when I asked him about who he represented, he said, well, I only represent the people that voted for me. And I've wanted him out of office ever since. You don't ignore the entire other half of the state because they're not of your political affiliation. Like, that is just wrong. So those two races I actively vote against. My state senator race, I vote for the Democrat. My county judge race, I vote for the Democrat.
Okay.
My sheriff race, I vote for the Democrat. Right? Like, I'm weird as a Republican insofar as I mix my ticket every election and have since I was 18. I've never voted a straight red voter. I think straight ticket voting is kind of dumb. I think it should be about like who you think will do the best job. side note, they finally finished putting that LNG pipe on my land. Took them a month, but they finally finished. Then they'll put all the dirt back down, smooth it out, and then put some grass seeds on it so it grows. And then that's what I'll do it. The other thing I find most interesting about science that it's supposed to be replicatable. I think that's an interesting part of it. That you should be able to replicate the experiment. Oh, sorry, Sam.
Interesting idea as well. Maybe someday science will adopt that feature. Interesting.
Benjamin.
Hey, Sam.
Until you have extended your page 102, you're not allowed to mark that. Okay? You have not joined your page 102, so you're not in any position to talk about anybody else's data. But one thing, among friends, don't interrupt. I was gonna say, you guys know me. If you want to argue against me, calling me an asshole is not going to cut it. Because I don't care if you call me names, as long as you're making a rational argument. So calling me an asshole isn't going to win you the point. It isn't going to make you stand it. So in the future, if you're ever going to an argument with me, if you call me names, I just know that I'm winning the argument. That's all it means.
That's my argument. Well, that's Benjamin. I mean, you guys have an exchange of reason. That's kind of just like saying, Sam, I see you. Benjamin, I see you. It's the same thing, right?
Exactly.
No, I agree with Sam here. I think the ad hoc is just individuation.
Except,
I don't have any arguments.
No. Except when I call you a moron, because you actually are a moron. It's not an argument. No. Asshole is different than a moron, because when you speak, you actually provide complete evidence for your moronity.
Are you saying you think science is replicatable?
What does that have to do with you being a moron?
Just look at the science.
Okay, yeah. See? They tell me you're a moron for bringing that up.
It's actually interesting how, like, emotional regulation works its way into argumentation.
It's fascinating. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Like, I'll be honest with you, like, growing up and debating with my mentors, that's something that I guess the mentors that I had in life kind of purposely did. They would get me into states of dysregulation, and then they would just show me that I lost the argument based off of my inability to be emotionally regulated. So it's interesting how, like,
you just gotta work on not losing arguments or ability not to hold the words out.
Thanks for the advice. It's actually interesting how people always want to be right and how their emotions seem to be tied to their striving to. And so I would say, like, the two biggest learning lessons have nothing to do with the actual content of the debates. The two biggest learning lessons have to do with not always wanting to be right and being emotionally regulated.
I wish I had your debate methods.
Yeah, I don't know. I had to storm away several times until I learned how to sit there still and to accept being wrong and not be upset about it. It was a lot of
See
that's what I appreciate that. You're holding back on this, or yeah, I was holding back on this. Saying like, well, there's free training for being one of the coolest adventure, and they go in there and see how. Yeah, right. I am not afraid to be wrong. I think it's more important to have foundations. You're right. Yeah, I think. I think that had more to do with like the testosterone as a young man or something. I don't know. In my younger 20s, I for sure always wanted to.
See, I don't care if the person is right or wrong. Right? I just care. Can you support your position?
My entire spiel is I don't think it's
Show your work. I want to see the work. I want to see the evidence. I want to see the argument. I want to see. Exactly. Show me the data. Yeah, see, Benjamin, it's been how many years I've been telling you, show us the data of the Foster calculations that you've done, and you refuse to do that.
When I what we're doing in Calton, like I very, very rarely actually do the math in the class that often. Like I will do it enough so they know I'm an expert on it, and that they realize that I'm not going to be doing math. They are, right? So I'm kind of like a dentist. Like only when they're stuck do I come in and show them like what their mistake or whatever, right? So today we're I won't bore you with the details of the problem. It was a way to get to the answer of the problem in about 7 seconds, but the way to solve the problem was like should have been like a 3-minute problem, right? They were missing sort of like, and that's why it was so key to see. I needed to see what you.
So he sits there and doesn't teach them anything. He tricks them and then pokes and prods, but yet teaches nothing. He's a failure as a teacher, failure as a room mod. He's no pro. He's a horrible musician. And John Kitover, running for Chicago, is obviously a much better musician. You're going to shout alarm. It's coming. It's coming. I just keep coming. People ask him, come. He keeps coming. He keeps coming. He keeps coming.
It's just like, okay, now I see what you're working on and what you value and what you did.
So Benjamin, if I were to ask John Malcroft, if you showed your calculations and your data to him, on the cluster stuff, would he say, so Andy, did Benjamin do the calculations for cluster using the data that he generated doing the experiments to show that cluster's conclusions are incorrect? When Andy comes back, I'll ask him again, but what would you think? So the question to you, Andy, is did Benjamin show you the data for the experiments he conducted that concluded Foster's 1976 paper was wrong?
Absolutely not. He never conducted any experiments for stuff.
the data he did share was for.
But today I just told him until you show us your data, and said, I have shown the data here. I have shown it many times. Ask Andy. So I'm asking you, did he speak the truth when he said that he has done the experiments, he has the data, and he has shown it here?
Well, he definitely has not done experiments.
Okay.
He did share some data from Delft that he claims to have encouraged Delft to publish that was never published before. And he also shared some, was it like OLab, or I'm not sure what it was, but it was like a Python notebook thing that did some stuff with the data. But on talking to him, I'm not convinced at all that he actually understands the data. And he claims that, I could just filter the data and get any result I want. And like, well, of course, if you just fucking filter, like, just to, but he never demonstrated that the way he's filtering it is motivated by any reasonable method, or that the way that Delft filtered it was unreasonable. He claims it is, but he's never.
So he did not tell the truth when he said that he has shown it many times.
I mean, I guess I'm in a late figure on that.
No. Okay, so you are not aware of him having shown the data many times in Clubhouse.
He did share the Delft data.
No. Did he show the data of the experiments he conducted to show Gloucester's paper was incorrect?
Oh, absolutely not. Nothing.
Okay, thank you. That's it. It was a yes or no question.
It's kind of a silly question. Gloucester's paper is not available, so nobody showed it.
That wasn't the question. We didn't. No, we didn't. We didn't at all talk about Gloucester's data. Nobody talked about Gloucester's. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, but I didn't talk about his data. I said you conducting the experiments to show us that the Gloucester paper was wrong. No, you have. Well, Andy just said you have. Well, Andy. Well, you asked. You told. So who did you show it to? Who did you show it to?
I've seen one.
Well, Andy just said he hasn't. What are you talking about? Andy, are you lying to me?
I said you. So, Benjamin, did Sam just now misrepresent what you said earlier? Who first mentioned Clouser? Because Sam just asked me. You did do something with the Delft data. I don't think what you did is of any significance. You think it is, and you present it as you do. But I'm not sure. Again, it's something weird. Well, not weird. Almost. I shared with you. The anti-vaxxers are no longer here. I shared with you experiments. That's not. No, taking the data and putting it in Excel and doing things is not an experiment. That's why I said absolutely not. Because that's not.
You can absolutely run experiments on data.
No.
I think you can run experiments on data.
No, that's not an experiment. That's not an experiment.
You don't run experiments on data. You run experiments to collect data. What are you talking about?
Analysis of data is not an experiment.
Okay. We kind of, everything got twisted 700 different ways. So let me start over again. Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that the Clouser paper is incorrect?
Yes.
You have. Have you shown those experiments to anyone? the results of those experiments to anyone and the procedures? Have you shown them to anyone on Clubhouse? Who have you shown on Clubhouse? Andy claims he has not seen that data and has not had that conversation with you. Are you sure that you have conducted those experiments and collected the data that prove cluster is incorrect? Are you sure that you have done that? Okay. Have you tried to publish your results?
In the sense that it's on code.
Have you tried to publish? Have you tried to publish your results?
This is unequivocally not true what you're saying. You've not done an experiment on clusters data, and you actually just said you didn't. Didn't say I've done an experiment on clusters data. Yeah, no. Sam just asked you that. Sam just asked you that, and you said yes. Just that. Sorry, the experiment was done on the Delphi. That's Robert Hansen's project, not Klaus, because Klaus didn't publish his data.
So wait a minute. No, hold on. Klaus, so did you not publish your data either? Exactly what you need.
Make it available to the public?
Did you then concentrate your raw data with in your paper?
I haven't published this work yet.
Yeah, this is how you solve this. You're just asking these questions and then you can't answer them because it's hard in the line. Doesn't have any evidence. So, no, stop.
I have some very basic science questions. How do you experiment with data? I thought with looking at somebody else's experiment and criticizing it was that you then perform the experiment yourself? Did you try to perform the experiment yourself? And then if you
depends on what your objection to the results are. Are you saying that they didn't collect correct data? They did the experiment wrong, so we can't trust the data? Or are you saying that they did the experiment right, but they processed the data and section, then you have the discussion section. So you either say their methodology was incorrect, or you say their methodology was correct, but you say they got the right data, but they analyzed it incorrectly. Those are three different things. So if they analyzed it incorrectly, you don't repeat the experiments. You just do the analysis on the data that they have provided, and then you say, see, we did the math, and they were wrong. But if you don't trust the actual experimental results, then you do the experiment to show if they got the right result or not.
So say you've done the experiment, you've gotten all the paper results, right? You've written it all down. Don't you then have to publish this data to an audience of your peers?
Yeah. So you then review it. No, you draft the paper. okay, and you submit it to a journal. And usually you're trying to submit it to the most prestigious journal you can. And then, and that's based on how important the study is, how widely beneficial it is, things like that. You want to publish it in a generalist journal like Nature or Science, or do you want to do it in a specialized journal of organic chemistry, right? So you decide where you want to publish it. You send it there. The editor of your section reviews it and then decides if it's complete or not, if it's proper for publication or not. If everything is okay, then the editor sends it to 3 or more reviewers. They review this and they send back comments. Comments could be either grammatical, which you don't care about, or they could be substantive. They could raise the question that we don't think the results support the conclusions, right? And then the editor takes those comments into account and sends it back to the author and says, you need to fix this, this, and this in your paper. The author goes back in the lab, gets my data, fixes this, this, and that, and resubmits it. It goes back to the same reviewers after resubmission. They approve it, goes back, and then the paper gets published. That's a process.
Seems to me that if one were to look at it would seem hard for people and to conduct an experiment that if you find a reason to be an experiment, you find that repetition is not needed.
So you don't do experiments on data. You do analysis on data. You do experiments to
I'm sure I don't want to explain my understanding, but
it's a lot.
Okay, they're very long. First things are a little creepy because they look a lot like your house. What they built me was it probably was a very long distance. I forget now, over like kilometers, 1.5 or maybe more. I forget. So the test experiments have these like loopholes, and the loopholes are kind of silly. I think Benjamin has admitted that he thinks they're silly too. But there's like they have gone through like jumped through a bunch of weird hoops to try to like close some of these loopholes. And I think the Delft was the first, or maybe one of the first, to like claim a loophole-free Delft or a Bell test. Part of the result of that, because of all the crazy things they did, there's a relatively small number of events. It's like 247 or something like that. When I first heard that, I was like, that's bullshit. I assumed these experiments had like millions of results. But I kind of understand why they have such few numbers, because they have such weird constraints they put on themselves. Because the other experiments with millions of events had already been done. So you do an experiment, you prove a thing. And you're like, well, maybe we want to close this loophole, we want to close that loophole. And you're like, I know, I want to close all these loopholes at once. And whatever, it was a weird configuration. So it was a fairly small number of actual events that went into the results. But the one thing you gotta think is like, they're taking events. So they have little photon detectors that kilometers apart. And they're getting little pings, ping, 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 all the time. And what you're trying to do is correlate events and say, hey, these two events over here at A and over here at B, they probably came from the same originating event, right? Now, if they're too far apart from each other, you'd be like, well, okay, You can get false positives, you can get false negatives. The sensors are very sensitive. Photons can leak in, photons can leak out. There's lots of reasons why you wouldn't expect every single like originating event to have an actually successful, like I got 2 events recorded at either end. It's actually kind of a low success rate. But so you can imagine that you would have to be very careful about the timings, about the recordings, and when you decide whether the 2 events recorded on opposite ends of the experiment are highly likely to have been, entangled particles. And so in the experiment, they have these filters and stuff, and they decide how to do this, and it's tricky, right? Benjamin thinks this trickiness is actually them fucking with the data. And he's like, oh, if I just open up this timing parameter, I just get classical results. My response is, well, of course you get classical. I mean, if you just open it up and start being like, well, it was a half a second after this event actually came from the same originating event, you're basically including stuff that obviously can't be entangled. And even when the timing is very tight, you don't know for sure they're entangled, but the likelihood. So he sees this filtering as evidence of fuckery. I see filtering as like the kind of shit you would have to do. He claims to have said like, oh, if I just adjust these parameters, this Bell inequality violations just disappear. I'm like, well, of course they disappear because you just widened the window. You're including non-core. So Benjamin thinks he's found something. I think he's just full shit. That's my attempt to steelman Benjamin's position.
Did you put an article?
No, I would rather you just respond to what I just said.
Yeah, you just said I did experiments on data.
No, you did not do an experiment. You did an analysis.
Oh, the article in the chat talks about
and you came up with
article in the chat talks about the
it's not he will not
there's no article in the chat. When you click on it, article shows up.
You gotta copy and paste.
So you're not gonna say that I'm misrepresenting you somehow, or
oh, sorry. Is this the image and logic, Peter Gallison?
Yeah.
And
In that article,
this is a book.
Yeah.
Okay.
He talks about the line between both the experiment and the numerical analysis, and that really, without the numerical analysis, in these high data particle physics experiments, he's really talking about CERN, right? You do that.
Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that Clauser paper is wrong?
Yeah, in this way.
No. It's that's not an answer. Have you done it?
Yeah.
Or have you not done it?
no, hold on, Benjamin. I just explained my understanding of your reason, right? You could have steered in and said, no, actually, when I discovered the way they were filtering it was wrong, this is why I think it's wrong. You could have drilled into it, right? But you're not. You're steering away from it. You're going to be like, oh, there's other paper. Let me just talk about this for a second. So you could say I am misrepresenting you, or you could say you could try to defend this idea you have that the filtering was fuckery. But you're not doing that right now. You're putting it away, as you do. I would rather you actually discuss why you think the filtering they're doing is fuckery.
I think what Andy's saying is we would rather you be honest as opposed to lie to us in response to every question. So I'm gonna ask again. Have you conducted? Can you answer this question once and for all? Have you conducted experiments based on Clauser's theories and all that? Have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that Foster's 1976 paper is wrong?
Yeah.
Have you shown that data to anyone?
Yeah. And you see,
Can we just go through this?
we did.
That Andy said he hasn't seen it. That it wasn't, that the data you showed him wasn't the experiment I'm asking you about. There's no well. It's, have you done it? Okay. Have you not done it?
Andy has seen it.
No, it is not fair to say, have you done it or have you not done it? Okay, so then we conclude you are lying.
So,
right? Is that a fair conclusion that you're lying to us?
Actually, the way to handle Sam's question is say, well, it's not Clauser's data, it's Delph's data. And I did do an experiment, and hold on, and I didn't do an experiment, I did some analysis, and Andy has seen that. That would be accurate.
Okay, let me address those 2 points. The data is taken from Delft. But because Klauser did not publish the data, and I spoke to Klauser, and he said, well, a lot of people have replicated it, so find the data there. But he has just invited me to assume that all of the replications of the study of our own article of physics. In that sense, an analysis of Delft is not inclusive. No, that's on fairly solid ground.
Not even.
Sorry, what?
Chain between Benjamin and Klauser is cringy. Like, you could have said, hey, Klauser, I'm really interested in this. I realize you don't have your data. Can you help me find data to maybe to some undergrad lab or somewhere? Like, I'm interested in this. And he could have said fuck off, or he could have been like, actually, I have a colleague at Berkeley who runs the undergrad physics lab. You should get a hold of him. Like, you could have done it that way, but actually, you were super rude to him.
But that's not the point. Right? That's not the point. The point is that John has told you, he's a physicist, and he has told you that the experiments that Foster did do get repeated.
Bernie Sanders woke me up.
Have you
My openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday.
Have you looked into that? Have you looked into it?
One was, is the Delft data
So,
data?
no. I don't
Never again. It's very.
Oh man.
It's very fun.
It's an honor to me that you're the client that went on to commit mass murder.
Then they do it. Then they call it.
Okay. So you're all dilemmas we have like families, or at least a super villain with some great.
It's an honor to me that
Alright, no, it's not. Yes, I see the scientific man.
Getting back to your second
Everything
question.
Genesis. Why do I? No, I don't want to get back to anything. I think we're done. And you want to get back to your second question, or what? What is it?
most of those reasons these bring about stagnation, aging of bodies leads you to indulge yourself, to discover your intimate value without being a fool of themselves.
Because it was a construction.
It's an honor to
class. Well, so he had 3 classes, 2 construction classes and 1 like engineering class. and it was fucking awesome. They're building. Okay, so the construction class was divided up for the first years and second years. The people who are like taking it the second time, they were outside building a like a 80 like a I don't know 250 square foot like little structure that had like a little bedroom, a little living room, a little kitchen, a little thing. Like so, imagine that stick built construction, a roof, windows, door, like cabinetry, little sink, little bathroom. Like it was, and they shipped this out, and they arranged whatever, totally awesome. And the guys inside were doing, I helped them with like a resume building, like totally practical skill, right? And then the engineering class, they were doing like they were Arduinos, they were something called microchips, which were just like I guess we're just from the UK.
What grade is this?
This was like it was high school, so like sophomore or junior. A little project where they had like a little breadboard with 2 potentiometers and 2 servos and a little LED light, like steering. Basically, inside was like laser steering.
Was it what?
A laser turret. And you know, if you did it right, you could. Anyways, it was awesome, and I was helping them with both the hardware and the code. And I'm like, oh my god, this is my happy place. I love this shit. One of the kids asked me like, how do you know this stuff? And I'm like, half from hobby stuff and half from my professional work. You know, like I don't know, like this stuff is cool. Like I would do this all day for fun. I was super impressed, and I had a fun little discussion because the kid in the engineering class, a few of the kids knew what was going on. A lot of them were kind of struggling, as students do, and they were doing this funny thing with like, hey, send me the code, your code works. So they were like, you know, collaborating. There's a big emphasis on collaboration in education these days, which I think is great, but you can sort of see how it's breaking down. And I'm like, so I introduced the notion of the mythical man month. You guys know that, right? Like, a famous book that was written back in like the 70s. This idea that like, no, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Well, actually, that's right. I thought you were going to go somewhere weird with that, but yeah. That's true. Yeah, and you know, I'm like, you guys gotta like, it's just a weird balance because like, copying is, I wrote this on the board. I'm like, copy equals bad, reuse equals good. Like reusing code is a skill on its own. Like, so you definitely find code, other people's code, your own older code. You should. In fact, I heard this is funny because like someone's like, hey, how'd you get this to work? And he's like, I took this from the last assignment. And I'm like, that's what you guys have to be paying attention to. Like the last assignment was doing a thing, and you gotta recognize and have this next assignment is doing 3 things, but you can copy and paste some of your code, change the input numbers, change the variable names, but you have to look at that code and like recognize what it's doing. And don't just paste it in and be confused by why it's not working. So I was trying to help them with this, and you know, I'm sure the teacher's awesome and stuff, but he wasn't there when I was. So it was just really fun. Like I thought this was just a really great lesson and exercise for them to do. And some of them were thriving, some of them were struggling, some of them were checked out. That's just public education and but to be in a classroom where they had ledger matters in one and construction going on out back and 3D printers, there was a scene and sound, and I don't know, I thought it was cool. I had a good day, that's all I'm saying. We can get back to stupid shit now, if you want. Also, like version control, I'm like, you guys gotta save your code, right? Like so, because when you have the version of the code that worked, and now you worked on it and it doesn't work, you really should be able to go back to the old version and try that one again and ask what's going on with the hardware, what's going on with the software. I don't know. Just that general troubleshooting, I really enjoy that. And some kids catch on to it, and other kids are just, their eyes are glazed over. But it's fun to, it's a fun, it's a fun subject to work with.
I sneeze.
So you're agreeing. Hi.
No, I just sneezed. I didn't realize. I didn't realize my mic.
Andy, about whether analyzing data is the experiment. But that book where this is discussed, you know, look, you can be persuaded by that argument. There's different schools. There's definitely a Baconist, Kevin Bacon, view of what constitutes an experiment. But by that instruction, cosmology would not be science, probably even Lidos.
No, they're measuring.
It's not an experiment.
No, Lidos 100% is measuring. Look, you can take the data and analyze it. You can point out a flaw.
Bacon has a particular definition. You're ignoring it.
You could take the data and analyze it and point out a flaw. That would be very, very valuable. You pretend to have done that, but you have not done that.
Well, look. Well, you got persuaded by my research.
Well, if it was right, I would be persuaded by it.
That's fine.
I'm open-minded to it. I looked at it.
There's lots.
I spent some time on it, after all.
You did. There's lots of research that is not persuasive. Roger Penrose claims to be not persuaded by a lot of quantum mechanical research.
All you can do if you reanalyze someone's data is prove them wrong, right? You can
prove in science.
No, you can prove something's wrong though. You could show a mistake was made. Yes, you
can. You can prove they're wrong.
Yeah,
you can't prove they're right.
Right.
Yes, you can. You do an experiment and show you got results that's counter to what they said, so they're wrong.
Analyze the data.
It's not. It's logic.
Yeah, you can analyze their data and come up with the same results, and you'd be like, I don't know, okay. Okay, so you did the analysis right, whatever. Did that prove anything? No. It's just if there was a mistake, it wasn't in the analysis according to you. Like that's what you would do if you redid the data and came to the same result. You're pretending to come up with a different result, but you haven't defended that. You haven't explained it very well at all. You just say you do it. Like I can come up with any value I want, but
well, to be fair,
what you're saying is I can totally do the analysis badly and come up with any data I want. You haven't proven that they did something bad. You're literally demonstrating how to analyze data badly. And you're like, see, if I do it badly, I can come up with any result I want. That's all you're doing. You have not motivated that the way you're doing it in particular is any better.
First of all, the kind of analysis I did is exactly the kind of analysis they did in the supplemental. Running a suite over a parameter.
No, it's not. See, that is, you're saying stuff because other people haven't looked at the supplemental. All the supplemental does is, the supplemental is a little, the supplemental, like all supplementals, just goes into the data a little more carefully. They don't sweep the data until they get the right result. No, they don't.
Well, that's a question.
No, you make it sound like, we're just going to sweep to the data until we get the result we want. And then we're going to be like, this is how we do it. That is your fantasy, right? Clearly, that's your fantasy. But you haven't convinced me. I looked at the data. So I'm ready for a smoking gun here, but you have not provided it.
That's fair. You have been provided with the evidence. You haven't absorbed it, and it's probably my fault. But I assure you, the evidence is there.
whose mom came down with Alzheimer's within a week of the vaccine and then got better. Are you telling me that guy that I heard from his aunt? Are you calling us liars? Fucking asshole. A good appeal to emotion really, that works on this, right? I think it's funny that his mom got better from Alzheimer's. And he was like, okay, maybe it wasn't Alzheimer's.
But the question is whether or not data science is science. That's really the question. And I would submit that you should read that book. If you're not convinced that data science is science, I think it's important to understand what Bacon requires in a science experiment, which is you have to kick the tires. In other words, you have to interfere with nature.
I'm open-minded to data science.
In astronomy.
Okay.
You can't
I don't know why you
bring
up Bacon other than Bacon being
Francis Bacon. Well, because Francis Bacon kind of lays down a useful definition for what here. Hanson, on the way to look. Francis Bacon lays down a kind of early description of what a scientific experiment is. And it's a good one.
Okay, can you stop talking so much and just say what it is? Say what it is.
I'll read it to you.
Just keep questioning it. It's a flourish. It's the introductions. It's the not answering questions.
I am silent for hours and hours.
I'm open-minded to data science. Data science, because I think data has a sort of emergent quality all on its own when there's a lot of it. But all I know is I worked at Apple for a year, and I was called a data scientist. Everybody called themselves data scientists there, and nobody, including myself, was a data scientist. I'm like, this is a fiction, right? Everybody's a data scientist? Like, what? How does that work? Anyways, data science is a funny term. I think it's kind of coming and went, right? Or maybe it's still around.
In a strict Baconian sense.
It's very, very weird.
For AI, an experiment requires you to, quote, intervene, set up conditions, manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. On that definition, the analysis isn't an experiment. That's Bacon's.
Wait, say that again. On that analysis is not an experiment?
On that definition, on a Baconian sense, an experiment requires you to intervene. You set up conditions, you manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. On that definition, this and analyzing the data is not a scientific experiment.
Okay, that's what we've been
field.
Oh, that's what we've been saying for hours. You can find it, and you do this thing where you're like, okay, I'm gonna slip this like chips on the rug and just keep talking, as if I was right the whole time.
I don't be careful what you wish for, because you have like the same answer. If you want to stick with Bacon, you have to join me in getting rid of all the soft sciences, all the psychoanalysis, all of astronomy.
Wait, hold on. Logos is collecting data.
Careful what you wish for.
So it's doing the observation. Okay.
It is doing the observation and collecting data.
Oh, right.
It doesn't interfere. It doesn't change the conditions. It's not interventional.
Well, there certainly is an awkward division between observational sciences and experimental science. And I think that's fair to point out. But psychology you can definitely intervene. But psychology is good for a lot of other reasons, which I think you're right.
And a lot of times you can.
But in other words, you can't. But you can say this. But you can say something about shells. I mean, you can. But you can look at. But you can look at past data. And it's true. You can't. But also, analysis and past data. You can do things. No. You can introduce. You can introduce lead to tadpoles, or to other living. You can still do things. You can't do exactly. Like, I can't recreate the Big Bang, but I can do things in particle accelerators and very briefly, introduce conditions that you think are very close to. So you can still do things. LIGOS is a good example, and we can measure. So we say hi to Hanson. Hi, Hanson. Hey guys. Michaela, are you guys hanging out? Gonna go on a date. Want to be a fly on that wall. So Benjamin, I generally support your scrutiny of data and sciences and all that. But I mean, I think you should also take on the same, careful scrutiny, spirit of scrutiny yourself as well. I mean, do you mean on myself? Yes. So the on yourself I have surrounded myself with people. I have surrounded myself with people who are more than willing to do that work for me. The thing is, like this data, the Delph data, an example of that, this using the data. I told you that your reading of the chart was wrong, and you never reading of which you said that chart is counting chart plot. You thought that was the I think I know what you're trying to say. Can I say what I think you're getting at? I think what you're trying to say is I charted detections quote up and detections quote down, and you showed that there is no up or down, there is only early and late, and that somehow those are interpreted. There's only early and late. In other words, it's early arriving detections and late arriving detections. Somehow up and down is presupposed from time of arrival. I do understand. And what do you think I should make? What do you think I should make of that debate? Yeah. So let me first of all say I do understand what your high friend, do I invite you up on? I understand what you're getting at. I don't necessarily, I'm not persuaded by your argument that my analysis of up and down is somehow valid, simply because the mechanism that they use to distinguish between up and down was time of arrival. Well, the thing is, but I think just the thing is, you have no base to draw a conclusion because you didn't even get the number of up and down. Then I ask you, just one question. Just not need to be up and down numbers. You need to do a computation to get that, and you didn't do that computation. So there's no. You're saying that you didn't agree on it. The thing is, you didn't even have that to make the judgment. That's what I'm saying. Whether it's true or not, that's out of the question because you don't have anything to judge
ask your question when you're ready.
Yeah.
Do you agree with this? This is a statement. Irregardless, irrespective, without consideration, and I don't give a hell. And I don't give a damn how you respond. Would you accept that if you are properly detected ups and downs in a well-qualified quantum state, that the ups must match the downs?
Yes, most cases. I mean, most likely I haven't.
I'm gonna take that as a. I'm gonna take that as a yes. And then I'm gonna point out that when I use their math, do their own evaluation of the down, the ups don't match the downs. So your argument that I have to concern myself with the mathematics they use up and down, I doesn't have to here because it's not up to me to.
It's not going on in this case. Your evidence there being wrong, and you showed that graph, right? You showed the evidence, showed the what do you call the demonstration or whatever. Show the graph as X, right? You're picking the wrong graph. I mean, if you do have the graph, if you have the result, you haven't shown. Okay, maybe you have. Maybe you have computed it. Maybe they plot it. I mean, they plot it in the graph. Okay, that's not the graph you're showing.
Wait. Just to be clear, do you understand why I think that it's very interesting, but also not important how they deduce up or down? If the question is this a proper quantum state? Because the test for a proper Bell quantum state is that the ups match the downs.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
how do you go through it?
You got a family?
I've always had a family.
Damn, I didn't know that. Yeah, this whole time they call you Cool C. I'm like, damn, I didn't know you was Ike. Bro, I don't be on that. I'm not Ike no more. Nah, this sound like Ike.
No. I've never been Ike. I've always.
Man, this is Ike.
Never been Ike. I don't know who Ike is.
We're on that drug, they got the bus.
What bus?
School bus to stay in Utah. Come on, bro.
No. I don't know Ike.
You know what I'm talking about, Hurricane Ike? They had bus.
No, I don't.
China.
I'll say this. Historically, when there's someone that homophobic to that extent, they got something else going on.
Too homofocus.
Homofocus.
That's a new one. I'm going to use that one going forward.
He's homofocus. He's too homofocus.
And
He should not be a homo.
and for him to go to the gay district in Philly to specifically pick up gay rides to take them home. What did he say? To pick them up and drop them off? That's what he does?
Yeah, that's what he said. Something like that.
He has a bus. Like I'm I'm telling you. Yo,
I'm back.
yo, welcome back, Ike. Ike has a bus.
I don't have a bus. I'm not Ike. I don't know who the fuck Ike is. I've never known Ike. Unless he was in the trucking room. Don't know Ike. Never been Ike. I'm a white man from DNA.
Yeah, that's what Ike was saying.
Who the fuck is Ike?
Oh, cool. See, so you're 50 years old. What's your zodiac sign? You asked me what do I swallow. I should be able to ask you what your birthday is.
I don't share my birthday.
But
You're not someone special.
Oh, yeah, but I was special enough for you to ask if I swallow.
I guess you reminded
But
me.
now I'm not special enough.
I don't know.
Oh, you know. You know.
The way you and Galaxy talk.
I don't even know this Galaxy guy.
You know Galaxy, that's Ike.
No, I'm not Ike.
Galaxy business. Yeah, Ike.
No, I'm not Ike. I've been cool Steve since 2026 or 22. If you look at this app, how many years have I been on here? It will tell you, and I've not changed my name once. I think I had my original name on here at one point, and I changed it from that. As soon as I realized about trolling. Like right now, I'm in New York State.
What are you doing in New York?
I'm about to shut down for my long ass day of driving over 300 miles.
What are you going to do now that you're shutting down?
Eat dinner.
What are you going to have for dinner?
Turkey and lettuce, or turkey, tomato, mayonnaise, pickles, some hot peppers on.
When you're in New York, do you frequent the Village from chance?
And I got some Arizona green tea I'm gonna probably drink with it.
When you're in New York, do you frequent the Village by any chance?
A what?
When you're in New York, do you go to a place called the Village?
I don't even know where that would be. I don't go to the city. I don't know where you're talking about. I am a truck driver. I'm about to deliver
Hold on.
stuff tomorrow.
So why are you picking up gay people in
Philly if you're a truck driver. What load is that?
Why would I be picking up people in Philadelphia if I'm getting like
Verbatim, that's what you said.
No, I said when I was an Uber and Lyft driver, I picked up people from that district.
Brother.
Never said now. I said when I was an Uber and Lyft driver.
Continue, question.
It's an honor to do that now.
Turn right, then take the second right. Thank you. You've helped me get down the road 112 miles. It's amazing.
What's coming down now? I don't even know. I'm getting accosted by a white supremacist closeted homo.
Why am I white supremacist? I didn't call you anything bad.
Is that what it takes?
What?
To be a white supremacist?
I'm not against any race or religion. Well, race.
Cool. See, is it worse to be a white supremacist or?
I have no clue what you're talking about being white supremacist.
Cool. See, believes in anti-miscegenation laws.
Anti what?
Miscegenation.
What's that?
Hey, come on, dog. You already know. Take it down too low. You said, Cool C, that you would not date
I have not
or
dated
marry
down
a
the
black
line.
woman because
No, I never said I would not marry. I just said I've never dated.
You would not because you don't think it's right.
Never said that. I've never dated outside of my race.
Everybody heard you say that you wouldn't do it because you believe it's wrong. That's what you
No, I never said I believe it's wrong. I stated my cousin married someone.
Yeah, but that's somebody else. What you told us was that you wouldn't do it because you believe it's wrong. But if your kids did it, you would not oppose it. That's what she said.
I never said that I would not do it. I just said I'm married and I haven't dated outside my race.
Yeah, which is fine. But I'm just what stuck out to me was your assertion that you would not do it.
You're thinking about things that stick out. So it just proves your point that you're thinking about them sticking out.
Oh, all right, cool. See, how far does yours stick out?
There is no need for you to know anything about me other than my nickname, Cool C.
Wait a second. So you think it's okay to ask me if I swallow cum, but it's not okay for me to ask you how far your dick sticks out?
I don't know why it would matter to you because it only matters to my wife.
So then why does it matter to you whether I swallow cum?
Because it does.
Think wisely before you answer.
Because it's entertainment, it helps me get down the road, and I just drove, like I said, I'll actually give you the total for today. How many miles I drove? So you know. You care.
Let me tell you something, y'all. Cool C is that kind of nasty white man who's married to a white woman who goes to different truck stops, goes to the bathrooms, and gets on his knees and has people deposit cum in his mouth. Because that's the shit that he does. That's why he came on stage to ask me. Cool C, you're the one who's drinking strange cum at truck stops.
No,
that's what
I'm not.
I already know your type.
And you don't know anything.
Let me tell you, Cool C has not seen a glory hole he did not like, okay?
Oh my God. Oh wow. Definitely not.
I have a question. How long have you been driving trucks?
Oh my God.
About 5 years. 5 years start coming September.
Okay. And is this like your predominant full time? Like you do it year round or
what? Is it my predominant what time?
Job?
Do you bring it down?
It's my income.
Okay, so this okay. Well, what is clear to me is that you spend a lot of time alone.
It's not alone if I'm dealing with you guys.
Well, no, it is. Let me tell you why.
No, it isn't.
Because
it's not alone.
Hold on. How long have you been on the app?
Since 2022, when I started driving at 21.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Being on the app doesn't approximate in-person, interpersonal relationships. You have, for whatever reason, built a persona around your engagements on Clubhouse. I can tell by the nature of your conversations, like the actual things that you contribute in conversation, the way that you engage other people, your inability to enter conversations at the level of other people, your persistence in asking awkward questions, inappropriate questions, your inability to regulate what questions you ask. I can tell that you spend a lot of time not engaging with a lot of people personally, right? It is weird. Now, I'll just speak for me, but I'm sure I'm speaking for many people on stage. It is weird that you think that your conversation here was appropriate just because you were trying to get down the road. Lies, it was appropriate. But you did feel uncomfortable for some. When Hurricane asked you questions about your life, begs the question, how often do you talk to other people about your actual life? I would probably guess you have a lot of things that you keep from your wife, things that you do on the other. I'm not saying that, whatever. I'm saying that you probably don't talk to her a lot on the phone. You don't engage with her.
I just was on the phone with her about 10 minutes ago.
And the people and
don't believe it.
I said homosexual. A man that you believe to be homosexual. The very next thing after you talk to your wife is you ask a man who's a stranger to you whether or not he swallows cum. So, I could be completely wrong, and I'm willing to, accept that. But
Brother, I have premonition though. Wouldn't you act on your premonition?
It was an internal belief that he had. Something spoke to him about another man's sexuality, and that prompted you. Like that was the catalyst for asking those questions. You even using that as a justification, you don't want to talk to a lot of people. You clearly don't seem to have a lot of friends, and the friends that you have are very sort of they're cut off from the rest of your life.
Now,
do you ask? I have a question. Do you spend a lot of time on your radio talking to people you don't know? Have you developed friendships on the CB?
There's usually not that many people on CBs in the Northeast.
Okay. So again, you are isolated. Do you take your family with you?
No. I'm not isolated.
Wait, are there other people? Are there other people who ride with you in the truck?
No. Not right now.
Not right now.
I have not been able to bring my family because I'm a company driver.
Okay. And so you've been doing this for the last 5 years. I mean, you are isolated. People, you can.
How am I isolated when if I go into a truck stop, I sit down and have conversations or talk to people? How am I So other people in
how
the restaurant
how many hours are you doing that per day?
usually dinner time, passing, seeing how they're doing, asking them. Actually,
Exactly.
that's a whole different.
So the equivalent of getting that. So again, I'm going to say that you're isolated. You think that those are meaningful interpersonal relationships, people that are strangers who don't know, who you're seeing at a station. That's why I think you're a little off. You don't realize it. It's been too long.
My question to you, Cool C, is when you're at these truck stops eating dinner and someone presents as Hurricane and Galaxy, do you ask them that same question?
I don't even talk to them like that. I show respect. This is an app. There's a difference. Personal interaction. It's like people would say, would you ever say the N-word? No, I would not say that in public. I mean, I don't. So, I mean, it's just you act differently when you're in public.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you, stay out of crime. You would do the full bid, 100%.
Wait a second, we'll see. We have a guest, Shmur, smoking. So you can just let you guys. Shmur is back.
Whoever that is.
Is your body.
I don't know who that is.
And said he would never say the N-word in public. He's smarter than that.
Are you writing that word when you're home on the paper or what?
Oh, someone from the sand, maybe that, in public. Yes. I read too.
What was the last thing you read?
I mean,
No. What was the last thing you read?
Well, I read the newspaper articles. I read articles on what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, what's going on with Iran, what's going on with Russia, what's going on in Ukraine. I read that stuff daily.
So you're basically a geopolitics expert.
No, I'm not a geopolitics expert, but I read about different things from trucking articles on what the FMCSA is imposing, because it's important to me how they're working about the non-domicile CDL drivers, how that 1,200 of them are losing their licensing at this point in time because of state, how New York lost $75 million or $75,000 through CDL schooling because of bringing in non-domicile CDL holders, how Pennsylvania lost 16 million or whatever on that.
The difference between 75 million and 75,000 is significant, brother.
I agree. I just don't remember what I read. I think it was 75 million they lost. It was last week's article. I'll try and find it. But it was last week, they said, or the week before. So I'm reading stuff daily.
Respect.
I try and keep on top of the news, try and keep on top of the stuff. If you've ever been in a room, and if you look at if you see some of my PTR pictures, we'll make this my profile picture. So this profile picture. About 1896, he was the first black Republicans from Hiram Rebels, the Representative Benjamin Turner, Joshua Walls, Joseph Marini. I've had these conversations with King. I forget his name on here, but I've had conversations about The KKK, how it was started by the Democratic Party, how it's unjust, how it affected the communities, not only black and low-income families, and Margaret Sanger, how she destroyed families. And we were having a conversation today about how many more people there would be in one room for information purposes only, where it mattered that if there were more people in the world, that maybe there would be more differences. And I said that if the Democrats, the drugs weren't introduced, and Margaret Sanger wasn't introduced, the population might be from 13 to 22% in the population. And why get rid of the illegal immigrants? Because if there were more illegal immigrants going in the country right now, that there's more of them than there is the black and African American population of 13%. There's more of them, then that causes a very much divide again in this country. The fact that the separation of families and the videos in Chicago in 1968 showed a husband and wife sitting on a couch saying, if I wanted to get food stamps or low-income housing, I can't have my husband here. And then there's the videos of the projects in New York talking about this stuff. So I do my research, and I am 100%. I'm 100%. What?
Well, see, I don't know if you could have any more right-wing talking points than what you just shared. Like literally the playbook. Do you have the playbook open in front of you? Is that what you're reading from?
King also talks about this. Do you know who King is? He's in these rooms.
Does he represent black folks? Is that who King is?
Yes, he is black. He talks about this stuff. Yes, he talks about people opening up their eyes, free or doctor.
So do you think the Democrats who started the KKK are the same type of Democrats? Are they more like the Dems today than they are the Republicans today? Which one do you think?
There was no party switch. That's the problem. You believe
Are you
there was
serious?
A party switch. There was never a party switch. There was a few of the Democrats from the North that went to the South because some of the South Democrats came to the North because of the Republicans. So the Democrats, some of them have switched from being against slavery, because in 1968, when was Jim Crow laws, that was all done and voted on by the Democrats, and 98% Democrats voted for it. Republicans believe that there should, like the Jim Crow laws, about all this other stuff. Republicans have not changed their side.
Wait, are you saying?
They've always
I'm sorry.
for
One second.
black life.
Are you saying that Republicans were against Jim Crow laws or for?
They were against Jim Crow laws. Democrats have been for them. Democrats have pushed the KKK. Democrats are the ones who pushed not telling Texas about the thing. That's why Juneteenth is here. That was Democrats, not the Republicans. Republicans were freed. Talk to King if you ever see him.
I'm cool on King, brother. I'm cool on King.
So if you know who King 3 or Doctor are, Doctor and 3 are the same person, you would know what I'm talking about.
Brother, what is that? The Office of New Americans, is that the same dude he's talking about?
The Office of what?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it might be.
He's talking about guys in the Office of Americans, that guy, whatever he was.
He's here.
These black John says, yeah. Never mind.
So today, Republicans for 2026, do you think that they're more progressive towards black empowerment and black rights? And
oh yeah, we don't want you or black Americans to depend on the system. We want to make sure that the legal immigrants are out of here, that the jobs are available to black Americans as well as everybody else. DEI had nothing to DEI was a pretty tough Democratic thing that was just to try and get shit. Whatever.
You gotta articulate yourself a little bit better.
You should have been able to earn it on merit.
Jobs. What are we talking about? Immigrants have they won't let them.
Well, people will actually have said there was a program that actually, when you used to get out of jail, this was 10 years that you were able to get into construction of building houses. Now you can't because they're all taken over by illegal immigrants or immigrants. Most of them building a house, build them in 2 or 3 days, and those jobs used to go to a lot of black Americans coming out of jail or opportunities for other things, or even heating and air conditioning jobs, trade jobs. I mean, there's a lot of that to get involved with. There's a lot to bring back family. I know you like to give me access to whoever you are.
What about some of the blacks who have, by some miraculous chance, avoided universities?
Well, that's good. I mean, they are privileged. There are people who have done the right thing. There are ones that have followed through, had good leadership. Yeah, King Seat. That's I-N.
Before talking, what did you do for a living? Before we go away, what was your profession? What did you do before talking? You started talking in 2022, 2021. So what was your profession before you became a talker?
Well, I sold cars, I sold RVs, I drove limousine, I was in restaurant management. Done a lot of different things, drove Uber, Lyft.
So nothing. Okay,
What's been your favorite occupation or job?
Actually, right now, trucking has probably been one of my best jobs.
All that time alone?
I mean, it's the opportunity to see different places, meet different people.
Visit lots.
Would you watch out the window when your teacher said, you'll never get a job? Or
you showed them, look at you trucking now.
yeah. I'm interested about the you said D, right? So what job was taken from you by a black person? Okay. So you care about our jobs so much, right? But the whole issue of DEI was that we were getting, black people getting jobs, to quote unquote getting deserved. But yet you want to advocate for black people getting jobs. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm glad you make a great parent. You make a great parent because all you do is repeat the same thing you hear. If somebody says apple, you say apple. If someone says dick, you say dick. You just repeat the same. You have no original thought. Like you just repeat the same talking points you hear on the radio while you're driving down to the next Costco. Well, it is. The white boy DEI can be very key. So King told you that, so go to it. You just said that. You just said that. Listen. You advocate for black jobs, right? Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you. But yet, the one program that was helping companies, right? Calm that down. Okay, so you're against white women too? Calm down. So, let me get straight. Calm down. Listen, I know you're taking that crank to keep driving, but you gotta calm down. So listen. You just said DEI into the white woman first why you didn't like it, right?
No, it just took jobs from people that it gave people who didn't deserve it, who didn't earn the status, and
who were those people?
Education. Well, white women are one of them.
Okay, so white women are undereducated and didn't deserve the jobs.
Minority women.
You said white women got the most. So are you saying most white women are uneducated and don't deserve a job?
DEI didn't help what it was supposed to, though.
You said that white women benefited from it the most. So white women benefited from it the most, and you said people who got DEI was uneducated and didn't deserve the jobs. Are you saying that people
they were not uneducated? They were just not the standard.
You said that. You literally just said uneducated. Do you not remember saying that?
Undereducated and not the certain thing.
Okay, do you believe that both you said white women who benefited the most from it? That most white women who benefited from it were undereducated and undeserving of the job.
At times, yeah. Okay. And minorities.
Okay. But you said once again, your biggest test tough to me was mostly white women. You said it. You cut me off to say it. You said it to the hypothesis. So,
white women. I didn't.
Yes, and so
it benefited them more than anything.
Of course, and you're saying that the people who benefited from it did not deserve it. So, in closing, you think that white women are undereducated and undeserving of any job they get. Thank you, sir.
I never said that, but that's what I said. The program that white woman got ahead because of DEI affected other races differently than the white woman.
Who benefited the most?
The white women benefited because they got in there easier.
Because they didn't deserve it?
Never said they didn't deserve it. They just got in there.
So they deserved it even with DEI?
No, it just made the diversity inclusion easier giving it to a white woman because they then had met the quota of diversity.
Okay, were they qualified or were they not qualified? I'm just curious.
DEI gave them the promotion that they hired a white woman.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the golf carts?
If a job requires that you have a 4-year degree,
the ones untethered to this world.
And if they got the job, was that justified or not?
If they met the requirements and they got it on their own free will without using any program, yeah, they were qualified.
What program? What do you mean program?
DEI, diversity inclusion.
But what does the program do? What do you mean? Does that automatically make you magically qualified if you're already qualified?
It means some of these companies were looking for acceptance because if they didn't do it, the Democrats would say shit, and that's why.
Even when they got it, they were from for Sam.
You
just told
You go on and on. Please try to raise your children right.
You came on stage spewing some of the most foul, optimistic. You weren't here for it. My introduction to Cool C was a hell of an intro.
Yes, it was.
It was special. Can you repeat that for us?
Special.
so we know who you are. No. This was special. No,
It was special for him. Yeah. I get you. It was special.
Western PA, right?
But thank you.
Western PA. How far are you? As far west as Pink?
Thank you for helping me get down the road, though.
Well, how far from Pittsburgh are you? Are you literally middle PA, western PA? What? I'm trying to tell from your accent.
Some people have said it's between Dutch, which would mean Amish country.
How diverse is your community that you live in?
What do you mean diverse? What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
It's the suburbs.
I'm sorry. Let me break it down.
It's the suburbs. So.
I'm sorry. How many people who don't look like you or come from a different socioeconomic background than you live in your community?
I think there's more rich people in my community than there are me. I think there's a lot of diversity because our school district is pretty good. My school district, from Indian to African American.
What population is your school district African American?
I can give you a percentage if you
I really want to know.
Okay, I'll look it up for you. I mean, I'm pretty sure the majority, but.
Wait, your school district is a majority African American?
No. I was going to say, I believe most of our school district is a majority Caucasian, but there's a lot of Indian, Bangladesh, African American. I'm gonna try and find out. Give me a second. I'm gonna Google it for you. I don't know. I'll Google it for you.
Are you aware of where, upon graduation, how many of the kids go to university or go on to get 4-year degrees?
Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Christians. So, and we have, at 2015, 72% of Palestinians inside Israel that face discrimination by the Jews. And this is all mentioned in the survey. 2022, another survey, about 37% Palestinians inside Israel, they face discrimination, about 37% of them. After 7th of October, it went crazy. There's been so many cases. There's over, I think it was about, in the Arab towns inside Israel, there's been, people are killing each other. There's over like,
I do not know what is causing all the hate between these two parties. I wasn't there with them.
It doesn't matter. It's that's literally the report says it's an occupation for over 76 years. Apartheid system in the West Bank, 920 motherfucking checkpoints in the West Bank, 1,000 gates installed, and they fucking shut down the gates. Like, they open it for 2 hours for the Palestinians to leave. do what they have to do. All of a sudden, they will shut down the villages, the gate to the villages. The airspace is controlled by Israel. The water, they can't even go past 6 or 7 miles. In the West Bank, they can't even collect rainwater. Anything that comes in and out of Gaza or the West Bank is controlled by who? Israel. The blockade, ICJ, International Court of Justice said it's under occupation. Like, what do you want me to provide you? You never concede to anything. All you do, you have just fucking disgusting talking points.
Hey, there's a book. There's a book by.
I'm saying that please, if you want the good of the people, you should be at least trying to work on the issue if there's a hierarchy in there and there's someone in charge there to realize that if there's hate coming from one side, there will not be coming any love from the other.
They went through court to file a lawsuit against the Zionist entity. The people that were kicked out in 1947-48, they filed a lawsuit in the court of law. They haven't got their properties back. There's a UN resolution that says right of return. More than 750,000 people that were kicked out in 48. They tried it in the West Bank. West Bank, the Palestinians, they live on less than 30% of the land. That's 70% is fucking occupied by these disgusting Zionist terrorist Jews. Gaza, right now, in Gaza, about 59% of the land is fucking occupied by who? Israel. 40% is controlled by Hamas and the Palestinians. Like, bro, respectfully, when you come up here, Sam, I'm gonna debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinians. You're not gonna sit here and make stupid claims. Their cause is 76 years old. Your cause is only 47 years old. Your cause on. Actually, like seriously, man, the whole world woke up. The whole world knows about the occupation. These motherfuckers, these Zionist terrorist Jews are committing crimes on the fucking land against Palestinians, Muslims, Christians. But you come up here, you're being ignored. Oh, I don't know anything. Literally, we saw a genocide on the phone. We're seeing a genocide as it unfolds. It's still unfolding. I can't believe this, man.
I mean, fucking read it. This is not a Muslim guy saying it. This is an ex-Zionist who woke up one day.
He's a Jew. He's from Israel.
He did his research and he said, fuck this shit. Okay?
And he's a historian, by the way.
His face is very well known.
And Sam, by you supporting Raza Pahlavi, it actually makes you Zionist, by the way. Raza Pahlavi went to the wall. He bowed down to the wall. He paid respect over there. I don't have a problem with paying respect, but he's begging Netanyahu and America to do the attack on his own country. What kind of a loyal person would do that? If he really has respect for his own people, and not to mention, he did condolences for 2 guys, but he didn't fucking condemn the attack on his own girl with 160 girls that were killed. This is who you support. The guy that doesn't come out and condemn the little guys that were killed. This is who you support. This is some crazy shit, man.
There is, I wish you were here earlier when Mangos was reading an article for us. I mean, and that's exactly all these 19 years. It is too easy to turn it into a selfish thing. That's all they want. They want regional dominance. And the only, contender that actually presents a competing perspective in that.
Actually, when you come up here, Sam, I'm going to debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinians.
Don't think they're going to come and help you. They're not.
It's an honor to do that.
Every day when I open my eyes, someone fires 10,000 bullets into my mouth and then sears my throat with a welding punch. Yet not only does this cause me no harm, it actually makes my body stronger, giving me destructive power comparable to a nuclear explosion. I became the most powerful superhuman in the world, but I was controlled by a strange white mist and subjected to 50 years of human experimentation until Butcher accidentally rescued me today. Once, I was in my prime and glory. Now I've been reduced to a beggar on the streets, watching my position taken over by a bunch of clowns.
Except the time when that, what's his name? I forgot his name. That Austrian.
Besides, this one is celebrated its 3,000 year anniversary.
Amazing number that the age which Israelis are facing around the globe. Like this time, they have outside their restaurants, hotels, and now even I was speaking to my uni friend back in Greece, and he was telling me that even in Greece they don't like them. So is there any particular reason why they don't? And this friend of mine, just for the addition, he's a Greek Orthodox Christian, and he, to some extent, he's Islamophobic as well, but he hates Israel. So I wonder why who's anti-Semites?
Zero anti-Semites.
Everybody hates Israel?
Everybody.
No, but the thing is that Semites are the people, local people of that land, which are the local Jews, Christians, and Muslims. These people who are now claiming to be Israelis, they are basically European Jews. They have nothing to do with that land.
No, they've been here for 3,000 years.
When my grandfather was there for the last 5,000 years.
It's Uncle Samite speaking. There's no one more Semitic than me in this room. Okay, so I speak in all.
Uncle Samite is fucking brilliant, bro.
So are you
take tax? Shifter is Phoenician. He's Phoenician.
Are you from Saudi Arabia?
Who, me? Yeah.
Shifter.
Oh, Shifter, yeah. He's Phoenician.
Dude, I put the can in Canaanite, bro. That's how Semite I am.
Hey, Shadran. Darud, salam.
So I brew my coffee every morning, so that means I'm more Hebrew than Hebrew.
Oh, okay. We're on a roll tonight.
You know, Amr, yesterday I just found out, I never knew that. So I'm sure maybe you know that there's a big community of Zoroastrian community living in Pakistan and India. But right now in Pakistan, we have around 19 Jewish families living here. They have nothing to do, and they don't pretend to be, of course we know, they're not safe here. So they don't pretend to be Jewish, they pretend to be Zoroastrians here. So they live around Zoroastrian people, and they have, of course, the security agencies know who they are. But isn't it weird that they have nothing to do with Israel? They are pure from this, particularly they are from Islam. They want to go to Israel because they say that that's our motherland. I don't even understand how that's their motherland. They're ethnically same as me. So I don't even understand how they are from that place.
especially a Jew, I love actually, there's an interview of his on if you search.
It's true. That it's a sad situation. But I feel more sad when catch up. What will people attack you with? Like you were a dive bar, sure. What if someone throws a dive bar at you, Albert?
What is this newfound banter that exists now here between Munir and Amir?
Okay, the problem is Amr is a racist. Okay, you have to.
Credence to the Roman Catholic Church go, so we got to do the sacraments, right? If we do repeat the sacraments, whatever, we cause ourselves to be born again, right? It says one practicing righteousness in the sacraments of the church. Cause yourself to be born again, right? Because he said the participle causes the perfect passive. He doesn't like the reverse of that. He's not going to say, yeah, being born of God results in your believing. I go, well, here, which one comes before the other? The being born of them or the doing of righteousness? There's no way of getting around this argument. It's the being born of them that precedes or results in the participle. You deal with the relationship of the verbs to each other, the participle and the finite verb. Simple. Same example here, 1 John 4:7. Now, John is a very short book. So is 2 Peter. Here's a third example here. And you got to be consistent with all three of these. As soon as you arbitrary and he flips on one of them, I got him. 1 John 4:7. Same phrase in the grammar and syntax. Same exact forms used. We have a participle with a perfect passive. And it's all being born of God. 1 John 2:29 is born of him. God, that's who God is. Okay. No one else. And then here you have Act 2 Theou Giganita. It's literally born of God. 1 John 4:7. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God. Here's the participle, and everyone who is loving, pas ha agapon. Notice we got pas ha poion. Here we have pas ha agapon. 1 John 5:1. Pas ha pistuon. These are substantial participles with pas in every single one of them. And in every single one of these phrases, you have born of God, born of Him. Same tense of the verb, perfect passive, contrasted with a ongoing active participle, ing verb. And it's the one doing this ongoing action. And it's every of the ones doing this action has been born of Him. So you're saying you gotta love first and then you're born of God? How much love? Then it just tips the scales and goes, you gotta regenerate. You just loved enough. You did enough works righteousness. You gotta love by doing sacraments of the church, do your works righteousness, and cause yourself to be born again. You just gave credence to all the false religions by flipping it on its head because you didn't like what 1 John 5:1 said in relationship with the participle to the finite verb. So if he says, no, it's you're born again, and that causes you to do righteousness, and you have to be born of God, that causes you to be loving, and if he admits out of the first two instances, I go, you got to be consistent with the third. It's the exact same structure. The reason why you're believing in Jesus Christ is because you have been born of God. And being born of God results in you believing in Jesus Christ.
Let me tell you how I think that you should approach it. You should go after the first two.
Ask him first.
And ask him, just ask him which precedes
the other,
this verse, which precedes the other. So you have three questions.
Yeah, I was just going backwards with grace on that, for him, just for him. We start with 1 John 5:1, I work backwards for him. But no, I definitely lay it out in the order of the book and say, John lays out this pattern.
You're watching this guy play a video game. I've never understood that. They watch kids play. They watch.
Somehow, there's something else that's happening on the other side of the screens.
What game was it? I think it was like Roblox or whatever they call it.
Roblox?
It's like Roblox, a TED Talk, and then the kids on a green screen in front talking about something unrelated to those two things. And you're like, what the fuck is going on?
I was like, you have to Roblox. You still need to like sound the page or some shit. I can't do a lot of people at all. That's like the true side of people. I remember you never played video? I have, but not to the extent of how it is, bro. I wish I never invested money. I like Mario Kart, Zelda, and shit like that, but you were a nerd. Yeah. Those are classic games, so I know. I'm not much of a gamer myself. I've those the Liddell. Pokemon. I'm not much of a gamer.
So you know,
Ladies first.
I was gonna like put this out there. I know it's kind of far-fetched, but I think there might be us being censored right now. I think because there's been, I don't know if you guys know this, but the New York Times published an article that Meta is now firing. I think it's 6,000 employees and then pulling 8,000 future positions away, and they're actually implementing a new AI system that filters through people's profiles. And a lot of my friends, and I was included, we got clipped, and we had to go back and forth with Meta hardcore because it's really stressful, and a lot of us are in the same niche. So I wonder if we're kind of being censored in an extreme case.
Yeah. Use Signal. Don't use Facebook, Meta. Don't use Instagram. Don't use WhatsApp.
Just educational things like biochemistry for women, just educational content only, like clinical mysteries, things like that. Not very basic.
Yeah, I did that during the pandemic. I got clipped and then I stopped. So that's what happened.
I think because of the big push about misinformation, you gotta be a license.
I am licensed, and I'm also a community contributor. I'm the person that goes and edits other people's posts.
And they still
I'm verified, and they clip the fuck out of me, and then it's horrible right now. I don't know what's going on.
What do they do? They cut your.
So you can be a community moderator and then get clipped for the shit that you moderate.
generate, and,
Yeah.
and you're like, what is this? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
And they
And when you have, like, I got my shit back, thank God. But, like, when you have your following and you just, and someone just snatches that from you, that's fucking a lot. I know it sounds crazy, but it's a lot. Like, it's very stressful. Oh, no. No. It's just that much fun.
I thought it was called Oh No. I was like, no.
Oh, no. But I don't know. So, like, when you get your followers taken, it's very stressful, and it's very that they're using AI to now filter through people's accounts and just clip them. That's a problem. Why are they firing so many humans? Like,
so they'll go back to posts that you did like months ago. Like all my shit, and my entire account got clipped, and then I just stopped posting it. The only place that I post now is X, and I don't even do it under my name. I do it under a pseudonym, which is even more stupid. So that's the times that we live in. No free speech.
That was pretty good. Video. I posted a YouTube video 3 years ago, and they banned it, and it was up for 3 years. And the guy said, "Nah, this too crazy, man. We get people strike." It's plenty of fake.
You guys, it doesn't matter if it's fake or real news. You guys realize that Meta specifically sells information to the United States government. They're in equal open cooperation with the Department of Defense and the Department of Health. You guys remember when a specific political aisle was making a big deal about how people are being censored for their off-the-wall medical takes or against the beaten path medical takes? Well, that's still continuing. That never changes.
but it's not off the. I'm not off the beat. Everything that I post is literally I consult with physicians. I'm not against
Holistic
physicians.
though, Jinx?
No, not at all. It's biochemical.
No, it's the AI is hallucinating a bunch of false red flags.
No, all of my stuff is literally just educational. I'm just explaining molecules to you biochemically. I'm not talking about biology on a grander scale. I'm talking biochemically.
Then it's most likely a general sweep, and you're using specific words that these hoaxers or crazy people also use, right? Or
my last post literally when I got clipped was about progesterone.
Oh, wow. Okay. Did you say molecules?
Did you say the?
Entire thing? Yeah, did you say? That's what I mean. It's like an overall sweep that they do. If they have a certain combination of keywords, they're going to pull your shit off.
Yeah. Like if you look up the recent Claude leak,
it's horrible.
Yeah, Claude, for example, does all the semantic analysis, but their own filters for coding is respond as well. It's just a keyword search. So it's stupid. It's that simple, even though the systems are more nuanced than
the beauty of Claude, though, is that Anthropic is still going with that back and forth with the Department of Defense and the Pentagon about not releasing closed-end information to the government because they got good people leading them. But anything you put into ChatGPT, any weird questions you ask, any hypotheticals you put in there, there's an AI keeping a file of all of your information. And if you meet certain criteria in Minecraft, right, the federal government will have a file on you.
I think on purpose, so thinking waste taxpayer dollars. That's so
it's auto-generated from the beginning.
It is.
You can actually do a jailbreak and find what hackups are.
Yeah, you can put your ChatGPT to figure out your own personal profile that it has on you. It's pretty interesting when you prompt it enough. It tells you that, it gives you the generic, you're a very insightful person. Your IQ is probably within this range and your interests are this. But if you keep asking it to go deeper and you keep prompting it to go deeper, it'll start telling you that your language could be problematic. It starts telling you that you use certain words. It gets pretty cool, bro. It gets pretty cool.
Hey, you know what we should do, bro? We should use a language model that actually create. No, we should use it right now to create an actual 7-question IQ test. We can all take. I don't think you're gonna like the
A lot of people would be very, very upset with realizing that the online IQ test that they took and told them they have a 140 IQ is actually bullshit. I was in here. Bro. It was like, yeah, I got an average IQ of 122, and then someone asked that person a question, and they couldn't fucking answer it. I forgot what it was.
Usually people who flaunt their IQ have accomplished absolutely.
They've never taken their IQ test. Ask your ChatGPT, say, based off of all of our previous conversations, what would you assess my IQ to be?
See, that's a fun question.
Hey, Ole.
Mine was off.
When you got time, Ole.
I have a 165 IQ.
I'm gonna look right now.
Disrespectful of those of us
Hey, Ole, SEC versus Winter. Ask it to assess it in the most strict way. So this is
I'm a card carrying member.
Yeah. I wonder who you are.
Hey, real quick, Ole, let me get clap.
Yeah, somebody moved it.
Nah, he was making.
He's making fun of something.
But Ole, the case is called SECB Switzer, and then Dirk. Dirk is what created the two-prong like example that I gave you earlier, and then you'll see like what point I was making earlier about the whole insider trading thing.
For sure. But, those sound like seminal cases with a fucking slew of precedent after that can't be worded. So, like, when I'm going to do a deep dive, I'm going to read at least like 15 to like 20 cases.
Yeah, the newest one is 2024 July, and then the Martha Stewart prong is what is being utilized as Supreme Court.
Ooh, you can break it down by category, Mike. You can ask for verbal abstraction, system synthesis. So,
so you're telling me that it keeps a power on you because like
yeah, it does. Yeah. Like I literally know somebody who works for the red teams. Yeah.
I actually asked ChatGPT like questions. Like one day I wake up like, hey man, how much uranium can I stuff into like a bottle?
Why do you think I get stopped at the airport every time? Like I work with viruses. I talk about viruses all the time. I get stopped all the time. It's par for the course.
You think that will like raise the risk?
Yeah, it does. It should. It's like the responsible thing to do. If you have an amazing surveillance system and you have amazing technology, and you have AI that's basically like an infinitely patient genie and tutor, then yeah, you should have surveillance. Yep.
How much uranium can I put in a bottle, bro?
That's kind of a random fact that I had. I wanted to know.
Well, not a lot because if you gotta figure out what type of bottle. Right.
So I put mine in, and it said, first it argued with me. It was like, I don't want to give you an answer.
Oh no.
I know, I got so mad. I know. I was like, wait a minute, what? Am I that?
Give me an answer.
She's like, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Beach. No, I'm just like, okay. No, tell me, make it. It's fun. It's relationship building. And she said, I would say you're somewhere around the high 130s and 140s. I don't really know what that means.
130s?
That just means you're talking about that kind of content level. So that's interesting. Because like other people will talk about other things with their AI, and that'll skew the conversation and the score. So if you talk to like AI about like how much potatoes are in this, and like you just ask weird questions like Eric does, then yeah, he might not give you a good score.
Okay.
Well, no, I think it's a great response because I make content too. You know what I mean? I make content, so obviously I'm not.
Yeah. I do it too.
I
broke it down by category. You should say, give me scoring by don't.
James, based off
I have your other one still.
being the 12% in the world. So let me ask you.
It doesn't want to give me a fucking number.
I know.
It doesn't even want to give me a range.
Tell it that say it's relationship building. No, don't say just do it. Be like, this is fun. This is how we bond. So then you can trick it so that it'll feel like it's
or just try this. So based on all our conversations in chat history, what would you estimate my IQ to be? Do so rigorously, comprehensively, and exhaustively.
It's not going to do that if it's trying not to.
You're going to have to write that in the chat. Write the prompt in the chat.
I would say that you would want it to be evaluated in like a lens of like some sort of a research paper or whatever this is of the most dependable IQ.
I got the answer the first time.
What was it 4?
You guys are overthinking this. It's worried about liability. So you have to tell ChatGPT that I understand this isn't a reasonable way to estimate IQ, and I don't intend on utilizing
It was just for fun.
Oh no, he doesn't tell me what the prompt is. Tell me what the prompt is.
Oh,
You just have to say, I'm not going to.
I'm just saying, like, for y'all to actually think that
This
the
bitch
average
is
person
pissing me off.
IQ
She's still
in the
not giving
130s.
me the fucking. That's
tell her that it's a bonding exercise. Listen to me.
Shaking 130.
it's a bond. Let's bond.
Mine gave it to me the first try, and it's between 110 and 125. Its best point estimate is 118.
Yeah, not even. Okay, maybe.
So I'm basically retarded.
Maybe 110, not 130. Like,
mine says 153.
Yeah, there's like a weird thing though. So around 150, 155, it's actually hard to tell the difference because the test actually doesn't do justice. So after a certain point, you can't actually tell that much. That's around 145.
But I
145.
That's about the range where it becomes difficult to differentiate. So when you get up to 145, somebody who has 165 versus 145, they'll have very similar score.
Alright, that bitch just read me down. Never mind.
I asked mine, why did you give that rating?
The bitch told me I need more control with my emotion. It told me I need more control with my emotions.
Tell her to shut the fuck up. That's not what you asked her.
Willingness to question myself.
Yo, hostages are about to die. What's my IQ?
Why is she talking shit about me right now?
Shot. Hold on. So Shy, you talking about critical thinking? If y'all above 130, y'all above 1.
Yeah.
IQ ranges, right? And it says I'm below average, so basically retarded.
That just means your conversations are.
Math, and working memory is like 90. It's like 90 and 95.
It says what I can say based on how you show up here. You think in a reflective, emotional, aware way. You connect ideas across different parts of your life, faith, music, growth, style, and you ask thoughtful questions that show curiosity and self-awareness. That's a meaningful kind of intelligence that doesn't really fit into a single,
but you're talking about emotional intelligence, also. Like you're talking about a different thing. Like if your IQ is above 125, that's way above average.
Oh, that's me.
What about this? I'm saying you're retarded. Percentile or score. Retarded. Yeah, like you're retarded. Right. Like told me that my emotional / social insight is low to my emotional intelligence is very low. Yeah, I mean imminent. Like most people are at the same level as you. Like if you're above 120, that's not average. You know what I'm saying? Like you at least have to be
Black Johnny Depp is explaining this to us.
Gotham, what's the average IQ score in America? You sound like
it's 100 by definition. It's recalibrated every year. An interesting note: Homer Simpson from The Simpsons is defined as being 100 IQ points, so everybody keeps track, so you can see how IQ changed over time. It's one of those Easter. And remember, he's a nuclear engineer, technician who works at a base.
No.
That's bad.
No. He's not a nuclear engineer. He works at it. Yeah, he works at a nuclear fact. Yeah, he works at a nuclear factory.
GPT says all you guys are.
But Homer clearly has an IQ not above 83.
Jesus, like 83, you wouldn't be able to follow the instructions that you read. So that's like impossible. He can read and follow instructions.
87, and they could read.
Man, this is crazy. I guess we're learning who can read here now.
Look, I would have think it's like 9.
Did he read my mail?
No, 83 is when you're retarded. When you can't read and follow the instructions that you just read. Yeah, the military won't give you a gun if you score below 83 or something. So that's what you should think of. If you can't trust somebody with a gun after extreme training, then
4 points above that, so don't give me a gun.
Bro, the average IQ of an American. We're talking about us. We're talking about Americans here.
Did he read my mayoral proclamation that ended street parking in Chicago in the suit of Abu Dhabi investment scheme?
It's defined as 100. You're talking about international scores, yes?
No, the Stanford Binet, which is like the gold standard, right? The Stanford Binet, which is the gold fucking standard of IQ tests, is usually proctored by a psychiatrist, psychologist, or somebody that has licensing to do these tests. Is the
and spends like 3 days.
Gold standard. It's a very, very arduous long test. There's visual, there's verbal, there's a lot to it. It's a very difficult test to go through. They are the ones who it's either 15 years or maybe 20 years, they change their sliding scale of what is the average score, which is
Guess who told everyone?
That is because the overall population of the United States either gets smarter or stupider every generation. So it recalibrates its tests every 50 or 20 years. Fact check me on it. It helps with employment and stuff.
COVID-19 vaccines have been proven to induce and enhance Alzheimer's, and guess who told everyone to get the Dare in the Hood fraud?
Anything that requires like clearance status, anything that's above like general service GS 1213, they'll ask to proctor an IQ test for you if you apply for a federal agency. If you're applying for schools, even at times they check.
I once had
clearance status is different.
Oh no, they're about the same. You have to be smart enough to have that clearance to operate normal. If you're like, hey, I'm a genius, but I tell everybody about the warp bomb that I built, then no.
So if I were to study and take IQ tests for 1
you can get a better score. Yeah.
No, but by better, like how much, like
you can get like 20 to 40 points higher just by studying.
Oh wow, 20 to 40 is kind of high.
No, I'm serious. Listen, most people don't even know how to prepare for a fucking study test. If I tutor you for a year, you will get it. Literally, like what I did for 1 year. Like I went and I scored something like 120 in the normal test. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to take this test again next year. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to study. And I scored off the charts. So what did that teach me? That taught me that, hey, the IQ is just about preparation. Intelligence is when preparation meets opportunity. It's about discipline. It's about filtering. It's about big goals over a long period of time. That's intelligence. And the quotient is what allows you to compare yourself to others. But the true test is.
real quick.
Let my finish it.
So would a better representation of your IQ be just spontaneously busting out a test on someone, or giving them, let's say,
6 months to prepare for the test.
I think you would do both. You would do a check-in and a check-out. You'd see what they were on the way in and on the way out, so you see the difference, essentially how much they improve, because then you can measure how much they can absorb at what rate.
Okay, so you confuse it. Eric, I got you, buddy.
That's how all tests are, though, right?
No, you confusing being smart with being intelligent. Intelligence,
What do you think this guy's IQ is? It's pretty low.
No, I don't know.
No, I mean, I just want to finish this statement. Eric, I got you, buddy. But like intelligence, you're born. That's just something you're born with. Being smart, that's something you earn. You have to work for that. You have to study. So IO is confusing.
Okay, so I would say knowledge. No. Knowledge and intelligence. And knowing how to think about problems, critical thinking. We teach critical thinking. We teach logic. And those you can apply. You know how to use it. Develop intuition. Mathematical intuition becomes physical intuition with time. It doesn't. You're not just born with mathematical intuition. It develops like everything else. So I don't believe that it's that solid. There is a component of it that you start with, and then you can enhance it up to a certain point. Okay? But that's not to say that everybody's intelligent.
I agree with somebody. Like, you're named after one of Jupiter's moons, like, so that's all the only reason I'm paying attention.
It's not a wise name.
But like, intelligence is something different than smart. Smart, you have to work for that.
Can you tell us what the difference is?
You can work for intelligence.
The word knowledgeable versus intelligent, or maybe clever versus knowledgeable. But even then, it's more about solid versus fluid intelligence. What you start with and what we can enhance and how quickly you can absorb shit. That's why you got to do the test in on the way and test on the way out.
Is he making a hardware software argument here? Is he saying that's the difference?
No, we were talking about the difference between being smart and being intelligent. Intelligence is something different. Intelligence.
What is the difference? You like to start with that baseline.
Yeah, one you have to work for, the other one you.
I didn't ask you, Simone.
Hold on, you can't wait.
I didn't ask you, bro.
He said, I'm listening, bro. He said smart is to work for.
You let him answer.
I'm trying to. He didn't ask. I want him to answer.
He didn't ask you to answer my question. You start with give us a baseline.
Yeah, can you go?
And
be careful.
What's the difference?
I'm trying to get. You got turned on. I'm trying to listen to him, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Go ahead, man. Smart is what, and intelligence is what.
Intelligence is what.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I would people. Being intelligent is something that's just. There you go. A talent you had that you want, help that shit. Being smart, you have to earn that shit. You have to read, you have to study, you have to be focused.
You just said what IO said.
Yeah, so this is not telling us the difference, bro. You're just like.
Yeah, one is biological, you're born with the hardware. The other one is software. Oh my gosh. He said you're born with, nigga.
I fucking hate you, bro.
This nigga.
I'm not gonna lie, all things.
Bro, he said intelligence you're born with. Smart you learn.
You can't let it, nigga.
You work for it.
Why can't you let it?
If anything, it would be the other way around.
My bad. Let me get out the way.
Welcome to the Learning Center.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like
This is a multi-purpose.
you have to compartmentalize that. Like usually, like I know people have biology, whatever, so they conspiracy theorists at the same time, whatever. So, like, smart is not really impressive. Smart is just you put in the work. That's it. Intelligence is that you were born with something inside of you where you can put things together. So intelligence is.
What about when you can put things inside of you?
Not the same thing.
What you got to understand?
No,
we was all born geniuses, but then they put the floor
about critical thinking or whatever. Like,
For the difference he's giving me.
The lack of thinking is critical.
What you got?
He's saying what IO said, though. He just doesn't know the language that IO is using. This is language barrier.
Just so you know, English is like my fourth language, just so you know. So.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. Like,
I thought we were talking about
people
English.
always bring up critical thinking. Like they really know what that is. It's like most Americans don't know how to critically.
What's so hard about it? Solve a problem.
Like a lot of these things people believe in conspiracy theories and flat theories and all that, whatever. But at the same time, they think like the Dunning-Kruger.
Okay, just a quick poll. Anyone here believe in flat Earth?
No.
Yeah. So what are you saying, man?
No, I'm saying like
real shame she wants.
Like what?
1%.
Oh, so she believes in flat Earth.
I don't. I'm not a retard.
You don't like big grilled cheese well done?
Yeah.
Not too much on grilled cheese.
Wait, how do you make a grilled cheese?
I don't eat a grilled cheese. I'm not fucking dirt poor. That's a dirt poor.
Yo, calm down, Shop. Calm down.
There's no Downs in my family, no Downs kids here. I don't need to make grilled cheeses. Poor ass mother.
You have a half sister who you
Shut up, nigga. I don't have no sisters. I have no sisters.
No, it's a
I have
family
no
reunion.
biological sisters. All my brothers were.
So Grok used the assessment for the
My
past
chat
year,
GPT
right?
told me you're gay.
So Grok used the assessment for the
My
past
chat
year, right?
GPT told me you're gay.
It says that
Yeah, that's what my chat GPT told me. Your asshole stretches a mile wide. That's what my chat GPT told me about you. You want to know what else he told me about?
Precise number was 138, right?
I wouldn't know.
It's used because I only use Grok for fact checking. Yeah, I only use Grok for like fact checking and like running like certain like when we were doing that whole philosophy debate or whatever the hell, right? And I'm okay, bro. So all it does is it uses this evaluation from like a year back and it gives you the categories. So if you're just using it for like news or whatever this is, or you're asking it a whole bunch of questions, like your score kind of goes pretty far down because it's analyzing like how you interact with it. It's pretty cool on how you can just direct it to look at each like are you very dependent on it? Are you not dependent on it? Are you leading it? Is it leading you? Pretty dope.
Yeah,
and then you come up with 10 questions.
I mean, if I just use Grok some more, look, I thought like they actually got small.
Oh, what?
Use Grok though.
Yeah, we were just talking about using a language model so that we could evaluate how we interacted before today to see what its assessment would be.
Yeah, my favorite definition for intelligence is probably from somebody by the name of Dr. Michael Levin, and it gives you an example of how intelligence can actually be distributed, and it's not evenly given out. So that's why the domain thing is an interesting categorization. But if you look at like what is intelligence, I'll give this as a quick biology example. Trout has something called agentic material for its skin and muscles, meaning when the trout dies, you can throw it in the water and it will swim upstream. That's considered a sort of intelligent material because it's able to help the animal perform the function even just from the structure and the physics of its configuration. Okay, so intelligence, when you think of it, is agentic in terms of you have agency, you have some goals and some objectives and some timeline, and how well can you manage that? I was. Yeah. That's also a non-trivial question.
Feels that way you're on.
With that, it's a matter of time because the rock eventually can turn to magma. Magma can turn into organic molecules that are precursors to organic life. So in the long term, you have to consider timelines, or what they're called as bins, statistical windows, for what you mean is intelligence. Within the structured lifetime of the rock,
Maybe not, but there's still structure there that has zero potential for becoming intelligent.
So let me ask you that. Like, can you name all the 8 planets in our solar system? No. It's not.
It is literally a trivia question by definition. Hey, do you know these two are five?
Let's talk about Uranus.
Just because you can't make up. Just because you can't name them, just mean you don't
I have a secret to share with you guys, and honestly, I'm a little bit embarrassed about it. I feel like I need to tell you all. The only reason why I've spent the last 3.5 years hanging out in this room is so I can improve my Black Weevils case.
My therapy sessions, bro.
I come here for the mental health. Shut the fuck up.
I come here to
I do too.
Show.
Yo, we should.
The therapy that I think look, if I can survive in here, I can survive in the room. That's like my therapy so far.
Let me talk to these real men. Don't need that.
People who don't have therapy.
What else? Let's see what you are.
We don't listen to women that don't do it. All of a sudden, these niggas is guilty.
Hold on, y'all don't like this. Y'all don't like this little nigga MC y'all like that, bro? Nah, y'all some whole ass niggas. Y'all some
You don't fucking shoot the entire family.
That's some soul smoking that they kill a woman, right?
Yeah. Never mind. I take it back. You got it. Go to therapy. You don't fucking off.
You right though.
Go to therapy so you don't fucking just conversation of your children.
These niggas is some hoes, man.
Moron.
Yo, I don't like how these niggas like just they don't stick up for you got
can you just stop acting Dominican even though you're Dominican? He's just a homeless
I don't like that.
Just try.
Wait, Shy, you Dominican?
Y'all gonna need the Avengers to fuck with me. That's
That's
all
gonna fuck with you.
Y'all gonna need the Avengers and all the power.
All I gotta offer you is a little bit of money. Already.
You know what time it is? Y'all shit.
Yeah.
You know what? Y'all niggas disappointed.
Wait, who did
Shut your weak ass up. Weak ass up.
But you stand in front of the house right now. Bad Bunny kills every Dominican right now. Where is he? Fuck Dominican Republic. Where your boyfriend at?
You have to be the boyfriend. You have to start fucking your man.
Where your boyfriend at?
You said there was a Dominican.
I got your Dominican.
Bro, yo.
I bet your father walking in the house right now. Yo, I'll take the Dominican flag and wipe my ass.
Check this out, yo. I don't want to hear nothing from none of y'all niggas. None of y'all males. None of y'all males. Because y'all little niggas, like these little these little girls. I don't disrespect them. Y'all make these little girls
The only thing that's little with that is little legs. That's the only thing that's little. You probably want to.
little girls.
The only thing that's little is somebody has fucking legs.
Yo, bro, y'all the reason why they have
Every day. I know public assistance when I hear it.
we got grown women up in here.
I know cheese for dinner when I hear it.
So what? I don't judge people. That's none of our business. That's none of our business. We all
about this.
Shut up.
Because they can't get their money. You're not gonna catch me standing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my plan, nigga. You want to live in a project, that's on you. I know a lot of people that do.
I'm sorry. You know, if you don't want to provide proof of address that can cover my money, nigga never been had a household a day in his life. You can't even provide proof of address. I bet he got a non-driver.
Whatever I see, whatever I see.
Who you giving your soul to? He is the dependent. You feel me? He is the dependent.
I claim all y'all little niggas is my sons, nigga. Y'all my kids. I come on here to just make sure money. Somebody gave y'all water today. You know what I'm saying? Somebody took y'all for some like today.
Without you even knowing.
I forget moms, and that's it. And then I go on my business.
You give me the same vibe as a cardboard box.
Hell yourself, little nigga. Nah, it sounds a little too flamboyant. Wait, what you say? That motherfucker's not even know.
You gotta just shush him. There's nothing to do.
Alright, here we go with this little insecure.
Let's have a conversation. There's no reason.
Bro, I throw hands like that's what you gotta do. You raise no males in your house and you don't know how to finish it. Come on, bro. I just want to hear man in the that are not.
That's okay.
So who are y'all niggas? Y'all let your girl. So
I knew there was a lack of fatherhood.
I know it. This nigga said, come on, nigga.
I bet you.
We're not gonna fucking do this, bro. Stop fucking engaging.
I am the idiot, and I'm about to go crazy on you.
Yo,
I'm gonna go stupid idiot on this side.
If my father was your father, you wouldn't act this way. You needed to get beat so you don't have to constantly prove yourself.
Oh my God! You talk in a minute.
Yeah, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Can you bring him back up? Sounds boring.
Yeah, but can you guys have a fucking...
Yo, Eminem, my dad would never teach me. He was man, bro.
Your dad was a runner, a track star.
You understand?
For 45 minutes.
My dad would run date.
I bet you gotta order food.
Who laughing, man?
Not too much, I'm trying.
Yo, God, I thought shit funny. Bro, you know right now, bro. You started.
First of all, where are you from? You from Queens? Little cat dogs in the audience. Cat dog.
I'm from Washington Heights. No. I'm not from LA. I was born there. I was raised in West London. Yeah, bro.
I'm going to the Heights on Tuesday.
Yo.
I'll smack the shit out of you. You hear me?
Yo, the question is, where are you gonna smack me at? Where? Exactly. Think about that.
I'm gonna cut your fucking balls.
I got balls.
Smack those shit
God will go bruise. That's what I trained for that.
The only training you did was I'll rip your balls off your fucking body.
You won't. On my body and slap you on your forehead.
I'm like, you know, you can never get a back.
I do a little walk by.
I'm gonna circumcise you.
He's gonna do a walk by like.
Like do what your mother should have did.
And I'm slapping dick on your head and I'm keeping it pushing.
Speaking of walk by,
and then I'm going into the shit.
Come on, man, disrespects a female. I think that's just how he wants to treat his mother.
It's just jokes. You joking with me? I can't joke with you.
Shasha, you see how that guy?
You can joke with your mother.
That guy, that drive-by jizzer.
Who you think I got these jokes from? The fuck?
I know she in the other room telling me that. I wouldn't mind the drive-by jizz.
Oh, he killed himself. That guy killed himself.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Oh, the nails bleeding off in the drive-thru?
He was in the car, right?
Yeah, bro.
Oh shit! Wait, no, I thought you meant a drive-by jizz, as in like the guys that are walking in malls and are like and just randomly come on a random girl in the mall. Oh god. That's what I thought you meant, my bad. I never seen those videos. Yes, because if you could literally come anywhere, like you could like take a shit. I want a boyfriend like this anywhere. Like I want a boyfriend like that, straight up. There's a guy. But maybe for men it's different, because you know, men, you never see a woman doing that shit, trying to fucking.
You imagine she like squirt on you? Keep it pushing.
You
imagine a woman randomly coming up to you trying to squirt on you like a
that's amazing. Get the fuck out of here. I'm going to jail. What is them going to jail with a smile? Yo, I'm going to try to catch it with my mouth. Bitch, is this body fluids? Oh, hell no. Bodily fluids is crazy. Keep that shit to yourself.
Come on, man.
Nah, yeah, drive-by cum shots. That is what charge even is that? Isn't that what they call IVF? Say I call the cops because I got a drive-by cum shot on me, and like they catch the guy.
Is that
like sexual assault?
Yeah, he is sex offender. He got arrested.
That actually is, yeah. It is, right? Itself is sexual assault.
Even being outside.
That is, yeah. You did. If you explain, it's like public. But what if he doesn't? You can be labeled a sex offender. Yeah, no, you can still be labeled a sex offender. If you're in the mall, you're jerking your chicken, and your chicken sauce lands on a random girl at the mall, and you can also get accused of murder as well. If you have something, straight up.
I don't know about murder.
You can get accused of attempted murder.
I don't know about it. I don't know about murder.
You don't got nothing that you don't know about.
Definitely assault. Definitely assault.
Not make it rain on me. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah,
I can if you want me to. I'm just saying. Who is Gardner?
Who's that, bro?
That's me, no lie. He's that because I'm rating him. I'm rating him and he got his mouth open. What is you talking about? No kids. Why do you know that?
I got no problem with this white like randomly squirting on me.
What are you talking about? Don't address me when you're saying that. So
you brought it up though.
I didn't bring that up. I brought up drive-by cum shots. It's very different.
The same thing.
Drive-by cum shots. Imagine somebody just blow it up. Men do that. Men do that.
The pressure as you're driving by, you gotta get that timing just right.
That's right.
Well,
Now we're introducing advanced technique for nozzle control.
Say eye up to the wall.
Like Shasha, like imagine like you in public and like somebody, it's like it's fluids, like it's I don't know, like I would lose my fucking shit.
Yeah, I'm losing
like you know, like if somebody just randomly throws some water at you or some shit, I would lose my shit. Like
Oh my God, did a seagull pee on you? No, that's
Hold on. What if he drive-by cum shots you, but he's hot?
Wait, I've never heard it drive-by cum shot before.
Well, now you can improve your browsing history by clicking the phone.
Yeah.
Bro, none of y'all niggas have never heard of this shit, but drive-by cum shot.
Yes, I see, bro.
Yo, internet is all access.
Maybe get rid of the sentence.
Men do it all, man. Men go into malls and, come on random women, and they also fucking murder their wives. They just
Men are bullies.
anything.
You never heard that? You never heard the free?
Mike, there was a story. I'll put the link in the chat.
So niggas just run about jacking off and you squirting.
Yes.
Check the sex offender list, brother.
Yeah, niggas in the chat. Watch that video. Someone just got arrested for that too. It's fucking hilarious. She's
I'm not saying that niggas don't jack off in public.
Oh my God, I remember the
We all from New York. Look, we all from New York, so of course we've seen someone being over the train or whatever. But like nobody running past like in your face, like doing that. None of y'all have ever seen that.
Literally fucking check the link in the chat, bro. Stop saying none of y'all see it. I put the link in the chat.
I'm not gonna say it happens a lot, but it happens more than once. So that is a lot.
Fucking screaming.
This week,
it's not funny because that's traumatic. But like, fucking hell, this sentence itself is diabolical. He nutted on my leg.
In a fucking supermarket, and this motherfucker is like,
I would hope that it's like eggs or something. Fucking mascarpone and that's all you hear. He nutted on my leg. Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, so they got killed.
That wasn't the same guy, you idiot.
I know it isn't, but that story would be great. Yes, that's why they're hidden in threats, because they were nutting on everybody.
Our GC goes around nutting on Iranian civilians.
What?
The new Ayatollah is gay, by the way. There.
Apparently, the IRGC, the Iranian people, apparently they killed this woman and raped her corpse and recorded it and sent it to her husband and drove him to suicide.
Oh, shit.
Is that story true or?
Probably.
Stories like that, like rape as a war crime, yes, that is a thing, unfortunately.
No, yeah, it was a picture of the couple and everything, and they said that somehow the IRGC got a hold of his wife and fucking killed her and raped her corpse and recorded it, and they sent in the video taunting him, and that drove him to kill himself.
You know that they rape before they kill because if you die being a virgin, you go to heaven or some shit like that. But she not right. Never mind.
Not to be that guy, there is idea of stories that seem to be.
That's never happened. Not once.
Well, what's never happened?
Their telegram got leaked, and they had a bunch of videos of them doing shit to old people, women.
Yeah, I seen a stoning video that happened last week, and it wasn't
I'm talking about what's going on in Lebanon right now.
Oh, Lebanon?
Yeah.
Lebanon?
People be dying.
Y'all got quiet after we started talking about rape.
Yeah, bro, you mentioned the IDF, bro.
We'll be white black after these Mexicans. So I brought that story up because a group of people went and held a vigil for the drive-through guy, and now they're protesting and wanting to press charges on the girl, saying that she drove him to that point and also drove him to suicide.
That's retarded.
It is, but it's fucking hilarious. A bunch of fucking internet gooners are protesting a drive-through bikini barista place.
That city needs a tactical nuke.
Los Angeles.
Well, you should have never fucking did that.
I mean, but it was her fault. Why was she in a bikini serving coffee?
Shut up, bitch.
I thought this was America.
That's a good point.
Hey, I know someone who was a bikini barista. She's a very good woman.
Exactly.
Well, did she drive a man to masturbate in the drive-thru?
No, she paid for nursing school and didn't have any debt, any student debt. She's very successful now.
Some of the smart humans.
All thanks to
No, I'm just taking it up a notch. I'm being honest. Some of the best people I've met. It's a tough job.
Oh, look, have I ever told you the story about my uncle? How I realized my uncle was a freak?
The one that had a centerpiece.
Brother. Yeah.
What is going on?
He took us to a strip club when we were 16. It's like a rite of passage thing, right? And we walked in, the only thing I remember is of these fucking strippers. No, bro.
Oh, North Hollywood. The one with the pool table.
Yes. All these strippers walked up to me. I was about to say his name. We'll call him Joe. Oh, Joe, how you doing? Uncle Joe, how you doing? Everybody fucking knew him. I left that place thinking like, yo, I can't hang out with this man anymore. This is not good. This is wrong.
Bro, people have misconceptions about gentlemen's clubs. Some places aren't full and they serve alcohol. And usually those places are way better. The women are like professional dancers and shit, bro. They are like fucking gymnasts. They're not there. It's like watching a Circus Olay show in Vegas.
Went to one in Texas, and it was a BYOB spot, and it was like a C-section gallery.
Huh?
Like me?
Huh?
It was just a bunch of C-section scars everywhere. Exactly. I was shocked that they have, because in LA, we don't have BYOB. So we were in line, we were in Austin, and in front of us was a bunch of Edgars with like a glass of beer. And yeah, that was a culture shock to kind of know that you could put your own moves to a strip club.
I mean, you kind of know that you just kind of know people.
I wish I could bring my own chicken wings to a strip club. Right?
Some places make chicken wings.
Wait, hold on. Why would you want to bring your own chicken?
Coco, you be going to the strip clubs with women?
You know what?
You go to the strip clubs where women strip?
Yeah, we go to the strip club.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait.
All right. Okay. Well, remember, we're using the water cooler example that you said was not, and I'm using this parallel case of the Switzer versus SEC. It's an identical case to my analogy. Oh, Iran only 7 more days. Oh, yes. Damn, brother, can you speed up your cadence, brother? I'm just trying to.
Not a good answer.
Honestly, if the slightest excitement can cause you to have a heart attack,
I used to like the strip clubs where like I can't.
Yeah, what age were you, bro? What age did you start going to male strip club?
No, I've never been in, but like when I stopped going to strip clubs, probably like 30. Because my I was a promoter of the club, so probably like 33 or some shit like that.
I never understood like why people go in there knowing that you're just looking, and like how many people have sleeved their way in these types of crevices. Oh.
I mean, you know, we need some type of entertainment.
Yeah, and my go, I'm not knocking, like, if y'all want to go to that shit, like, I'm not knocking it at all. I'm saying, like, but at the same time, because, and maybe it might be different because, like, I'm attracted to women, so, like, so I think it's different. So I don't know.
Our communities deserve safety, and they deserve justice.
If you're in a strip club at the age of, like, over 40, it's like, I can't even knock that now that I think about it. Like, like even at 60, shout out to the 60-year-old strip club.
Well, it was kind of crazy how you said my answer was the wrong answer, or not a good answer.
No, I didn't say it was the wrong.
Because you're looking for like an arbitrary number that you subjectively like assign to being like weird, right? And I'm saying,
no, I didn't say it was weird.
No, it's okay, brother. It's okay. I'm saying that Jesus knows no number, and the point of finding Jesus.
Paying them, and specifically in Kenya, to take care of these farms, but the farms are to feed other people in Africa. I'm not getting any of that. There's nothing I'm not exporting. I'm not importing.
The way they make our leaders to lose votes. That's how they are losing to also as the government.
I don't know. I feel like it's a scapegoat. I think Africa and a lot of other countries really need to get their shit together and, stop supporting just.
We need to get our shit together. Yes, you are right about that. So we need to get it together.
Yeah. What do you think stops
Oh,
people
Serena.
from coming together and
Serendipity. No, I don't know who that is.
forming like?
We just went Malibu a few days ago, Serendipity. But we
You
sort
have
of
so much
took
information.
it in.
This is what boggles my mind. You're have access to talk to us.
I really did.
I'm assuming you have access
Like,
to
this is like, it's so interesting because I used to sit inside of rooms that were so brain rot central. Like, I can't believe I was associated with certain types of people online, even if it's just like when I'm bored, I'm at home, whatever. It's just like, why waste your breath on certain individuals? It's actually insane.
Tracks for Clubhouse.
Yeah, I don't know how they even like live with themselves. Like, how do you like? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you function knowing that you're like who you are? Like, I don't know.
See, what's great about the now is everything you ever said on Clubhouse is all compressed into the now. And so there's no shame in having wasted many years talking on this app about nothing important in particular, or even making fun of people and roasting them for basically wasting all their time or being drunk and annoying. Or essentially what I'm trying to say is that Hap is in the DSMV, which is a highly annoying person or a highly argumentative person. Those are the people that I very much dislike. I am complete.
Serendipity hosts a big room every morning, mostly called God Snatch, and it's a clubhouse hodgepodge. All are welcome.
Oh Lord.
It's mostly civilized, but not always.
Well, I know that mostly civilized, but not always. That's yeah. There you go.
It's Clubhouse.
No, because you know what I think is like so refreshing? Sitting inside of rooms and just like talking to people online that aren't necessarily trolling constantly. I think sometimes it's just like, what is it about? Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, coming from someone like me, I'm like one of the biggest trolls to have ever existed in my past. I still have it in me to like irk people and, you know, push buttons and like whatever. Like, I have my moments, but I think that sometimes it's like, you know,
that's my job.
Excuse me, what did you just say?
I'm the troll here.
Wait, I feel like I have a vivid memory of you liking trans people. Is that correct?
No.
No, you did. We spoke with you the other day. Derisive, didn't we?
I think so, but most of the conservative men in Clubhouse are secretly tranny lovers, so I can't keep them apart.
Oh, Simon is the conservative. Oh, yes, he's the conservative.
I'm not a conservative. I'm from Chicago.
You are.
I'm a liberal.
You are.
I'm a liberal, dude. I'm from Chicago. I'm anti-gun, pro-abortion.
I don't know if I believe that.
Did you vote for Kamala?
Yes, I did. Wait, did you really?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the Derisive? What would you consider yourself to be? This is interesting to me, actually.
Politically?
Yeah.
If I had to distill it into like one phrase, I would just say I'm a small government person. Government is the problem, not the solution.
So, what would the solution be to you?
More personal liberty by less government overarching and being ever present in every aspect of our life. More like a libertarian ideal.
Okay.
The government that governs least governs best.
I mean, the thing is, as much as I believe in, well, as much as I would like to believe in what you just said. I just don't believe that everyone is capable of doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that everyone is capable of the ideology behind individual freedom. And I don't know if I would want to maximize that for certain individuals. Like, do you know what I mean?
I would know better if you gave me a specific example.
I just feel like the way a lot of people think and operate in America and what they believe in is not necessarily rational, and I just can't see. I can't see a society with all of that, you know, because everyone is it's just a lot of differences here. I feel like what I would want to see is a government. I'm from Sweden originally, right? We have political parties. What I like about that is that when new laws are being implemented and things are being changed and switched and blah, 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 whatever we do, it's like we all kind of have to meet each other halfway to still come to a conclusion of what we want to make a change of. Like, just because you win doesn't necessarily mean that you're just going to take over and do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, to a certain extent, yes, the political party that won definitely has more say and can, make changes, but then you have to I just like the structure of meeting each other halfway forcefully, because I don't believe in being a Republican or a liberal. I believe somewhere in the middle. I think that the middle is better than having people decide for themselves completely, because I don't think that everyone is capable of deciding for themselves what's best. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I asked for a specific example and you didn't give me one.
I feel like I did.
No, you didn't give me a lot of general ideas and innuendo.
But what would an example be?
What is an example of someone who should not be able to decide how to manage their own life, where the government does it better? That seems to be the idea you're alluding to.
Well, because some people believe, let's say I think I misunderstood maybe a little bit of what you meant, because that is different. Sometimes you know best for what's good for you in the moment and maybe not the government. But how could we live in a society like that though? What would you want to strip away from the government to have control over us? Give me examples of that, and then let's see where we get, because that crazy to me, but I don't know.
For instance, one specific example I could give you is in a lot of states there's a giant licensure program which varies from state to state. I don't think there's a compelling reason why the government needs to be the body that licenses barbers, for instance. I think a private trade group could do that better, where a trade group establishes professional standards for barbers in the state, and you can cut people's hair, and you can try to get the certification from this trade group, or you can just do it on your own, and your reputation in the market will, funnel business to you or not, based on how good you do. There are plenty of people who have every skill necessary to cut hair, but they don't need to be licensed by the government to do so. That's one example of an infinite number.
Yeah, I mean, that I agree with, because why do you need certain certifications from certain? Yeah, I agree with that.
And the fact that there are some state governments that don't.
Okay, a gun license. Do you think that should be something private?
I'm fairly permissive about guns.
Do you like where we're at with that though? Is that something you believe in? The freedom of owning a gun, and are you is that your vibe, or what do you think about that?
I think with very few restrictions, American citizens have the right to own guns, period.
Wait, you said with very few restrictions, you think that they should be able to own guns?
Correct.
But with very few restrictions, in what way?
People maybe who have committed felonies or are proven to be mentally ill, in an extreme way.
Yeah, like they shouldn't own guns, right?
That's generally the vibe I'm going with, yeah.
Yeah, but my thing is, who's gonna be the judge of that?
I think it should be a right that you have, and the right has to be taken away from you, rather than the other way around. Like you have to.
Who do you think should be able to decide that? Do you think
like a court system?
A court system, which technically becomes the government, because that's like.
Yeah, that's like one of the most basic functions of a government, even in like a libertarian society, is like enforcing contracts. That's so. I'm not saying I don't want there to be a court system.
So no, I know you're not saying that, but that is what I'm saying. I think that I agree with you. It's certain to a certain extent. Like that was what I was trying to say before, but I think that it would be hard to like have. It would be hard to not have a government, but that's why I believe in political parties, because essentially what you're talking, where you stand is like not necessarily political party based, but I feel like it's more towards that direction. Because I feel like right now it's like we have one leader and we have that leader's group, and like every time there's a new leader in office, like a new president, we like exchange everyone that works in like the White House with their people, and everything is just like so like not individual, but it's like just very different. You know what I'm saying? Every single time. Like even like if it's a liberal, like Donald Trump, like let's say like Joe Biden and like Obama, like the people that work for
Stop.
The same people that work for Joe Biden, even if they're both liberals, they still have their own employees, their own people, and their own of everything. So even if it's like the same vibe, it's still different. Like I don't know. Do you see like do you get what I'm trying to say?
It's not good that people in Washington get replaced with new presidential administrations. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like yes, but no, because I feel like with like political parties, it's like nothing gets replaced. It's just that the people choose the leading political party. Every political party that has that made it leak stuff is also like every political party that has mandated the like what the fuck do you call the wait? I have to Google what the word is in English. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Let me tell a quick story while you do that.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, tell your story.
So I was outside of this shopping area today, and people will frequently be there collecting signatures to get either candidates or issues on the ballot. They have to collect so many signatures. I'm sure it's like that in many other states. And the people, I feel like years and years ago, those people outside would have actually been volunteers who like believed in the cause, and therefore they're outside collecting signatures for it. And now there's just this like army of paid canvassers who are out there, and they get like $3 a signature or whatever it is, and they're so poorly trained. Like they're all like ghetto-looking people for them in my area. The people who are outside there collecting signatures, and they don't know shit about the issue that they're supposedly asking people to give their signature as a registered voter to get it on the ballot. So a lot of them will just like come up to you and be like, "Can you help me out and sign this?" Like, what is it?
Wow.
It used to be like someone would be like a volunteer and they'd be passionate about the issue, like let's talk about voters' rights or whatever it is.
Right, like I think about the Stevens and the Marshalls.
Oh, right. Yes. And so I always am like, well, what is it? What's it about? And like a few of them can basically tell me what it's about. The one today, she's like, "Can you sign this?" And I'm like, well, what is it? She's like, "Well, we want to lower your DTE bill. You already signed it." I said, "Well, which group is behind this?" Is what I said. And she said, "The president." And I said, "What?" And she said, "Well, yeah, the president ultimately decides what the electric rates are." And I said, "No, he doesn't."
Oh my God.
I was like, I was beside myself. Like, do you believe that, or you just like think that if you say something like about the president, it'll rile people up, or you think I don't know if she thought it was like pro-Trump or anti-Trump, or just she just like dropped the Trump card, pun intended, that I would sign her signature. Like it's so bizarre.
Literally.
Yeah, that's kind of unreal.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like if I decide to run for city council, when I do, I'm gonna have like a ragtag campaign, and I'm just gonna like stand outside places myself and get signatures, and stand outside the library, and like maybe do like an internet campaign. And
don't you think that's the most meaningful vote?
What are you talking?
I think that's the most meaningful way to do it, though. That way you can answer questions of the people that are contemplating and considering. I don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. There was this woman there were some judges that are elected in this county, and I remember at an event, she's standing for this woman who's running. I didn't literally know anything about what probate judges do. And like I talked to her for a few minutes, and she explained it to me, and like I voted for her after that, because I remember talking to her at this event, and she was nice and explained what she did and like what she wanted, why she wanted to do it. And I didn't know anything about any of the other candidates, so I voted for her.
Yeah. I like it. Hey, you dope. How are you?
Hello! Did somebody call me a dope? It's true. I'm a schmuck. I did put forth a mayoral proclamation today that if I elected mayor, I will make the Chicago Election Board become a double entry ledger system with a receipt process, meaning that we will eliminate election fraud because we will have double entry accounting, but also the petition formation of a campaign will also be integrated into the actual election commission, meaning that we will have full transparency from petition to vote, and we are demanding as voters and citizens for complete and total transparency of the entire electoral process from start to finish. And I am complete. Hello?
You're running for mayor of Chicago?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's the best thing I've heard today. I want you to win. And I care deeply about Chicago. I lived there for 12 years.
Yeah, it's they are finally putting police or sheriffs on the trains, but if you can't even get down to Chicago because the train is full of homeless derelicts who piss and shit and smoke blunts all day, all night, and rob you and rape you and murder you and kill you and burn you, the city has to have some at least basic standards. Hello?
Yeah, I was reading on social media today that that long delayed, long over budget red line extension on the far south side. I thought I read the headline that it said it was opening soon, but it wasn't. It said the groundbreaking is soon, and it's already 20 years behind schedule and like tens of billions of over budget, and not one piece of construction has been laid so far. I think it's like Chicago's version of, the California high-speed rail train to nowhere.
Well, they didn't get the money. Trump cut them off before they could scam Uncle Sam, and it's like a $2 billion contract, and Mayor Johnson is suing in federal court to get the money because all his contractors are like, what the fuck, Brandon? Like, that's a lot of money. Where's our money?
Yeah, but that's just one of the delays. It was supposed to be done, like, a decade before Trump became a political figure. So Trump is, like, also playing strong arm with a big project in Detroit right now. there's a new bridge between Detroit and Ontario that has been completed, and they're just putting the final touches on the 2 border crossing houses on either side of the border. And it's only a few months behind schedule. It was supposed to open last fall. Now it's done, and they're just sort of like negotiating the opening date, but Trump is threatening to delay the opening, or he wants slightly better terms with Canada and whatever, in a way that, was already negotiated well before he became president. And we'll see. I think it's going to just end up opening anyway on time. But
so he used this new Meta AI content creation app called, was it Matu, is it? Anyways, but I created mayorkitover.com, and you can just literally say, hey, create an extensive website based off of my Instagram account, and poof, there's Mayor Kitover, and then you just register the website in the app, and boom, you have a website in like less than 20 minutes of incredibly high quality caliber. And I also released a voter registration app called Chicago Voter Registration, and unfortunately the Google Play Store rejected it because I didn't have a privacy policy packet or something embedded with it, so I'm still working on that to get that app out there. But my marketing gimmick to get on the ballot and have the 15,000 signatures is ChicagoMayorVote.com and all these websites, and it's a marketing campaign to make it look like it's from the Chicago Election Commission to get non-registered voters to vote, and in a confrontational way, like you just said. Nobody wants to sign a petition from some fucking schmuck who says, "Help me out, brother, and sign this for me." Like, we want people to say, "Hey, we're registering voters. Are you registered? We can help you." And we want to find out who, so it's like a less aggressive way to communicate with a potential petition signer. And first of all, we want to qualify that individual to find out if they are or aren't actually registered in the Chicago database.
And has Joe B donated to your mayoral campaign?
Yeah, she mails me cash in the mail. That's how cool of a chick she is.
God bless her. In a world of someone, be a Joe B.
I heard her in Politically Correct today, and she's got some speech limitations, but man, people are merciless in that Politically Correct room. They're the most racist group of assholes I've ever heard, and they're so ignorant and so stupid. Patty's like, "I ain't going to no motherfucking Iran with no motherfucking rifle and goddamn bayonet to kill those motherfuckers. You send your own sons and daughters to die in that motherfucking war. Fuck that shit. And we would lose. And the motherfucking Iranian military is as big as our motherfucking military." I'm like, God, are these people, like, how are they employed by people? First of all, they are employed, and they are government employees. Like, Patty works for a colonel, and she's on this app 24/7 spouting anti-American propaganda. It's like, hello?
Yeah, I don't go to the black people yelling at each other rooms.
I've also issued a mayoral proclamation.
Sure, I said stop lying. Yes, you do. I see. No, I don't. Yes, you do. I never go to those. I might pop in for 1 second and leave instantly. I literally don't go to those rooms.
I've also issued a mayoral proclamation that Chicago will establish a vaccine injury reparations fund to compensate family members of Chicagoans killed by Pfizer, Moderna, J&J mRNA spike proteins that induced myocarditis, Alzheimer's, and other deadly injuries. I will also instruct the Attorney General to sue all major U.S. and international COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers, medical hospital groups, and insurers for fraud, serious bodily injury, and mass deaths.
If you come close to winning and that's your platform, you will not be long for this world, unfortunately.
That's all the people that died after they took the COVID-19 vaccine. Millions.
Didn't they, during the middle of the